let me know.
All right, good morning, everyone. I apologize, we've had some technical difficulty this morning, and so we want to make sure that we're online and get all the comments on record this morning. Let's see. Wow, we have a packed house. Pat Gallimore. Mrs. Gallimore. Good morning. It's so nice to see you. Well, with that, I'm going to have you do the honors and lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. All righty. Thank you. Don't have me do that.
Good job. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
All right. Good morning, Madam Mayor. We're calling roll for Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. Councilmember Taylor, absent at this time. Councilmember Doer.
Here.
Martinez. Ebert.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Anderson.
Here.
Sheevy.
Here.
And Councilmember Taylor is present, so we do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it right back to you for public comment.
Okay, our first item today is opening public comment. We do have proclamations, if you'd like to move on to those first.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
I think on the backside.
Nikki, were you going to open both the RDA and the regular meeting so you could take public comment on both, or at least that's what I understood, maybe? Is that what you want to do, or?
That's presiding officer decision, so
Absolutely.
between Manager Bryant and Mayor
If
Sheevy,
that
that's...
helps you.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and
keep
open the
comments on
Redevelopment Agency Board as well.
Okay.
So
All
we're
right.
calling roll for Wednesday, April 8th, 2026 for the Redevelopment Agency Board. It is 10:18. Member Taylor? Doer?
Here.
Martinez?
Here.
Ebert?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Anderson?
Here.
Sheevy?
Here.
You do have a quorum of the Redevelopment Agency Board.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, if you'd like to go into proclamations.
I was wondering, can we do those on the back end? Do you mind?
Yeah, of
Thank
course.
you.
Okay, our first public commenter today for the Redevelopment Agency Board is Paul Klein.
Good morning, Mr. Klein. He is the chair of the Redevelopment Agency Board, so excited to hear your comments.
Yes, good morning, Paul Klein, Chair of the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board. And for all you, it's a subject expertise group that helps advise the RDA on projects. So I just have two things for you all that I think might be of interest. First, a consistent discussion theme that comes up at our meeting is the impending sunset of RD2, right, in 2035. And so we have been a bit constrained and cautious about any project that might come up because of that sunset. And so I just wanted to say that while we haven't taken any formal action to recommend anything for the city may perceive or do at the Nevada legislature, we do think it would create more deal flow, more options. We did send a project back to the table because it affected when that sunset would come up that would specifically address affordable housing. So just something that's constantly being discussed and an issue for us. The second thing that I wanted to bring up was the Sierra Street Bridge construction in RD1. And we had it on our agenda, and while it was just information and discussion, it took an hour of our conversation. And while we don't really have anything we can do on it, I just wanted to bring up that we wanted to do whatever we can to consider anything that might help mitigate the impact on businesses down there. So let us know how we can help. We're very interested in helping in that issue. That's all I have for you today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day, Paul. Okay.
All right,
actually-
Madam Mayor, we're going to go back to our Reno City Council meeting, item A3.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second.
Okay.
We do have a pretty full house, and I actually wanted some people in the room to see this proclamation and presentation because it's a very special one. Not to mention, I know all of you guys are excited to get back to work, so I want to get you in and out of here. So I'm actually very sad. This is sort of a sad day. We have a proclamation for the one and only Boston. Boston is retiring. And why don't you come up here, Chief Cochran, and explain what Boston's role has been to the city and his service and dedication to our community. I'm hoping his retirement comes in with lots of treats and obviously lots of kisses already. Did you think you get lots of kisses? But he has been a beloved family member of the city of Reno, and he has worked so incredibly hard. But I'd love for you to talk a little bit about Boston for those that don't know how special he is.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. Boston is very special. And one of the things, and in fact, I added this to the presentation, was he's not only a worker for the fire department and an invaluable member, but he's kind of our informal therapy dog, too. We have a dog on the fourth floor every day, and it just makes it an even more enjoyable environment and space to live and work in. I really want to turn it over to the human that everybody thinks is some human with Boston, but his name's actually Sean O'Brien.
The dog dad.
The dog dad, and he can talk to you about what Boston does, the training he goes through, and what he means to not only Sean, but this department.
Hello.
So Sean O'Brien, Reno Fire Department. You've seen Boston many a times. So for the last 5 years, Boston has been our ignitable liquid detection canine. So that means that we actually, as investigators, fire investigators, when we're trying to figure out the origin and cause of a fire, if anybody uses ignitable liquid such as gasoline or kerosene, Boston will go and help us find samples of that if it is on scene. It saves us a lot of money and a lot of time and effort in trying to determine the cause of a fire and determine if it's an arson or not. Boston's a food reward dog, so for the last 5 years, he's done nothing but eat out of my hand. So I have binders full of every single day. I can show you how many repetitions and how much food he's been fed every day. So upon retirement, he gets to eat out of a bowl like a normal dog for the first time. He also hasn't had a treat in 5 years, so he's gonna get treats finally. So it's very exciting. But he's had such a great impact, not only for our department, but for the whole building in the city of Reno.
Yes.
As, like I said, kind of an informal therapy dog.
100%.
You know, we'll take him around, and he makes people's days a little bit brighter every day.
100%. He has
Yeah.
been amazing. Maybe talk a little bit about your relationship because I'm sure you just get so attached. What's
yeah.
that look like?
I've never grown up with dogs my whole life, but never been with a dog 24/7. So he goes with me everywhere I go. If I'm on call, he's in the truck with me at 2 a.m. just in case we need him, right?
Yeah.
I think over the 5 years, there's been about 10 to 12 days total that I spent without him by my side.
Oh.
So the bond has been very, very strong, and he will, upon retirement, he does get to stay with me luckily, so we get to continue the bond.
That's fantastic.
It's wonderful.
And then also tell everyone how we acquired Boston.
So Boston was obtained through a company called Maine Specialty Dogs. We were actually given a scholarship through State Farm. They used to have a
State
program
Farm
for this.
gave us the money to be able to do this.
Absolutely. They paid for the flight, the food, the training, and the dog, everything.
That's
It
fantastic.
was wonderful. It
Well,
was a great opportunity.
oh my goodness. So what's the plan for you?
I have a lot of work. And this just takes one thing off my plate so I can keep concentrating on my other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll continue with investigations, and we'll continue making the building brighter with him as the informal therapy dog, bringing him in. But the trainings get to slow down, so I get
Yeah.
to do other stuff, yeah.
Wow, incredible. Is this typical lifespan for?
Yeah,
I mean,
the
'cause
agreement is
I'm-
sorry.
in a way, I'm so heartbroken. We want him to stay.
The agreement that we signed with State Farm for the scholarship through Maine Specialty Dogs was a 5-year minimum. I was fortunate enough to get promoted 2 years ago, and before the promotion, his training wasn't too much.
Okay.
After the promotion, trying to fit everything in was really difficult. So
okay.
once we hit that 5 years, it's almost more me saying, okay,
Yeah.
I'm ready to retire for this
Yeah.
part, yeah.
I think he's sending the signal. He's ready. That's a pretty big signal. Well, I believe Chief Cochran, you have special honor.
I do. I have the honor of reading a proclamation in recognition of Boston. And I want to acknowledge the people behind me as well. We have members from the Fire Prevention Bureau, from administration. We needed some giant humans, so we brought Ladder 1 and Engine 4 down.
Giant
So-
humans.
Giant humans. And we're very appreciative of everybody here to support Boston. So with that, I will read the proclamation. Whereas, after 5 years of dedicated and honorable service with the Reno Fire Department, this distinguished accelerant detection canine has faithfully served the community, and whereas, throughout his career, he assisted in more than 40 fire investigations, providing critical support in determining the origin and cause of fires and contributing significantly to public safety, and whereas, over the course of 5 years, he completed approximately 700 hours of rigorous training and was sustained by nearly 5,500 cups of food, each fed by hand from Sean, reflecting the extraordinary dedication and partnership between canine and handler. And whereas he successfully completed a comprehensive 200-hour training program at Maine Specialty Dogs to earn certification as an accelerant detection canine, demonstrating exceptional skill, discipline, and readiness to serve. And whereas, upon his well-earned retirement, he will continue his cherished partnership by residing with his devoted handler, Captain Sean O'Brien, whose leadership and care were instrumental in his success. Now, therefore, I, David Cochran, on behalf of Mayor Hillary Sheevey, Mayor of the City of Reno, do hereby declare April 8, 2026, Boston the Arson Dog Day.
Oh, congratulations, Boston! He heard his name, he's all up.
I would just add two things very quickly. I think Sean mentioned it, but Boston will still be here at City Hall every day, taking care of all of us now. And we're having a retirement party for him tomorrow at 1 o'clock here in the lobby of City Hall.
Oh, that's
So everyone is
fantastic.
invited.
Okay, I love it. We're a dog council.
Yes.
We are a big dog council up here, for those
We are
that don't know
raffling
it.
off 3 treats. So 3 lucky people will get to feed Boston his first treats.
Oh,
And that money raised in the raffle is going to go to the community assistance program through the Reno Fire Department to help the community.
thank you so much. That's fantastic.
2 quick
All right.
questions, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
One is, you said Boston's been on 45 investigations. Were any of those determined to be arson? Multiple? And then, do we get to see Boston 2 ever? Like, is there a repeat event?
We have a work in progress. Yes, we have investigator Lauren, who's here today, who's expressed an interest in doing the same thing Sean did, that is training and caring for an accelerant detection dog. So we're looking for a match for Lauren.
All right. Maybe we could do retirement days in the park, and it would be like a Boston showing, right?
Love that.
That's fantastic. All right, well, let's get a quick picture.
Yeah.
And Boston! Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. He's so cute. All right, get in, get in. Everyone get in? Yes. Okay. Okay, on the count of 3, say treats. 1, 2, 3. Treats! All right, you guys, thank you so much. Congratulations. Okay. We have another special proclamation. I thought I saw Cody here.
Yes, he's on the left.
Cody, where are you? Oh, you're over there. Hi. You're hiding over there. Okay, we also have a special honor for you. This is National Public Safety Telecommunications Week, and the one and only Cody is going to present this. Here you go, my friend. Oh, you have, do you have a copy? I think she has it right there. Yeah. That was Boston's probably.
I'll read Boston's again,
Yeah,
that's fine.
I was gonna say.
I like celebrating Boston, it's fun. Thank you. Cody Shadle, for the record, Director of Public Safety Dispatch. We're here today. I'm joined by some of our staff, obviously not all of them because 911 keeps ringing.
That's
and
right.
we still have to keep working with our officers and firefighters.
How
and
did you decide who
Boston.
got to come?
It's a tough decision, but it's who was available. Some of our staff here is in training, or they're in admin roles, or they just had ability that we could get them off the schedule. I wish I could drag all of 60 members of our department down here, but it's just not possible today. But I'm happy that they could join us, and we could take this moment to celebrate the work that they do. And we rarely get an opportunity to come off, I say the hill, but off of dispatch and be out in public and say hello. So. I don't know if you want me to give him any other explanation, but I'm happy to jump into the proclamation.
Devin.
Very, very stressful jobs. Like, I can't even imagine. You've delivered babies, correct?
Had staff deliver
They've
babies.
delivered babies?
We've given, CPR instructions. We've talked people through shootings. We've, sometimes it's just the normal things too. We've told people what resources to get to on a daily basis and telling them that response is going to a brush fire or, every phone call is different and you just don't know what you're going to get when you answer the phone. And our staff is there and they work hard and tirelessly and into the hours, 365 days a year, or 24 hours a day, and it just doesn't stop. So the fact that they show up every day is a miracle. The fact that they come back every year
because it's super
is a
stressful.
miracle.
I've sat there like listening to calls and they're so calm and I'm like, oh my gosh, we gotta run over there. She's like, calm down. Calm down. You guys are amazing. I don't know how you do what you do, but please know you guys are a massive heartbeat of this city. A lot of times you're answering a call when it's someone's absolute worst day. And so I just want to say how proud we are. And actually, Councilman Reese and I had an experience with 911 and I was just floored how thoughtful, and you didn't even know it was us, which was great. But I'm just saying you were so thoughtful, so kind, and we're grateful that you represent the city. So take it away, Cody.
Awesome, thank you. Whereas City of Reno Public Safety Dispatch is engaged in the operation of emergency response systems for Reno Police Department, Reno Fire Department, the University Police Services, what was Reno Tahoe Airport Fire, and the Reno Marshal's Office. And whereas these individuals answer calls for help on 911 and non-emergency lines for police, fire, and emergency medical situations, and serve as a critical link for the prompt response of our officers and firefighters in the field to save lives and property of our citizens. And whereas calls include governmental communications related to all public safety and operations amounting to an estimated 475,000 total calls handled just in the year of 2025. And whereas Public Safety Dispatch is the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters and monitors their activities, providing information and ensuring their safety. And whereas Public Safety Dispatch employees are dedicated and hardworking, often under difficult circumstances and with an extraordinary workload. And whereas Public Safety Dispatch is honored to serve this community in countless ways. Now, therefore, I, Cody Shadle, on behalf of Hillary Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, of Nevada, do hereby declare April 12th through April 18th, 2026, National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. In and for the City of Reno, I encourage residents to honor and appreciate their hard work and dedicated efforts of the Public Safety Dispatch team.
That's fantastic. Do you get a week off now?
I wish.
Now that we,
I wish.
She's
Yeah.
like, nope.
Though, if you haven't had the chance, we do take that week to work with our partners and just celebrate the hard work that the team does. The environment does, the goal of that week is to really reduce the stress level and just take some time to appreciate each other and just show staff the hard work that they do and really just take a moment to kind of breathe. Because as we mentioned, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, you kind of get lost in the commotion and the noise. So it's nice to take a step back for a minute and just think about what you do and the service you provide the community. And so that's what we try to do that week. And we try to lighten the load and just laugh and have a good time.
Yeah, that's the week I like to go. You guys have lots of food.
Yeah, you're welcome up. I'm happy,
Right?
happy to work with any of our council members, invite you up and take time to show you what
Lots
we do.
of donuts.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love it. All right, Cody, thank you so much.
Thank you so
Do you
much.
want to get a quick picture?
I would, yeah, we'd love a
Yeah,
picture.
let's do it.
Thank you.
More, because we have to get them in, because next week we don't have council and everyone's working, so I want to make sure they get back to work. So, we have Community Development. Community Development Week. I know you guys are so excited. What do you get to do for Community Development Week? Monica? Again, everyone should get a week off. No?
I wish. Good morning. We're up here today for a proclamation. I'm Monica Kirch with Housing and Neighborhood Development. This is part of the HAND team, and this is Community Development Week. The importance of this week is really to bring national attention to the CDBG program. We know as a city how important that program is to us and the projects that we're able to do throughout the city every year because of CDBG. And I'm going to let Roberto read the proclamation. I think this is a great time for other staff to be able to get some exposure
Roberto.
to speaking
All right,
at the dais.
Roberto,
So
come on up.
We're going to bring it to Roberto.
He's so shy. I
Hi,
love
everyone. My name is Roberto Lara. I'm the neighborhood coordinator, and I'm here to read the proclamation for Community Development Week.
All right.
All right. Whereas the week of April 6th through the 10th, 2026, has been designated as the National Community Development Week by the National Community Development Association, NCDA, to celebrate the Community Development Block Grant CDBG program. And whereas the CDBG program has empowered communities to address a wide range of needs, including affordable housing, economic development, public facilities and services for low and moderate income individuals and families. And whereas the City of Reno recognizes the importance of community development and CDBG program in fostering vibrant, inclusive, and resilient neighborhoods. And whereas over the past 5 years, the City of Reno has received over 10.2 million CDBG funds and has funded a variety of activities and projects that have directly benefited our citizens and neighborhoods. And whereas the City of Reno remains committed to leveraging federal resources through the CDBG program to build a more prosperous future for all residents. Now, therefore, I, Roberto Lara, on behalf of Hillary Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby April 6th through the 10th, 2026 National Community Development Week. And for the City of Reno, we celebrate and appreciate many positive impacts of community development on the biggest little city.
All right, fantastic. You made it. I love it. I love it. Roberto, I just want to say thank you for your service. I was fortunate enough to see all of you in action. We had a very, very difficult case. And I think Roberto stayed up for literally 48 hours straight, assembling furniture, doing everything, blankets, things that, seem so minor. You didn't stop. And it was incredible, the dedication you had on that really challenging case. I just wanted to recognize that because I don't think people get to see the work that you guys do behind the scenes, and it's really, really impressive. These block grants are so critical to cities. They come from the federal government, and unfortunately, they're constantly on the chopping block. But they make such a difference in people's lives, and I saw what you did for that woman, and it was heartwarming. It was unbelievable, and she was crying, and it was emotional, and I just was so proud of you guys as a team. It was really remarkable.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Yes, for all the support
Good
as well.
job. Okay, are you guys ready? You want to take a picture?
Yes,
So you
please.
can say, see, I get my week off. There's proof. All right. Okay, here we go. Tuck it in. All right. Thanks, you guys. Thanks so much. All right, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Going
send it
back
back to
to
you.
opening public comment, which is our first item today. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you've stated your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Madam Mayor, our first public commenter today is Ron Trevor, followed by Tom Dunn, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning. My name's Ron Trevor, and I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to speak this morning. I'm a representative of SAVE, which stands for Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort, that works for the Reno Police Department. Today, I've got the recaps from our first quarter of 2026. SAVE currently has 81 active volunteers and another 3 in training. During the first quarter, there was a total of 4,834 hours volunteered by members of SAVE, and that represents a savings of over $149,000 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas that were covered during this time frame: we had 3,617 citizen contacts. We had 2,071 72-hour notices posted on abandoned vehicles, 933 school patrols, 572 handicap violations, 283 metered parking citations, and stolen vehicles, fictitious plates located, there were 18. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for everything you and SAVE does for our community.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Tom Dunn, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by George Eddie Lorton.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, Madam City Manager. For the record, Tom Dunn, Vice President, Reno Firefighters Association, proudly representing the men and women and canines that provide fire safety and EMS delivery to the city of Reno. Early in March, 6 of your firefighters were back in Washington, D.C., lobbying our congressional representatives and staff on firefighter and Northern Nevada issues, including public safety, free speech, occupational health and safety benefits under the Public Safety Officers Benefit Act, funding for the Community Wildfire Protection Plan and the Western Wildfire Support Act, the Nevada Lands Bills, as well as support of C-130Js for the Nevada Air National Guard. Also in March, we held our annual Shamrock Shave. To date, this event has raised just this year over $20,000 and over $505,000 in total for children's cancer research since the inception of the event. We have an 18-person fire academy starting on April 24th, and we want to thank all of you, including city staff and the Civil Service Commission, for all the hard work to make this academy happen this year. On May 10th, Reno firefighters are supporting the Fire ALS Charity Relay. I will get the location of the event to you as soon as it gets to me. But ALS is a huge issue that's near and dear to our heart. We had one of our members, retired Fire Captain Dwayne Dunstone, that passed away from ALS. We also have a fellow member from Douglas County that is currently suffering from ALS as well. Finally, we are here in support of item B9, the workers' comp third-party administrator contract. This was an incredibly collaborative effort between city staff and your employees here at the City of Reno. We want to give our thanks and appreciation once again to Adria and Patty for all their hard work on workers' comp. And you should not only give them a week off, you should probably double their pay and, if possible, clone them, because the work that they are doing on behalf of your employees does not go unnoticed, specifically within the fire department. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn, for the nice remarks.
Terry Brooks, followed by George Eddie Lorton, followed by Diana Hoffman.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to share with you my thoughts on the problem of suicide and what some seniors go through. When seniors get older and older and suffer from poor physical health, or they find themselves in a state of poor mental health, then after going through such pain and suffering, they may finally decide that they no longer want to live, but would rather commit suicide. One major cause of suicide is having gone through depression, which may lead to taking your own life as kind of a self-expression. And if seniors wind up with less social interaction, when it comes to social life, they keep losing traction. When we were kids, we spent time with family and later started a new family of our own. But our new family may have moved away far from us when they were grown. If we don't have relationships like we used to have, then what are we living for? Then what do we have? When we spend a lot of time with others, we find a lot of things to do. But if we're retired and live alone, then what will we do? If we spend a lot of time with others and listen to things they say, that makes us stop and think of things we want to say. When we interact with others, we find ways of exploring, but if we just spend time by ourselves, that could be a bit boring. The older some seniors find themselves, the more family and friends they have lost. So thinking about suicide might be another bridge to be crossed. If they don't have any family or friends, then they might be willing to prepare the taking of their own life, believing that no one would care. But instead of crossing that bridge and wanting your life to be done, you might consider getting to know other people and getting to have a lot more fun. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back and having fun with all of you that day. Thank you.
Thank you.
George Eddie Lorton, followed by Diana Hoffman, followed by Brianna Roderer.
Hi, for the record, my name's George Eddie Lorton, and I'd like to discuss the parade, hopefully, item C2. And I want to thank staff and Ms. Bryant. I appreciate the meeting last week. That was very nice, so I appreciate that. And other support from council members I've talked to, and thanks Devin and others very much. I appreciate all of you. So I hope today that we can get past the, first off, some may claim that there's not the money, but everybody else can give except those running like Megan and Devin and Kathleen, because it's against the rules to give discretionary funds while they're running, but the others can. But also we have an event fund that money could be taken as well. So one way or another, we can have the parade. There's a plan B, but I'm hoping plan A comes through because I think the city should be involved in this. I mean, it's a great thing for our community, the 250th anniversary of our country in our state, in our community. So I think we can do a really inclusive parade that will add to the other events downtown. Some of them don't want it because they have events, but I think it'll add to their events. We'll have a lot going on that day. We could wrap it up early so people can barbecue with their families. But I'd really love to see this thing happen. I think our city really needs it. Kind of we're at a low lately, so it'll just lift everybody up. And I mean, it comes every 250 years. It's a one-time thing. I hope we can do this, and it'll be great for the city. It gives people that don't have a lot of money cheap entertainment, you know, so they can come to the parade, enjoy the parade, gives people something to do. So I really hope you'll consider voting for this, and I appreciate it very much. Thanks for your consideration. Have a good day. Thanks.
Thank you.
Diana Hoffman on behalf of Music with Confidence, followed by Brianna Roderer, followed by Kelly Autry.
Good morning. My name is Diana Hoffman, and I'm president of Music with Confidence. We help autistic and emotionally challenged and specially gifted children through the performing arts. I brought with me my service dog, who also acts as a therapy dog to help with the children, and her name is Harper. If you don't mind, I'd like to present her to the city council members. Harper, say hello. Hi, Harper. Yes, it's
Hello.
yeah, no, all right.
Excited.
So I'm here to support the 250th anniversary parade. Now, why are we in support? Our kids, a couple of years ago, were in the Sparks Hometown Christmas Parade, and they had a wonderful time, and they learned so much. We need to make sure that our children understand the history of the United States and understand that they can be part of it and be part of the patriotism that is so critically important for our country to remain united. Regardless of differences, we are still the United States of America. This parade on July 4th will instill in our children that sense of pride and that sense that we all belong together, regardless of race, religion, or any type of creed or ethnic understanding. And dogs love the parade too. So also, you will see in front of you our wonderful show that is called The Girl Who Spoke with Animals, and that is April 22nd through 25th. We have 20 children who will be performing. You will not know whether or not they are autistic, emotionally challenged, or especially gifted. You'll have to come and guess for yourself. So we certainly welcome the City Council, and we pray that you will support this 250th parade. Thank you very much for your attention, and it's great to see you.
Thank you.
Harper's happy to go, too.
Brianna Roderer, followed by Kelly Autry, followed by Nika Allen.
There you go. Good morning, council members. My name is Brianna Roder. We are social work students. I'm here today to urge the council to amend, make changes in Washoe County at the city level to NRS 201.354, engaging in prostitution or solicitation in our city, and to remove criminal penalties for sex workers and replace them with decriminalization policies. Criminalizing consensual adult sex work doesn't make people safer, it makes them more vulnerable. When sex work is criminalized, it has been reported that 69% of workers are less likely to report violence of exploitation to the police for fear of stigma and being arrested themselves. Decriminalization would help build trust between sex workers and law enforcement, making it easier to identify and stop real instances of trafficking and abuse. Decriminalization is also a public health and economic justice issue. Sex workers have a 45% to 75% chance of experiencing sexual violence on the job. In California, Senate Bill 233, or Safe Harbor Act, was passed to protect sex workers when they report violent crimes or when they come forward as witnesses to violent crimes. This policy ensures and prioritizes the investigation and prosecution of serious felonies over minor nonviolent crimes, such as reporting violence against themselves rather than the act of prostitution. Further encouraging crime reporting and victim cooperation will be beneficial to sex workers as it leaves less hesitation to report. As a city, we say we value safety, equity, and bodily autonomy. That should extend to sex workers as well. I'm asking you to consider policies that decriminalize consensual adult sex work, such as collaborating with the Reno Human Trafficking Unit, which provides training and support to victims that could also give training to other units within Reno, while also considering enacting a bill such as the California Senate Bill 233 or Safe Harbor Act to provide so that sex workers can feel trust when reporting crimes against them. Thank you for your time and considering how we can build a city that protects all of its residents.
Thank you.
I think the manager is going to ask someone to meet with you outside so we can connect with you about what your opportunities might be with our legislators. So they're going to meet with you. Just one moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Autry, followed by Nika Allen, followed by Cameron Kramlich.
For the record, my name is Kelly Autry. Good morning, Madam Mayor and distinguished council members. I am here reference the 4th of July parade. I'm a native of Las Vegas and a retired Army veteran. I was relocated up here during 9/11, fell in love with this area, and never went back to Vegas. Some of you may recognize me, or at least my voice. I used to dispatch for security out here. In that role, I have met and talked with each of you at least once, so I know all of you are proud Renoites, patriotic Americans, and as the public servants, you serve this great city well. I am here to ask that you continue forth with the 4th of July parade during this monumental year. Obviously, as a veteran of the armed forces, I'm excited to celebrate this once-in-a-life milestone for our freedom as our country. Also, while I am proud to say that I am from Las Vegas, I am a very loyal transplanted Renoite. I take living in this biggest little city as a blessing, but also as a serious responsibility. At this time, my Vegas friends are giving me a hard time because they think we're not going to have a parade or celebrate this 250th year. We cannot let Las Vegas outshine us. We cannot. As the biggest little city in the world, I want to include every segment of our extremely diverse community and vibrant city. Several organizations and groups have stepped up to volunteer, including myself, to organize or help plan this parade. We can do this. I strongly feel not having any type of celebration sends a negative message to the rest of our state, as well as the country, about our great community and our awesome city. Reno has too long been in the shadow of Las Vegas, even though we were founded way before them. Let's show everyone how great and diverse the biggest little city really is. We might be little, but we're mighty. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Nika Allen, followed by Cameron Kramlich, followed by Tyler Maynard.
Good morning, Mayor Shivy and council members. My name is Nika Allen, and I'm here today to introduce myself and express my interest in serving on the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority Board. I'm a Reno Tahoe resident and an aviation executive, and I care deeply about the role this airport plays in shaping our region. As someone who lives here and regularly travels through Reno, I know the role the airport plays in our community. This is a pivotal moment for RNO. Our airport is about to undergo the most significant transformation in its history. With new concourses and the Ground Transportation Center underway, and a leadership transition following the recent departure of the president and CEO, the decisions being made now will shape how RNO operates, grows, and continues to represent Northern Nevada. I've spent the past 10 years as an airport executive working through exactly these types of moments, serving in leadership roles at medium hub commercial airports, including as director of aviation and now leading private sector airport management and advisory work across some of the busiest airports in the country. That work gives me visibility into what's working across airports globally and how to bring those insights to a market like Reno. I've led complex capital programs through major change, ensuring growth is implemented strategically without compromising operations or the guest experience, and managing impacts thoughtfully in partnership with the community. I'm committed to helping RNO get this right. Because airports are more than just infrastructure, they are the first hello and the last goodbye. How someone experiences an airport often becomes how they interpret a city. RNO plays a critical role in supporting tourism, economic development, and the identity of the communities it serves. That experience is shaped by everything, from the food and retail to the hospitality people feel when they arrive, and by the interactions they have with the people who work in the airport every day. My favorite moments in airports aren't just operational, they're human. Watching families reunite after time apart, or saying goodbye with hugs and tears. Those moments are what make airports so special. Reno is at an exciting point in its evolution, and RNO has an opportunity to reflect that through thoughtful design, strong operations, and a commitment to excellence in both the guest and employee experience. I understand the role of this board, the importance of selecting the right leadership, and guiding RNO through its next phase. And I would bring a thoughtful, engaged approach that ensures you all have visibility into key developments and that your constituents' perspectives are heard. I am personally invested in this region, and I would be honored to help guide RNO through this defining moment. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Cameron Cramlich, followed by Tyler Maynard, followed by Lisa Willett.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy and council members. I am Cameron Cramlich. I'm also a candidate for the ITAA board. I serve on the Verdite Cab and have spent 20 years commuting between Reno and the Bay Area, so I know the airport super well. I think that More RNO project is one of the most exciting civic infrastructure opportunities in our area for generations, and this is a really unique time where we as a community can come together to boost our economy, build systems that can improve the quality of life and our in all sorts of great things that can create jobs and tax revenue. And so please, thank you for your consideration and look forward to creating value. Thank you.
Tyler Maynard, followed by Lisa Willett, followed by Samuel White.
Hi, my name is Tyler Maynard, and I'm here to talk about the two agenda items that would place mobile surveillance cameras along the Truckee River. This is yet another example of the city of Reno jumping headfirst into mass surveillance under the guise of community safety. I'm sure we've all seen the flock cameras popping up everywhere throughout Midtown and downtown these past years. These cameras are not only highly invasive to public privacy, but also have been known to give their data to federal agencies, including Border Patrol, and other national or sometimes third-party databases. I know for me personally and many other people in my life, the river is a spot that provides a break from the surveillance that the city has only been further participating in. Our community would be losing yet another public space that should be for any and everyone in the name of safety or community care. This grant money would be far better spent on better recycling infrastructure, cheaper waste disposal services, or better public education and transparency on waste removal and its impact on our river.
Thank you.
Lisa Willett, followed by Samuel White, followed by Lynn Giuseppe.
Hi, Lisa Willett, and I'm here to speak about the 4th of July Parade. Very excited about this opportunity. I did some research, and I hope I'm wrong on this. I hope ChatGPT is wrong on this. I asked, when was the last time we had a 4th of July Parade in Reno? It said it's been decades. The last time we had it was in the 60s, and that was because the Reno Rodeo took place during July, and so they kicked it off with a 4th of July Parade. It's never been brought back since. This specific year, the 250th birthday of our country specifically needs to be celebrated. I think it will bring everybody together. There's a lot of divisiveness in our country, even within our city, and I think this could be a celebration like no other. Decades ago, Reno had this tradition tied to the Reno Rodeo. When the rodeo moved, the parade disappeared. It's never been replaced. Today, thousands of Northern Nevadans actually leave Reno on the 4th to attend parades in places like Virginia City. That's leaving foot traffic, visibility, and economic activity out of our city and into others. This is an opportunity to bring that back, bigger, better, and built for how Reno operates today. We already have the pieces. We have strong media platforms. We have engaged businesses. We have a community that shows up when given something to be a part of. It will restore a missing tradition. It will help local businesses bring in, like I said, lots of traffic, which they need. Downtown needs support desperately. It drives real economic impact, brings people downtown, not just for the fireworks, but for other aspects as well. Increased spending at restaurants. We have a lot of new restaurants that just opened. I would love to kick off the summer and kick off Hot August Nights, which will be in August, with this celebration. I would like to restore this lost tradition build community participation, drive economic activity. I will help with creating sponsorships and media platforms, and strengthen civic identity. I thank you for your time, and I hope you'll see the need for this event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Samuel White, followed by Lynn Giuseppe, followed by Christian Brown.
Hello, my name is Samuel White. I am a congressional candidate for CD2 of Northern Nevada. I'm here today to oppose the approval and spending of $60,000 to place surveillance cameras along the Truckee River. The city of Reno has recently been listed as a defendant in a federal lawsuit in which AI facial recognition was used to falsely identify and accuse community members. An RPD officer has been quoted saying that he has arrested potentially hundreds of people based solely on AI facial recognition. So my question is, why is this city willing to double down on these efforts of mass surveillance with a federal lawsuit regarding this very technology looming overhead? And there seems to me to be an alarming consistency of this city and the state to capitulate to AI companies and awarding expensive contracts while cutting community-based programs. Worse, the building of this surveillance system in our parks also seems to me to be no more than a guise to further displace and criminalize the unhoused population, using ecological funds that are meant for reclamation to play a whack-a-mole game with their lives, and hoping that the disenfranchised and unhoused will simply go away. We should instead be looking to the real contributors to the pollution of our waters. Companies and corporations such as CEMEX that has been fined by the EPA for dumping 13 million gallons of wastewater and monitoring water quality at hotspots such as the Pacific Union Rail Corridor and our waste management facility that was built less than a block away from the river. I would urge this body to oppose this mass surveillance deal and use the funds to instead better our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lynn Gillespie, followed by Christian Brown, followed by Daniel Bolton.
Thank you for letting me speak to you today. My name is Lynn Gillespie, and we're here to ask the city of Reno to support the 4th of July parade for America's 250th anniversary, because this is not just another annual event. This is a historic milestone. A 250th anniversary only comes once in a lifetime, and Reno has the chance to mark it in a way that brings the whole community together. And Boston could ride in my float. Reno has, and other dogs too. I never thought of that, but it would be a chance for people to really have fun with their pets. Reno has the chance, to market in a way. A city-supported parade could create a positive, family-friendly celebration that reflects the best of Reno. It would give residents something to gather around with pride. It would honor veterans, active duty military, first responders, and the generations of Americans who helped preserve the freedoms we celebrate on Independence Day. It would also benefit the local economy. Events like this bring people into the city, increase foot traffic, help local restaurants, shops, and small businesses. Families come from downtown, they eat, they shop, they stay. That makes this not only a cultural investment, but an economic one as well. And this parade would strengthen civic pride. It would give schools, youth groups, bands, nonprofit community organizations a chance to participate in something bigger than themselves. And it would also give the artistic community we have, which is great, a chance to display their talent with design, They could work on beautiful floats. And most of all, it would just be great for our tiny citizens to learn about the history of America, and they would have great fun with it. Thank you.
Christian Brown, followed by Daniel Bolton, followed by Jax Hart.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Christian D. Brown, and I'm here again to speak against the state of mass surveillance upon us. From flock to listening devices to now these cameras getting installed on the river, the combination of all these systems with AI involved is really feeling like it's sending us into a dystopian nightmare. Can we just stop spying on people? You know, there's a ton of money going into these things that I can't help but would have a greater impact if the money was properly invested into community groups or community cleanup, or instead of focusing on construction and data centers that tend to have a pretty terrible, you know, impact on our environment, a lot more than the unhoused population. This kind of feels dishonest, especially when there have already been false arrests being made with AI all over the country, but also here as well. And RPD is already using AI facial scans to make arrests. This kind of feels like a continued attack against the unhoused population to rule by fear instead of by action. I'm also worried about who has access to these cameras. We know that multiple government agencies have all kinds of access to these flock systems. We know that Palantir is completely connected and works well with flock. We know that, you know, it's also been proven that a lot of these devices are easily hackable by just about anyone who knows how to do it. And so it's not just RPD watching this stuff. I don't think this is what the Truckee River Fund should be used for. I would much prefer that money to go to grants or for river cleanup groups or other community projects instead of continuing to build mass surveillance stuff. Thanks for your time, guys. Hope you guys have a good day. Thanks.
Thank you.
Daniel Bolton, followed by Jax Hart, followed by Mark Groden.
My name is Daniel Bolton. I currently do not have an address.
Hi, Daniel.
I came to Reno to create solutions to remedy the causes of this city's decline over the past 26 years and to restore it to the great and vibrant wonder that it used to be. My grandfathers were very prominent men of business in the city. My maternal grandfather was Joe Sims. He owned the Continental Lounge in the city for 30 years.
Wow.
He owned all the airspace, cellular airspace from here to Carson City.
Wow.
And he started a medical supply company that went global within a year in this city. My paternal grandfather was Rocky Kenny, also known as Stardust. He is the one who created the Stardust Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas.
Wow.
We named the street after him in the city.
Wow.
He brought the Blarney Stone and put it on the cornerstone of the Fitzgeralds. And he was also instrumental in forming the Harris Corporation. That's my legacy. That's my heritage. It's what I came here for. My problem is that I've been prevented from all my success and constantly sabotaged by a powerful and cowardly enemy and his family and others in his employ. His name is Carl Hall. He's the city attorney. The Reno Police Department, Allied Security, and others who have been placed as undercover operatives in my life over the past 9 years. Their motive, the line bike contract versus my bicycle shop that I was going to put at the 3rd Street Flats location. That happened during the time of the negotiations for that contract. My solutions are for the relentless and ruthless and cruel harassment and attacks to stop. A proactive order, a protective order, and agreement from the city of Reno, fair and equal compensation for my losses over the course of the last 9 years, and then I will be capable of implementing and developing my business and advocacy workflows to rebuild and revive this city for the people and the community that I came here to serve. And yes on the parade, no on the cameras. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nice job.
Jax Hart, followed by Mark Groden, followed by C. McCombs.
Good morning. My name is Jax Hart. I was honestly surprised when I researched the Truckee River Foundation. From supporting watershed health and resilience to funding education and supporting Indigenous-led efforts to clean up the river, the Truckee River Foundation has a rich history of treating the river with the respect and appreciation it deserves. This was surprising to me because this city and your council is usually so reliable at wasting our money in foolish and shady ways. Let's see. There was the $1 million for the Lear Theater renovation that you foolishly fumbled, resulting in none of the renovations taking place. Then you spent that money on Rolling Reno, simply putting up a fence and paywall around the Believe Plaza, a place that people already roller skate for free. What a chaotic and foolish business decision. Then there is your relationship with the police department. The new headquarters went more than $30 million over budget. And despite this, you continue to contract with the same companies that bamboozled us without issue. We raise the budget for the police every year without any evidence that they can pass an audit or even do their job correctly. In 2025, they spent nearly 20 times more on training ammunition than on non-emergency training. De-escalation is a false sales pitch when they only know how to shoot people. The police are a money pit, a wasteful and foolish business partnership where we keep giving money to people who deliver no results. Or how you paid nearly $500,000 for a flock safety system. We have seen no reduction of crime, traffic accidents, or pedestrian fatalities, but instead a massive infringement on our privacy and rights in a country growing more similar to the book 1984 every day. That brings me to the new proposal to install a bunch more cameras along the river to supposedly reduce trash accumulation and decrease the need for repeat cleanups. Stop. Let the foundation continue doing the effective restoration work that it has for years. Prove me wrong and spend our money intelligently. If you really wanted to get trash out of the river, you would move the waste management facility from the riverbank first. Or provide employment to Renoites and hire people to actually clean the river, not just look at a screen and increase fluff and bureaucracy in our system. This initiative is harmful and foolish, wasting money that could be spent on effectively caring for the river on surveillance. This would hurt people who already exist in a world without privacy and is instituting a tool that will eventually be used to control, censor, and imprison all of us in this room who don't obey. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mark Groden, followed by C. McCombs, followed by Kate F.
Hi.
Good morning,
Good
Mayor
morning.
Sheevy and council members.
You look very Easter.
This is
love
my pink
Love
jacket
it.
real estate, right?
Love it.
My name is Mark Grouden. I'd like to speak in support of the Lear Theater today. A little background on me. I was born and raised in Reno. I'm a realtor with Dixon Realty. I'm the current president of the Rotary Club of Reno. And I'm an active member in the music and arts community, currently sitting on the board of the Reno Chamber Orchestra. And as well, I'm one of the directors for the Reno Video Game Symphony, which is a 70-person community orchestra that's been in existence for quite a while. And while I'm a native, I've lived in 7 different states, including New Orleans, obviously not a state, a city, which has one of the most unique cultural and architectural histories in our country that continues to drive love and interest in that city. And while we are not the location of the first opera house in North America, Reno has a wonderful history and preserving and celebrating architectural and cultural history that is represented in a building like the Lear Theater is critical to building a unique and desirable culture that I believe our community deserves. Councilmember Dewar has rightfully pointed out in some previous meetings that the Lear has not been owned by the city of Reno for most of its history, and certainly during a lot of the difficult time that we've been attempting to get it restored. And I think it's wonderful that the city has agreed to take on being the steward of this story. And while details and end functionality of the building are still something we can work out over the next couple of years, I think it is imperative as stewards of this historic building that we at the very least provide the funding to stop the degradation and of the elements on this building, stabilize it and secure it so that the cost of this restoration doesn't go up any further than it already has. As such, I urge this council to utilize some of the RDA funds and any other funds you deem viable to the purpose of securing the future of this building and maintaining a part of Reno's culture. So, thank you.
All right, nice job. Thanks so much.
Nice to see you.
C. McCombs, followed by Kate F., followed by Tyler Hart via Zoom.
Hello, everyone. My name is C, it's just a letter, and then McCombs. I'm a PhD student at UNR, and I study history. And I just want to briefly, the last time I was here, we were talking about the police assassination of Michael Johnson Jr., and I called to your attention the place that he was murdered over the Wells Bridge is a historically segregated area. And I'd like to speak again to African American history and the importance of African American history within the city of Reno and the gaps in knowledge that we have by not addressing and considering African American history in the city of Reno. And the one thing I'm talking about here is agenda item C1 and preservation of the Lear Theater, and I have a couple suggestions on how to do that. And especially, if you don't know, Paul Revere Williams is the architect, famous African American. And this is a significant piece of Reno African American history that we need to preserve. So I'll get through that real quickly, and then I want to speak on agenda item B18. So I want to approve the formation of a focused citizens-based committee, finally creating a centralized hub for Lear-related preservation. I'd also like to establish a fund for depositing donations and grants, allocate some redevelopment agency funds to secure and stabilize the building itself, and commission a feasibility study to access the viable uses and management models for that. And if you need any more clarity on the significance of African American history, we actually you can read a book written by someone in the audience right here, Dr. Alicia Barber, Reno's Biggest Gamble, great book, check it out. Okay, so I want to also speak on agenda item B18. I assume that you're all concerned with dumping in the Truckee River. I believe that we're all concerned with dumping in the Truckee River, and I understand that your solution to that is setting up cameras. But I want to explain to you why that's not a feasible solution. Because the solution is not more cameras. AI facial recognition has already falsely identified one person that we know of. We actually have Officer Richard Jager claims that potentially hundreds of people have been arrested falsely through AI, false AI identification. And this is an issue. This is an issue because of false imprisonment of our community members, but it's also an issue because we do not have the money to keep doing these lawsuits. We all know this. So this is not a solution. I actually suggest that potentially another solution might be putting that money into the stewards that we know created the Truckee River Operating Agreement. That is our Native Americans, the Truckee River, I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
That is the Northern Paiute, Bev and Autumn Harry, that run River Justice. And they would be a great resource to put this money into if you're looking to preserve and end dumping in the Truckee River. They run a program called River Justice. It's very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, C.
Kate F., followed by Tyler Hart via Zoom, followed by Ilya Arbitman.
Hello, for the record, I'm Kate. I work in behavior sciences. I'm also a psychology and sociology student, so hidden motivations is a special interest of mine. So from my understanding, we would like to install cameras along the Truckee River as a proactive effort to prevent dumping. I would just like to point out the cement company that was dumping 13 million gallons of wastewater a day. Waste Management gets to have a dump on the river, and there's several private developments along the river that are dumping far, far more pollutants than single individuals. This is not to say that that's not an issue, but the Truckee River Foundation has been used in great proactive ways, such as paying for river stewards to help take care of the river, and also proper waste management, educational strategies, and resources. But for some reason, they've awarded you all $60,000 to put cameras along the river instead. Like I said, I'd like to understand more hidden motivations behind this, maybe because the police is too busy using their money to pay for the paid leaves of 5 executive officers and $2 million to the undersheriff, that they can't afford to install their own cameras for their FUSIS system for these huge AI contracts, and the data goes where? Who knows? So the city wants to use money that's supposed to go to protecting the water to instead criminalize people that they refuse to house while they're in a federal lawsuit for a wrongful arrest using facial recognition technology. They want to do it more. I got a minute. Okay. Let's say it again. The money that's supposed to go to protecting the water is instead being used to criminalize people they refuse to house while they're in a federal lawsuit for wrongful arrest using facial recognition technology. Let's do it again. The money that's supposed to be going to protect the water is being used to criminalize people that they refuse to house while they're in a federal lawsuit for wrongful arrest using facial recognition technology. They would like to do it more. You want to watch us along the river. We can also watch you. I have 23 seconds. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it again. This money that's meant to protect the water is instead being used to criminalize people that they refuse to house while they're in a federal lawsuit for wrongful arrest using facial recognition technology. They would like to do it more.
Tyler Hart via Zoom, followed by Ilya Arbitman, followed by Sam Ringer.
Hi, can you hear me?
You there?
Hello?
Go ahead.
My name is Tyler Hart, and I've lived in Reno my whole life. This may sound odd, but I'm wondering if any of you are Rayleigh's shoppers. Anyone? At Rayleigh's on Keystone, I keep seeing something odd. It's busy, people are driving everywhere, the parking lot is jammed, but there's always open parking spaces in one particular area, right next to a big contraption with a solar panel, LED lights, and cameras. No matter how busy the parking lot is, nobody wants to go near that camera trailer. I'm here about B18 and B19, obviously. It looks like you're deciding whether to accept free money. But under B19, this program will actually cost the city $63,000, $63,995. Only about a third will come from grant funds. How does it make fiscal sense to accept a grant but end up spending money, especially with an already stressed general fund? You might be thinking, sure, but this program will save the city money overall because it'll reduce how much cleanup there is. But it won't. It's clear that the main worry here is people living by the river. If they won't go near the cameras and lights, they won't dump trash right there. Okay. But here's the thing, they don't have trash service. Where do you think the trash will go? Do you think they're going to walk their broken tent to the dump on foot? Under this program, the trash will just go to a different part of the river. Do you understand what I'm saying? Trash might not end up right next to the cameras. It'll just find its way into the river elsewhere. What is the long-term plan here? Is it to set up cameras and lights to light up the entire river all night? So the city's going to be spending money and it'll just be shuffling trash around the river, not preventing, not cleaning anything. But let's go back to Rayleigh's. If clean and safe was effective as you say, it's because being near these camera trailers is so horribly unpleasant. And now you're going to install multiple of these trailers at high traffic areas along the river? It's an interesting choice to ruin everyone's experience along the river and at parks all summer long, and then some. Read the other comments. We don't want this. Not to mention that last year the city spent a bunch of money to install wildlife-friendly lights along the river path. Are we just going to ruin that work? You want to talk about solutions to trash on the river downtown? Consider this. If the city wants to spend money from the general fund on trash initiatives, How many 30-yard dumpsters could we get for $64,000? That would actually provide a spot for everyone to dispose of their trash and actually remove trash from the river and its banks. This is not a free program. This will cost us all. We don't want this. Please reconsider this foolish proposal. Just get dumpsters. Just get dumpsters. Like, seriously. It's not that complicated.
Ilya Arbitman, followed by Sam Ringer, followed by Bradley Carlson.
Ilya Arberman for the record. Also here to speak on item B18, the use of grant funds meant for parks to increase state surveillance in our public spaces that everyone is meant to enjoy. I really appreciate Tyler's comment before me. I would like to speak to this from a budgetary perspective because I do think this council keeps making decisions without actually looking at any numbers. In the staff report for B18, right, there's some very vague statements justifying the use of cameras, right? They claim that in places where cameras have been installed, like on Commercial Row and down on Galletti, the quantity of cleanups has gone down, right? But there's no numbers there. There's no indication that the city's actually saving money. What they're saying is rather than doing occasional big cleanups, we're doing lots of little cleanups because the camera's showing us things, right? I have no confidence that that actually means we're spending less money cleaning it up, right? Because the big cleanups are expensive, but I don't know that they're actually more or less expensive than sending cops or rangers there every single day. I think we all know the city is in a budgetary crisis, and a lot of outreach services have recently been cut. Housing and neighborhood development, I don't even know if that department will continue existing. It seems kind of unclear at this point, even though that is probably one of the few things that the city does that actually helps people. I've been involved with helping people get housed through that department. If we're cutting that kind of stuff and putting cameras on the river, it does send kind of a clear message. But at the end of the day, it also just speaks to the fact that this body does not really make sound financial decisions. I'm really not seeing any numbers in the staff report that prove that, yes, cameras are a good idea, right? I'm seeing kind of just general statements about fewer cleanups or maybe more frequent but smaller cleanups. So I would encourage the council to tell staff, hey, why don't you come back with a better report that actually shows us that cameras are working? I mean, I'm not, what Tyler said before is true. Yeah, people don't like cameras, but does that mean that we're going to see cameras at Barbara Bennett Park, at Pickett Park? I mean, if the solution, right, to getting people we don't like seeing because they're dirty and smelly, right, out of our parks, if the solution is to install cameras in all the parks, nobody's going to want to hang out there, right? The goal is to make these places nicer for everybody to enjoy. That includes people that, you might not be friends with, but you have to share public space with them. That's how it works. And the best way to improve the city and those public spaces is to make it more livable for everybody, which maybe means getting people housed and getting them a place where they can take a shower and clean their clothes, right? So when they come hang out in the park, they're more amenable to people with certain tastes on the council. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ilya. Are you still on the NAB?
I'm not on the NAB, and I haven't been coming to these meetings because honestly, I feel like it's been very disillusioning to try and fail.
Okay.
We're more involved in doing actually like kind of proactive things to help the city rather than wasting our time up here.
Well, I appreciate you always reaching out. Thank you.
Sam Ringer, followed by Bradley Carlson, followed by Jordan Stone.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Sam Ringer, and I'm a licensed mental health therapist, and I'm here to talk about the proposed funding for surveillance cameras along the Truckee River. The Truckee River Fund has funded legitimate projects to protect the river, such as educational, indigenous, and community-led cleanups, as you've heard from lots of people, habitat restoration, scientific data collection efforts. And I'm sure you're aware of the immense benefits of people connecting with nature on their mental health and wellness and community wellness as a whole. So reallocating money for surveillance is directly taking away funds that would be much more productive and proactive for community wellness. As you've heard, the River Stewards Program has employed and worked together with the very unhoused communities that the surveillance program would target. and also the immensely successful Indigenous-led river justice cleanups need to be prioritized as real solutions to your concerns about trash accumulations. Littering will not be stopped by these cameras, and the people who need these areas to survive will only be further displaced and will no longer have the ability or the incentive to keep the areas clean themselves. This is a clear effort to cleanse the area of undesirable people, not trash or pollution. So I instead implore you to prioritize community wellness. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Bradley Carlson, followed by Jordan Stone, followed by Anna Gapasis via Zoom.
Bradley Carlson, for the record. Madam Mayor, City Council. I'll be talking to you a little bit later on item C1, Lear, but right now I wanted to take this moment. I'm, among many things, involved with the community here. I'm currently president of the Astronomical Society of Nevada. We were founded here in Reno in 1934. I've been active ever since.
Wow.
My vice president is going to be speaking next on another item, but I wanted to mention that this week of April, month of April, April 13th to 20th is International Dark Sky Week, which was established by Dark Skies International. International Dark Sky Week is founded in 2003, and it runs from April 13th to 20th to encourage people worldwide to reduce light pollution, appreciate the night sky, and protect nocturnal ecosystems. So during this week worldwide, there are events and educational outreach events scheduled. The Astronomical Society of Nevada, we have some events as well scheduled. We work on a number of outreach events with Friends of Nevada Wilderness and Nevada Department of Outdoor Recreation. Friends of Nevada Wilderness will be at Earth Day on when is that, the 18th? So we will be supporting them there. But I really wanted to mention too that Astronomy Day is another international event on April 25th, and we are co-sponsoring an event with the Fleischmann Planetarium all day that day. From Paul McFarland is going to be showing films there from about 10 in the morning. We'll be sitting up there about 11 o'clock. We'll have solar viewing, and then on into the evening, weather permitting, we'll be setting up telescopes.
What day is that?
That's Saturday, the 25th of April.
Okay.
Yeah, so
What
we'll be
time?
there all day. It's also a free museum day. So Paul's warned us to expect about 300 more people to be coming through the planetarium.
That's great.
So
Free museum day.
For UNR, the UNR museums are, I think, are free that day.
Yeah,
So
free.
parking's free on the weekend.
Good. Good.
So we'll be up there supporting that. And we also, Astronomical Society of Nevada, we've had a major donation made to our organization. A gentleman in Red Bluff that builds mobile observatories over the last 2 decades has donated one to us. So we'll be introducing that to the public and making it available for public outreach. So we're looking for programs to do that. And a big part of what we do is public outreach.
That's
thank
great.
you.
Thank you so much. That's very cool.
Jordan Stone, followed by Nicole Anagapasis via Zoom, followed by Jake Maynard via Zoom.
Hi, Jordan.
Hello, Council. Thank you, Brad, for mentioning I'm the Vice President of the Astronomical Society. That's actually not why I'm here to talk to you today. First of all, let's give it up for Council and the Mayor, everybody. You guys are great actors. You guys are so wonderful at acting like you care about the city and the people who occupy it here. I'm here to talk to you today about the cameras. I don't have a prepared statement, so bear with me. The proposal is to help curb illegal dumping. We know that the illegal dumping, or the problems of dumping, are coming from Waste Management and other companies located along the river. It's not coming from people who have nowhere to live. Cameras are not going to curb any of that. You guys, I've been watching you guys up here as everybody's making comments. You've already made a decision in your heads. You already know you're accepting that $60,000, and you're going to cost the city another $63,000, I believe it was mentioned. For what? To surveil people who are residing along the river, who have nowhere else to go, who their only place of peace is along the river, which is not being polluted by them. It's being polluted by the other companies that are along the river that they have no control over. I would urge you to reconsider the decisions that I can see you've already made, but I'm here to urge you to reconsider anyway. Don't spend this money on cameras. Put the money towards river justice, towards people like Autumn and Beverly Harry, who do the work of making sure that the river and the waterways around here are clean. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nicole Anagapasis via Zoom, followed by Jake Maynard via Zoom, followed by Sierra Keys.
Hello there. My name is Nicole Anagapasis, and I'm speaking out against the camera system along our river. As my friends kind of spoke about before, I have personally no faith in council to do the right thing and listen to their constituents here, so I didn't bother walking to the bar to get my car to drive it over to see you in person. So here I am via Zoom again. From a fiscal responsibility perspective, City Council should reject the use of the funding for the surveillance along the Truckee River. These AI cameras have a history not only locally but nationally as misidentifying individuals that are so-called suspected of crimes. As the abuse of these systems continues, a federal lawsuit against the city is already underway and could potentially cost taxpayers devastating sums if the victim of these faulty practices wins his case, which he absolutely should, by the way. If council directs this funding towards mass surveillance initiatives under the guise of protecting the river, it is either woefully misinformed about the impact of artificial intelligence on our planet's most important and vulnerable resource, or it's intentionally misleading the public about what the real practical consequences of these cameras are. Neither of these options is acceptable to me. The people of Reno want to keep the river healthy, and organized efforts to ensure that is taking place is happening on many levels. The city has an opportunity to invest in river stewardships, scientific data collection, and habitat restoration projects that could significantly impact the well-being of the Truckee River. Mass surveillance under the fallacious pretext of stewardship or care is a slap in the face to the individuals and the communities who have worked tirelessly to care for the river. These systems and these technologies are not neutral. They are inherently destructive and exploitative, and propping them up as anything other than that is deeply insulting to the intelligence of our community. I'd say have a nice day, but whatever.
Jake Maynard via Zoom, followed by Sierra Keys, followed by Nathaniel Phillips.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Jake.
Hi. I'm not able to make it there in person today. I'm currently working, and I'm actually an outreach worker. And every single week, on multiple times a week, I visit every single location that is listed as a hotspot for these proposed cameras. I echo what the other community members have said on this. I'd also actually like to share some of the things that I've heard in my conversations directly with the people who actually live and exist every day within these locations. I also want to mention that as an outreach worker, someone who cares deeply about these people, and also someone who cares deeply about the river, these cameras will disrupt my work and my efforts, as well as many of my other comrades in mutual aid, coworkers, even city workers in doing their work and trying to proactively help people out of these situations, and or working directly with these people to maintain cleanliness, to improve the health of the river, and to improve the quality of life for everyone living in the city. So overwhelmingly through my conversations with these people, the top three largest concerns that these individuals have are the harassment, theft, and criminalization from usually the rangers, but also the police. Number two is the lack of help in getting out of their situation, specifically housing and the lack of availability for that. And three Another in the top 3 concerns that they have is the trash situation and genuine concern for the river and the area around it. So, believe it or not, the people who live there and spend the majority of their time in these locations don't actually want to live where there's trash, where there's blight, where there is pollution. And they've actually been pushed into these areas through targeted enforcement and whack-a-mole policies from the city that have brought them and essentially trapped them in these locations. And I don't know, and these locations are industrially polluted locations, literally next to the dump. These are locations under freeway overpasses, next to places where trash naturally accumulates. Also to mention, at 2 of these locations, the majority of the people who exist here are actually indigenous to these lands. And they have been the stewards for these lands for millennia. And they are deeply concerned with the health and the water quality of the river. And to my understanding, the current plan with this grant is to displace the very stewards of these lands using mass surveillance and quote-unquote targeted enforcement at the expense of funds that in the past have gone directly to indigenous-led cleanups in the past, like River Justice. There are other solutions that will actually do something. I believe this.
Thank you, Jake.
We believe this. You've put us in a place where we're in the unique place to both advocate for the river and against the continued criminalization. Please, for the sake of the river and the community, reconsider this grant funding and let us work together to help protect the river. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jake.
Sierra Keys, followed by Nathaniel Phillips.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Sierra Keys. I am a Reno resident, and what appeals to me most about this city is my access to the Truckee River. Although the construction on the Arlington Bridge has cut the city in half and limited my access, I still find ways to find my way to the river. I come here to speak in opposition to the proposed spending, as my understanding, of $60,000 to implement AI-powered surveillance cameras. AI facial recognition is inherently flawed, and as of April 2nd, 2026, the Reno Police Department has not implemented a policy on facial recognition software or required officers to be trained, and that match in and of itself is enough to create probable cause. And a match in and of itself is not enough to create a probable cause, states in Killinger's lawsuit. Jason Killinger was arrested, as you may or may not be aware, by Officer Richard Yeager, who is quoted to have had arrested about hundreds of persons based solely on AI facial recognition. Not having probable cause to make an arrest is considered a violation of our constitutional rights. The quick, haphazard building of massive AI data centers in the Reno area have made Reno the hottest city in the nation. We are literally heating up faster than Phoenix. Yes, on paper, the building of data centers looks like growth, but in reality, this is just a modern variation of the 2008 housing crisis, and the bubble will burst, and we will be left with the depleted low-flow Truckee River and mass pollution on our most vulnerable communities. If we're worried about dumping on the Truckee River, supporting polluters like AI is counterintuitive. An earlier public comment mentioned the work and resources put into creating safe lights for our nocturnal creatures along the river, and the Astronomical Society, who just came forward encouraging dark nights. More lights and cameras on the river will only hinder these efforts. There are polluters on the river, and they are not the unhoused. They are waste management, which is located on the Truckee River, and massive corporations. Reno has a lot of potential. The city is vibrant, and we could use that money to bring businesses back into our downtown area, which is very empty, and we could provide a parade for our 250 years of this country. I found myself in love with Reno, my access to world-class theater, our new art museum, congratulations, Idlewild Park, the drivability, honestly, the fastest airport in the West, and I just don't want us to become another surveillance city. Thank you.
Nice job, Sarah.
Nathaniel Phillips.
Good afternoon, Council, Madam Mayor. My name is Nathaniel Phillips. For the record, I live in between Midtown and downtown. I've spoken to the council before. I try and spare you in-person visits. I'm also from Las Vegas, and I'll just say I would hate to vote down the 4th of July parade. So, although I don't give a DAMN about the 4th of July, why not? Why not do it? I want to support and commend, why not support the parade? I'm here to support and commend the speakers who were before me. And let's talk about the river because, like the speakers before me, I fell in love with Reno as well, although I grew up and was raised in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Right, and I move here now, and they ask me why. Why do I still live here? The river is one of those reasons. I've lived on the river at the Mod 2 building, literally across from the river. I run the river almost daily. I have also lived, I don't know whose ward, but over on Robb Drive where Mayberry Park is. And the first time I ran from Mayberry Park downtown to Idlewild, I could see why people move to Reno and never look back. But then we also see, we see the promise of the city, but we also see the incredible challenges, and y'all see that even more intimately. Well, not so, because my colleagues work on the river, actually. So really quickly, please support the Lear Theater. Yes, Macon, a community body that is empowered to steward it. It is, as Dr. Barber said, the crown jewel of the Truckee River, and I wholeheartedly support it being a flourishing and vibrant community center that explicitly acknowledges and celebrates Black history as well. I don't have to say much about the cameras on the river that others haven't said, so maybe I'll try and make really concrete, specific points. I think one thing that threw advocates like me for a loop is a few months ago when the Good Neighbors Warming Center presented on the resounding success on the initiative, and Councilperson Reese, in response, mentioned how the city has moved away from homelessness, from providing services, yada, yada, yada. But the lie, or the opposite in that statement, is that this is how the city enforces criminalization against unhoused people in two ways: mass surveillance, and by fawning and salivating at the mouth every time you have the opportunity to give more money or lavish more praise upon Reno police. Certainly you, Madam Mayor. And I support the calls for independent oversight, and that's not an exaggeration, Madam Mayor. There's hours and hours from you sitting there on this dais, lavishing praise on RPD. The city manager did not take the time to call Michael Johnson's family after RPT murdered him on the street like a dog. You might find the time to do that while we establish independent oversight of this body on your way out.
Thanks, Nathaniel.
Matt Bueller.
Thank you. Hi, Matt.
Hi. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm here to support Mr. Eddie Lorton's idea for a 4th of July 250th birthday celebration for our country. As a veteran and patriot, I think it's only appropriate that we all celebrate that we're Americans, we're all very similar, and even though we have our differences, that we can come together and celebrate a great country and the people that actually helped form it and keep us free. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment registered at this time. For the record, we did receive correspondence that was general in nature and received prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. There were 6 comments, and those have been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I am going to do item A4, approval of the agenda, unless, City Manager Bryant, do you have any housekeeping notes on the agenda?
Yes,
before we
thank you.
approve?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Based on your preference to typically do items in accordance with the people that are in the audience, I would recommend that we, after doing consent, we do items C1, C2, and D1 so that we can move out the audience members.
C1,
C2, D dog 1.
C1, C2.
Dog 1. Question for the body. We have opened and concluded public comment on RDA. Item C1 will not be heard. Do you want to go ahead and move through the RDA and close it before you go back to the body of City Council? We can do that as well if you want to clean that up.
Madam Manager, my suggestion is that we approve the agendas for both and the minutes for both in the order that they're presented in this meeting, which will require then we have only one other item, which I think is the comments during RDA, which would be heard
That makes
concurrently with
sense to me.
H1 on our agenda.
If that works for the body?
Yeah.
So those are the recommended orders, and of course, you could always change that.
Yes. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, are you? Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Do you have an updated agenda then?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm all set.
Okay.
Okay, Madam
Thank you
Mayor,
so much.
as to the main agenda item A4, I'll move for approval.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
On the RDA board, I'll move for the same approval of the agenda as posted.
Thank you. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right.
Madam Mayor, on item A5 on the main agenda, A51, I'll move for the approval of the March 11th, 2026 minutes.
All right. Second. Any corrections? I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, as to the RDA item, also with the approval of the minutes from the March 11th meeting, so moved.
I have a motion? Second. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
You want to do D1, RDA board comments?
Okay.
I figured we'd get there when we do our
Oh,
H1.
got it.
No?
Never mind.
Is it, Madam Clerk?
I mean, if we can just close that meeting out altogether, that would be the preferred method, but it's up to the body.
Right.
So D1 on the RDA agenda, Madam Mayor?
Yep. So I have a motion?
Well, no, I just.
Are there any announcements for the Reno Redevelopment Agency Board?
No comments, Madam Mayor.
None.
Okay, and we do not have any public comment registered for the Redevelopment Agency Board at this time, so we are just looking for a motion to adjourn at 11:57.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
All right, back to our
Madam Clerk.
regular agenda for the consent agenda polls.
All right, I'm going to ask council, I see a green light on over there. Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, I wanted to see if we could pull B18.
B18?
Yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Taylor. Councilman Reese? Councilwoman?
Just a comment, we don't have to pull it if I may.
Okay, go right ahead.
B9. I just want to also give a shout out, this is about the workers' comp, and for both you and I, Madam Mayor, we've been here a long time, and we've really focused on ensuring that our employees get adequate representation in pushing their cases for workers' comp. And in doing so, we left our original vendor who seemed to deny all claims. We went to a second vendor who did a much better job, much fairer job. And now it sounds like we've even done better. I know we're going to save some money with this contract as well. So I just wanted to make a note about that and thank our staff for their good work on this.
All right.
Thank you.
Definitely.
And then I also was going to ask for B18 just because there's been so much public comment, so.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Go ahead.
Hi. I was also going to pull B18, but I'd also like to pull B19.
B19, okay.
Madam Mayor, before we go into a motion, we do have a public commenter on the consent agenda.
Okay, perfect.
Tom Dunn.
All right, Mr. Dunn, come on up.
Just here to support B9.
Okay.
Currently.
That's
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, that's it.
That's
that
your
was all on the,
comment.
that was all on the
Okay.
consent agenda.
All right.
You know, you were out of the room, but I said, you were talking about giving people a week off. And what I said was for specifically Adrian Patty, they have done an incredible job of improving the workers' comp system for the city of Reno. The employees in the fire department greatly appreciate it. And they did a great job on this whole process of trying to find our next third-party administrator for the workers' comp process. And what I said was you should give them a week off. You should double their pay. And if we possibly could, clone them because of the great job that they're doing. Thank you.
I'm glad you recognize that. I want to say thank you because, as you know, it was painful for a very, very long time. And, you know, some of those claims just, I mean, don't get me started, but just to
Well-
deny some claims that clearly were problematic for people, it's between life and death, so.
I
Yeah,
just-
I won't name the previous provider, but as a work comp representative for your employees in the fire department, every single one of our heart and lung claims was a fight. And in some cases, that fight went on for potentially 2 years or more, when all that people wanted was a diagnosis, a treatment, and if they could return to work, they wanted to return to work. But based on their diagnosis, if they couldn't return to work, they wanted to retire with dignity. And that process was ridiculous. And so the city spent an incredible amount of money fighting through their attorney and their TPA, fighting your employees to get the benefits that they were allowed to have under state law. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Tom. Really appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to approve all other items other than the B18 and 19 items pulled.
Sorry, can I just state for the record, too, we did receive 15 comments associated with the consent agenda. They have been distributed to the Reno City Council for items B18 and B19.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Second that motion.
All right, so I have a motion on consent agenda. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, are you ready, Nathan? Come on up.
Hi there, Nathan Elliott, Parks and Recreation Director for the record, here to answer questions on B18 and try to provide some context to some of the concerns.
Okay, that would be great. Councilman?
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director Ulia, for being here. I think that the Truckee River Fund is managed through Truckee Meadows Water Authority, correct? And you and your department had submitted an application to get support for the surveillance, and that's where the majority of the funding is coming from. I think if you could tie B18 and 19, give me a little bit more of the historical context of how we got here today, I think it could help a little bit.
Absolutely, happy to do that, and happy to try to address some of the concerns that were brought forward by the public. But yes, we are asking for acceptance of a $60,000 grant from the Truckee River Fund. Of that $60,000, $37,000 is included in the contract that is item B19. So of that $37,000 goes into camera leases, which will allow us to have one camera year-round and then add a second camera during busy periods in the summer when there are more opportunities for dumping and camps to develop and things like that. So we'll have those cameras, and then there's $23,000 that will go towards temporary staff funding for river rangers to address issues as they arise. The camera systems will notify the park rangers and our security team. They wouldn't first notify PD. If there was a need to engage PD for a crime that's above the level of the ability for the park rangers to enforce, that could happen, but it's also not utilizing facial recognition software. It has AI for license plate purposes because it is an anti-dumping camera. It's an anti-theft camera for construction sites. That's what they're primarily used for. Another important fact is that they're completely mobile, so they're on trailers. They get moved to a spot that may have had issues, right? We're not going to just pop it into a space where everything's going great. We're looking to try to address things before they get to a level where there is a significant development in an encampment, which does frankly leave trash, and the rangers do pick it up. So I also want to highlight there are a ton of wonderful proactive and reactive groups along the river that support cleanup, that are reaching out to people in need, and the rangers are included in that. Each time there's a contact where there's a negative or a behavior that is not consistent with our RMC or our park rules. If there's a need for service, we always offer that service and connect with transportation and things like that. So also want to, just for the Truckee River Fund, in 2025, they funded things like Keep Truckee Meadow Beautiful at $74,000, the Indigenous Peoples Council on Biocolonialism at $40,000, RISE, the River Stewards Program at $85,000. They've funded restroom projects, Reno Food Systems, One Truckee River, which is a wonderful nonprofit that supports the entire health of the entire river. So they're doing good things too. And this is just a tool that allows our river rangers to be more effective in a space that usually are harder to get to. Sometimes it's across the river. So being able to see if something's happening without having to go all the way over and access through a private property or something like that, it's just a tool that will help us be more effective with time and be more efficient.
Thank you for the overview. I have a couple more questions, but I'll wait till round two for that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Dewar. So Nathan, thank you for being here. Can you clarify, some time ago, I think it was a year ago, we dedicated all of the city-owned land along the river as parkland, is that correct?
In a segment where we could make it contiguous, which was primarily through downtown. So it added things like the Riverside Drive section. It added things like on the south side of the river along the Riverwalk Promenade area and designated that as parkland. And we're hoping as we continue to expand, what that allowed us to do is to have civil enforcement of issues as park property rather than as criminal or nuisance issues that would require engagement.
And then there was a comment made today that there are much greater sources of dumping than people. And although those greater sources of dumping are people also, it's not magically happening, right? So it's they mentioned businesses, concrete, which was a mystery to me. Do we have any reports from the Division of Environmental Protection about illegal dumping or dumping of construction materials or industrial materials, that kind of thing?
I certainly don't have that in front of me or would know that offhand. I think to your comments, there's a lot of symptoms that lead to the river health deteriorating, and this is just a small part of it. I'm not arguing that there are larger contributors to river pollution, but this is a real part of river pollution where camps develop and things end up in the river, and then they end up downriver in our tribe spaces as well. So.
Okay, and also the reason that the Tumwa is interested is it arrives downstream at the intake for all of our water supply.
Right.
I mean, everything that gets thrown in the river, whether it's trash or human bodily waste or whatever, ends up at the intake of the water we're drinking, which then Tumwa must treat to get rid of the bacterial load, waste products, and so on. And that raises prices for all of us in our drinking water because several of us serve on Tumwa, and this is a constant issue. And we're constantly having to look at the increase in charges for use of water, primarily driven by the need to treat the water. So I think that from their perspective, this is a preventative problem to reduce costs for the entire Reno and Sparks and Washoe County community.
Agreed. And I think that's one of the differences. I read off a bunch of money that was given out of $500,000 a year. We're one of the few spaces that can help be preventative. There are other folks who are doing that too, but by preventing these camps from starting, preventing dumping from happening as best we can, we of course can't get them all. This camera will make us more effective in those spaces.
And then finally, you've told me that these cameras have something maybe others don't, and that is like a real-time notification process. Is that true?
It is true. It can notify our security team, and it also notifies the rangers to let them know, hey, there is movement in an area that you wouldn't expect movement.
Okay, because we seem to be chasing the problem, not finding people that are causing a problem, and it's like an endless use of our rangers' time. I'd rather be able to stop the problem before it gets started. But I do want to share, I have deep concerns about surveillance, and I really think that it's important to make clear that this is not aimed at homeless people per se, but rather dumping activity. And if you could clarify that.
Yeah, I think just as a part of the response for it, it's not going to go into spaces that are very busy and thriving. It's going to go into spaces that are not as visible generally. So it's there. Camping is a real issue along the river, and I don't think anybody would argue that the best place for people to be is along the river and building camps and living in that space. It's not designed to be a domicile. So it does help. It does help us identify that before it becomes an issue where something's entrenched and garbage does develop. So it does help with that, but it's not just that. It is to make sure that as the rangers go out, they can look at the cameras and see if there's an issue in a space, that there was an issue last night, or things like that. So,
all right, thank you.
Yeah. So I'm really happy to see so many people came and give public comment. I was going to pull this item regardless, but I'm always really grateful when people take time out of their day to come and give comment. I always appreciate your presentations too. I know you do a really thorough job. I'm just going to share some of my hesitation with this particular program. I mean, I know mass surveillance has always kind of been something like a dystopian threat in sci-fi novels, and something that was talked about in a negative light in other countries that didn't have the same government as us, that it was a negative thing to have mass surveillance. And we seem to kind of be just slowly trickling into that nationwide, and this is a public space. And I know that the intent is solely to identify areas to clean up. I don't doubt that at all. But the reality is that the data collected will be used for other purposes outside of what we even know about. And I've read articles about the data stored for Ring cameras being used by the federal government to identify people through facial recognition software for different types of federal activities that maybe the city of Reno doesn't necessarily agree with or want to support. And I'm concerned about that aspect of it as well, because once we send this off, it's my understanding that if we agree to this type of surveillance, we're signing off on our right to give this data to someone else. If it's stored in another site, we're saying we're okay with sharing this data. It's been like decided we don't need to have a what do you call it, a warrant to use this data for other purposes. So that's really my issue with it. It is not that there's any nefarious intention at the city level. It's just we don't control everything that happens with it. That's just the reality of the world that we live in. And I think that we could potentially use this money for other programs. Maybe we can hire interns. Maybe we can work with the college to get volunteers to go down there more frequently. Somebody recommended using the money to have dumpsters down there. Like, there's a lot of different solutions. Maybe we could try different things, but I do not like putting cameras in public spaces. And I have supported cameras on streets and some cameras downtown, so I don't want to be a hypocrite, but that's a little bit different than, trying to get a license plate of somebody that did a hit and run, or somebody that stabbed somebody downtown. Like, there's like different levels to me, but somebody just going down and enjoying the river should not be subject to being surveilled. That's just my opinion.
Just a couple comments. The B18 is to accept a grant from Truckee River Fund. So the only options there is to reject it. We can't accept it under the terms of the grant and then reassign it to another thing. So we can go for that
Understood.
next time. So just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah.
And then as far as this will go on, as I understand, and Caitlin has more information about the contract, but it's not using facial recognition software. The data is stored for 30 days, which we actually have to do for public record reasons. And that's consistent with all of our security cameras. And the information is ours. The video is ours. So if we decided to do that, we could, but it doesn't become, as I understand, the property of the contractor who gives us the camera, which is, again, essentially a camera that you see in construction yards, or as was mentioned about Rayleigh's. And we're not going to target places. We're not trying to watch people fish. We're not trying to watch people do anything like that. We're just trying to, if there's a hard to get to space, reduce the, I guess, ignorance of what we're walking into, or if there's even a need to go to a hard to reach space. So,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Rouliot, thank you so much, and thank you also to Landon for the presentation in the materials, which is really a history of the ways in which we have applied for various grant programming to the TUMWA Fund. Since I had the privilege of serving on the TUMWA Fund, we funded things, as you've indicated, like the River Justice Program through the Harries. It has been an important way to contribute to non-invasive species removal. It's been a way for us to really move the needle on keeping our drinking water safe and also protecting some of the important intrinsic and cultural sites along the river that are important to our Native American community. So thank you for the information. I think we can hold a couple of things true at the same time, and that's where I sort of find myself today in the conversation. First is we absolutely should move the waste dump off the river, right? That is a sort of a no-brainer. In my mind, this is something that's critical to not only the future enjoyment of the river, but also it's just a historical anomaly that doesn't really fit with where we are today. The second thing is that there are legitimate concerns being voiced across the country about all sorts of electronic surveillance. And I think we're we're not yet in the position to evaluate it in total, but it is something that I am thinking critically about, and perhaps something that the manager has got to come back to us and talk to us about. Because when you look at the different systems that have now been deployed, that technology comes to us and it's sort of packaged as a way to reduce cost. It's a way to reduce the fact that our police budgets are stretched. It's a way for us to gain information. And so, you look at it and you're trying to adapt to emerging technologies. And I think there's always an inclination at the outset to sort of go maybe towards the technology and then deal with the consequences later. And I think that if you look across the country, some of the types of facial recognition software, and I understand that this one is not doing that, but it is a larger concern about mass surveillance that people are positing, right? So we've got to have a broader conversation about that. And the reason why I think that's important is because I can't tell from the materials exactly who has access to it, where it's being stored, what the period of time for its storage is. And so that's where you start to have people who extend beyond the parameters of what we intended. You did this great grant application and said, hey, we can protect point source contaminants from the river by doing this, which would then help us to move it around seasonally during high water flows and low water flows. And that at its genesis or core seems a good thing, right? Being able to make sure things don't get into the river, which destroy the integrity of the river, is a good thing. It's the other pieces of it that start to become concerning. And so I think for me, I need a little bit more from you about what the contract provides, who gets access to it. If you turned around next week and we found out that somehow the information was being given to, Homeland Security for something that they're doing, that would not be the purpose for which we designed it. And that's where I'm concerned. I'm looking at states like Washington who are reacting in real time to a lot of surveillance-related issues. There's public records requests issues that come along with it. It's when people can break into the system and gain access to it illegally. Those are the kind of things that I'm concerned about, not the goal for which you've set out, which is the protection of our river. It is our drinking water. We have an obligation to protect it, but it's the unanticipated consequences of that type of surveillance that are giving me a pause. Again, I think that there's good work being done. I think that the goal is laudable to protect the river. I don't know entirely if we are just missing the other component. And I will also say, Madam Manager, this was on our consent agenda, and so during the work up to this meeting, I did not see it for the issue that has been largely raised today. I looked at it from the contamination standpoint, and so that it became a bigger issue means we need to think about what that issue is.
Completely fair, and it sounds, if I can call Caitlin up, who's in B19 managing the contract and can talk a little bit more about the specs of the agreement. So Caitlin, did you hear what I said? Talk about the contract and data storage, things like that.
Yeah. Good morning, City Council.
Hi,
Caitlin
good
Canner.
morning.
Good morning, afternoon now. Caitlin Canner, Clean and Safe Manager for the record. So this is a 15-month contract for mobile security services for Clean and Safe and the Park and River Rangers to enhance and support field operations, really to have just increased presence in areas and nuisance areas where we're seeing concerns. Clean and Safe did conduct a 7-month pilot program to determine the effectiveness of these trailers. And through that period, we deployed 2 trailers on the railroad corridor, as that is not intended for public space and there are safety concerns there. And over that 7-month period, we did see a reduction in cleanup operations as well as fewer Reno direct service requests.
Well, and I think the question, though, that I'm asking about is really like who gets to hold on to the data, who can access the data, how long is it stored for? I mean, those are the important questions. I understand that you did the pilot program. It reduced the concerns that were there, and it's also like a deterrent. Having it there deters someone from doing a bad thing because they don't want to be caught on camera. I understand the deterrent value of cameras. In some cities, they have cameras that are not connected to anything. It's just like a box that looks like a camera. People think it's a camera. It's not really a camera. So I'm trying to understand that collection process. Do we know anything about that?
Yeah, so direct access would be Clean and Safe, Park and River Rangers, and then our city security, Allied Security, as they are one of our contractors. So we all have access as well and have that what's going on in those areas. And then it, as Nathan mentioned, it is a 30-day policy, a retention policy. What was that? Yes.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'll just, I might be I wanted to say something because about what, I sit on Tomoa and we approve these cameras, and for me, it was just really a no-brainer. I understand where the concerns are coming in, but the item was to protect the Truckee River. And as somebody who walks the river a day, who lives downtown, I think this is something that is very needed. And I think these are sort of the same cameras that I see on the construction sites that are out there right now, where I don't see a ton of negative things happening with it. And I think also at the Tumwa, this fund, we also funded like Portland Loos at one time for things. So this isn't necessarily a targeted act for homeless people around the river. It's to protect the Truckee River, and this is something that will help us get there. So I'm absolutely very supportive of it. I approved it at Tumwa, and thank you for putting forward the grant application.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a few follow-up questions, whether for you or Nathan. One is that I too was going to bring up the issue with the Portland Loos. So it's a passive, it's much more like a dumpster, right? It's a place to take a dump. And it keeps the bad stuff off the river. This is proactively going after people, right? Because, and I want somebody to just run us through an example of how it would be used. So you have a camera, and how do you see this unfolding? And before you go, before you complete your comments, I also want to speak to the issue that clearly this has struck a nerve with our community, an apparently innocent-sounding thing with very good intentions, and I too supported it at Tumwa. Sounded very simple and no one commented, but here it's striking a note of concern with people, and so we really do, I think, need, if we're gonna move forward with this, a policy about the use. We need guardrails about how it's deployed and the data that is acquired and disposed ultimately, and some certainty in reporting back to us about how it's working or not working. I didn't even know that we had a pilot program on the railroad because that was something that didn't raise to the council level in terms of budget or accepting something or approving an expenditure. So run through an example of how this would work.
So yeah, we have actually one example. There was a fire along the railroad corridor, and it was against fencing, and there was a business right there. So the mobile camera trailer detected that activity. That was flagged for our monitoring team, and in result, they did dispatch Reno Fire to come out and respond to the scene. And then in addition to that notification, our city security also had that notification, so we followed up next day. And they did respond and it was put out.
Okay, so an example of a fire. How about people throwing trash on the ground? I mean.
Yeah, so I think if throwing trash on the ground, that gives us, right, I think we're limited resources, so it has that proactive lens. If we see that trash is, like an immense amount of trash is being disposed, staff can respond to that notification because we would get notified that there's activity in the area, trash is being disposed of, and then we would respond accordingly because we do get emails and text messages with that notification.
And what is the response?
We would respond as time permits. So if it's like a big concern and there's a lot of trash, we would respond immediately, or we would coordinate with our Park and River Rangers and so on, and staff would go out and assess next steps.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of chicken and egg. I would like, we've already approved a lot of surveillance at the police with drones and so on and so forth. And someone already brought this up, I'm not sure, but sort of the incremental nature of adding more cameras to do a job. Perhaps this 120,000, 123,000 could be used to support another Portland Loo, or it could be used to pay overtime for our park rangers for the evening periods or on weekends. You know, maybe, I'm just playing a little devil's advocate here, but I want to make sure we've thought this all through.
Sure, and from the grant perspective, that is a split, that there is the ability to then respond. 23,000 is to fund some staffing to go respond and make sure that we're addressing the issues. And then also, I mean, just, this is, it's, installation is a word that's been used today, but these are mobile cameras. They will go away in 18 months. If they're not effective or they cause a lot of problems, they aren't installed infrastructure. So it's different in that space too. If in doing the program, we find that we're not comfortable with some of the concerns that were brought forward today, or it doesn't look like it says on paper, then we have that option to terminate the agreement at any time. So there's a lot of flexibility in this initiative, and it's just intended to be a tool for us in those spaces.
Vice
Thank
Mayor
you.
Martinez, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think in the contract, I saw that there was ability to move the mobile units depending on the effectiveness, going to the point that you're talking about now. If it doesn't
Right.
end up working in this zone that's been identified by staff, I think there's 2 or 3 different opportunities to move it around in the first year, and then it's different in the second year.
Yeah, the
Or
company
next
comes and
instance.
moves it at their expense when we request it, so it takes the liability off of us in that space too. So it's totally mobile, can be moved. I don't know if it's limited to, how limited? So 7 times, yeah, so, and which is a good opportunity to see if it helps turn an issue around in a certain space, so.
And will you be monitoring, maybe on Redirect or through other avenues, if people are bringing up issues or barriers or the negative effects that are happening because of these mobile units?
Sure, and we've had, Councilmember Reese mentioned the little box cameras that aren't connected, but they do send off an audible message, and we definitely hear about it if it goes off early and people are just like, I'm just walking my dog, leave me alone. So, and then we can adjust it or move it, and so we'll have that opportunity too. People are able to find me pretty easily on the internet.
Yeah, you're pretty accessible. I will also add, just building on what Councilmember Reese said, it does seem like just based on the interest and some of the moving parts from the Regional Transportation Commission, Truckee River Flood Management Authority, there's a lot of moving parts along the river. So maybe it does warrant an extended conversation about the river and what is happening there and the vision for us to move. I think there was a survey that was funded through ARPA dollars to help us get some information from our community members about how they feel about the river and what they want to see happen there. So maybe it's time to circle back on that conversation and bring up some of this information as well.
Well, I think it's a great point, and that was the number one concern in the Truckee River Vision Plan is cleanliness and safety. And so we hope at some point we'll never need cameras because the river will be so busy with positive behavior, and once we get to the place where folks have a great place to be housed and things like that, we're not there now, and so we're trying to do our best to take care of cleanliness and safety along our river at this point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm glad you brought that up, Nathan, because I think, that has been something that we want everyone to be able to enjoy the river. Growing up here, that's where we spent all of our time. We didn't have cell phones. And so nature is really important. Your mental health is really important. And I'm curious about this data in the sense what I would love to see, and I don't know how often you get to capture it, but the users along the river, because it'd be interesting to see, are you seeing more users, less users, that kind of information? Because to your point, it really, the momentum really needs to be where people can really recreate, because I think that that's what's so special about the river, whether it's fishing, walking, running, those kinds of things. And that's also what makes our city so special. It's something that we really do have to preserve and protect. There's a feces map that goes along the river that, you look at that and that's really alarming. And so I think we've really tried to make a concerted effort on how do we protect the river and, do initiatives. I want to say thank you to the groups that are out there doing the work, especially the River Rangers. I tried to get them for over 10 years. Finally, that only took 10 years to get the River Rangers. Thank you so much, Jackie. But, and I think that we've had tremendous success with all the different groups working with them. And so I think that's important to expand on and look at ways how we can do a better job of that, because I think, that's how we got into a contract with RISE, and they ended up, taking over the contract at our place and doing a phenomenal job. And so we know that those models work. But I do think it's also important that what's the comfort level of people going down there? We also see that fires have been started and people will drown, things like that. And so I think very, very well-intended for sure. I think there's a reason for people to be concerned, especially with the eye. Bless you. I keep hearing sneezing over there. Are you guys okay? You need it's allergy season, right? And so I think there is a real concern for people to feel very uneasy about it. And I would say, because I was talking to the acting chief and having this conversation because you want to make sure that you are making people feel comfortable. He's going to be putting a policy in place because I think people brought up some really good solid points about their privacy and AI and facial recognition. There absolutely needs to be a policy. I know that's not your department. I know that's a whole separate thing, so I'm getting off track here.
My degree's in leisure. Yeah,
Oh,
so, yeah.
yes. And so I apologize. I really, really apologize. But I would like to see, the outcomes of this because I do think safety is so important. And it's not intended in any way to, disrupt the most vulnerable. That's why we have the River Rangers. I think the Hopes team, we've had major conversations now working with the Sheriff's Department on the Hopes team and just doing a much better job, and that's why we do have the outreach. But I do think that I would like to see the data. Are more people feeling comfortable to be along the river and recreating? What does that look like? There's still a lot of work to do, but we all have to do it together. I think, it's our community together. It's an asset that's so invaluable. So we have to protect it, and we want to make sure everyone can use it. Super important. So, thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, go right ahead.
Yeah. I just want to reiterate again that I do understand the intent of these cameras, but I don't believe that, respectfully, I don't think that we could put on safeguards to protect our data from the federal government accessing or collecting our data, and I don't believe we would even be notified from the things that I've read. They could even just download or harvest all the data that we have, and we would not know. So I'm very apprehensive. I'm not gonna be able to support this, even though, again, I appreciate all the work on it. I totally get the intent, but it's just not something I can support at this time. I'm so sorry. And also, I just did want to ask, we do have the park rangers. Are the park rangers able to just go up and down the area and check? We do have people that have that job.
Sure, it absolutely, and they do. I can definitely show you data about how many checks they do, and
Yeah.
It's a big river.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of vegetation that's amazing and makes it beautiful. It also
Yeah.
is a place that is, it hides people, and people can hide in. And so just trying to do the job, and we understand this may not be a tool that everybody can support, and we'll go with whatever you guys say.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? No? Vice Mayor, I'm going to hand it to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to accept the $60,000 grant award from the Truckee River Fund.
Okay. I have a
Second.
motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Madam Mayor, before
Yes,
we
go right ahead.
I would be willing to do that if we could also simultaneously require development of a policy and guardrails concerning the deployment and the use of the data. If you don't want to put that in, I don't think I could support it this time, but I do want to support it. I just want to provide the assurances that I think are in our capability to do fairly quickly. I guess I wonder from our staff, is there a certain time on this, limit of acceptance? Is it?
Councilmember Dewar, we can certainly do that. It's a very reasonable request,
that-
and we should have it in place already. So we will
Right?
certainly do that and report back to the body.
Okay, is that okay with the motion maker, that understanding?
Are you
Can I-
saying that policy is already in place,
No,
or are you
she's saying we
saying
should
something we
already.
should
We should
develop?
do it, and we will get one together quickly.
Councilmember Reese?
Thank you so much. I suppose for my part, I don't disagree that we need a policy. I've already asked for that. That's what I asked for at the beginning of my comments. But my concern is that this would be outside of the agenda item as posted, and so it would not be, and I'll look to our lawyers to tell us whether we're talking about something that has not been agendized which is the creation of such a policy.
Well, what I'm suggesting, and a different way to
I'm
say it,
hoping
is
to
that.
get an answer from our legal counsel.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, though, that the condition would just be that we wouldn't deploy it until we had the policy in place. We would accept it, but not put them out. You know, it's going to take some time to order equipment and so on and so forth. We would not deploy it until we had the policy in hand. But anyway, that's my thought.
For the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. No, yeah, just the request would be to keep it just to the grant because we don't have any reference to the AI component that's being discussed.
City Manager, do you have that direction and understanding?
I
that
have
that's
the
what council
understanding
wants?
of what's desired and the concerns of the community and the body, and we will create a policy to improve this and continue to have the conversations and the dialogue. It's been very helpful.
All right.
And
With that,
Nathan, I think, has a follow-up.
Just a suggestion, B18 is just a grant acceptance. I would hope we don't change the terms of the grant as a part of this, but I think as a part of the contract for the cameras, maybe on B19, that would be a better spot. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think just based on what I've heard, I'll leave the motion as is
Yeah,
currently.
Sounds good.
All right. All right, so I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Discussion.
opposed?
No, just discussion real
Yeah,
quick.
go ahead.
Just, I want to reiterate, like, I have a really, I don't think it's a good step to start surveilling public areas. I know we're just doing it more and more, and I just want to kind of sound the alarm on that. I don't think it's a good direction. So I'm a no vote. I'm sorry again. I appreciate all your work. I know it was not easy, but I just want to remind council that this is not necessarily a good direction, and I think we will have unintended consequences. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Okay. I believe. B19, who pulled that? I think it was,
I did.
Yeah, I think that was Councilmember Eby.
okay. All right, go right ahead.
Madam Clerk, were B18 and 19 the same item pulled together?
No, they're different. All right, hello. Go ahead, take it away, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, if we could just get kind of high level what this is, because it is cameras as well, if you can just kind of talk about it for us.
Yeah, so this is a joint contract for mobile security services with the Park and River Rangers and Clean and Safe to monitor and patrol, to monitor nuisance areas.
To monitor where?
Nuisance areas where we are
Oh,
seeing an
okay.
increase of activity.
Okay, can you give me an example of a nuisance area?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, Clean and Safe, we conducted a 7-month pilot program to determine the effectiveness of these trailer units, and we placed 2 along the railroad corridor, as that is not a public space for intent to use. And over that 7-month period, we did see a reduction in cleanup operations as well as fewer Reno direct service requests.
So will these cameras be used solely on the railroad corridors?
They can be used anywhere citywide, but for our pilot program, we tested along the railroad corridor as we have been seeing an increase of Reno direct service requests.
Okay, so these are the same purpose as the river cameras, but it's could be wherever in the city.
So this contract is combined, so it includes the river cameras as well as for 2 cameras for Clean and Safe.
Okay, so I'm gonna just say same comments for these cameras. I'm not gonna repeat everything, so I'm not gonna be able to support this agendized item either.
All right. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thanks so much. Just a quick question. In the agreement, I think on page 4, there is something about system access and user setup. It's specified in there that up to 10 authorized users get the ability to get access to the information. Do you have the list already compiled of those 10 users?
So we probably wouldn't use the 10 max amount, but it would include Clean and Safe, Park and River Ranger staff, and then our city security or allied security officers designated to Clean and Safe.
And they would be the only ones that are provided to the vendor to be able to access this information?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Madam Mayor. do these cameras have the same operating principles of deleting the data in 30 days that you
Yeah.
mentioned?
It's the same contract. It's a 30-day retention policy. So it's
one's
30
accepting
days.
the grant and the other is buying the equipment?
It's for the contract,
Right.
correct.
Okay, well, if the manager's agreeing, it sounds like the manager's agreeing that she would develop a policy that would cover use of all the cameras, no matter where they're deployed, and guardrails against misuse of the data, and penalties for misuse of the data, I think, as well. Whether it's a city staff person for their own
I love
purposes,
that.
right?
Yeah.
Or it's a, unintentional hack, whatever it is, it may need new ordinance created to have penalties, but I think that's the right way to go. So, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We've had extensive conversations, the manager and myself, and it's been very concerning for her as well. So I know it's not like you just all of a sudden thought about this. So she's been working on it for a while. So I think you'll come back with a good policy. Yeah. Okay. All right.
I had another question.
Go right ahead.
You mentioned earlier that people would be notified when trash is dumped. How are they notified?
They're notified based off of motion. So if it's human motion or if it's throwing trash, that's how it's detected. And
But how do you get the notification? Is it an email?
it's via email and text.
Text?
Yes.
So do you get like an image in the email?
Yes, we do. So we get an image of the action as well as just like a quick description, like disposing trash.
Okay, is there an app for it?
There is an app for it, and that's how we can access the cameras.
Okay, so that's the piece right there is I'm reading right now about what the government can do. And when there's an app involved, that's when it becomes a third party. And the third party is not legally obligated to tell us if the federal government has bought our data or requested our data through any type of warrant. We won't know if it's used for that purpose. So again, I'm not going to support this because I don't think it's a good step in the direction of our citizens, and I just don't support mass surveillance.
Okay. All right. Councilwoman Dewar?
No, it was for,
No? Okay. So I had a motion. I had a second.
what, was there a motion?
Was there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to approve staff recommendations.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay. Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving into item C1, the Lear Theater update.
Okay, I'm excited for this. Fantastic. Megan Berner, come on up.
Good morning.
Good
Or
morning.
afternoon.
Good, right? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Seems like morning.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
Council. I'm Megan Berner, Arts and Culture Manager for the record. This item is an update on the Lear Community Meeting and the survey results, and a presentation of the Historical Resources Commission's recommendations to Council for direction on next steps for the Lear property. At the September 24th, 2025 meeting, Council directed staff to work with the Historical Resources Commission and Dr. Alicia Barber to plan a community meeting on the Lear to give citizens an opportunity to provide input on the property. Council directed the Historical Resources Commission to discuss outcomes from the meeting and to bring back recommendations to Council on next steps. This presentation provides an update on the community engagement efforts and the Historical Resources Commission's recommendations and seeks Council direction on next steps for the Lear property. This item aligns with economic and community development and arts, parks, and historical resources from your strategic plan. So as directed by Council, we worked with the Historical Resources Commission and Dr. Alicia Barber to plan a community meeting on the Lear. This meeting was held on January 10th at McKinley Arts and Culture Center and lasted 2.5 hours. There were 125 in-person attendees and 55 who attended via Zoom. Here's an image of that packed McKinley Auditorium. It really was a well-attended meeting. Coffee and snacks were provided as this was a Saturday meeting held from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. City staff, Dr. Alicia Barber and Councilmember Dewar all presented on various topics. The meeting was broken down into two parts. The first part covered the history of the Lear, property ownership, and the city's acquisition of the property in 2023. Staff covered the findings from the historic structure report that Architectural Resources Group completed, focusing on the current condition of the building and various partially finished construction projects that took place. This was followed by previous recommendations for stabilization of the building and exterior improvements that were previously approved by council but ultimately were unfunded. The first half wrapped up with a virtual tour of the Lear, and then a question and answer session took place. The second half of the meeting focused on rehabilitation considerations, including covenants and a need for State Historic Preservation Office approval for any modifications to the interior or exterior and limitations of the space. The two conceptual models that were explored in the historic structure report were presented along with cost estimates for each option. And then another question and answer session took place at the end along with general discussion. Throughout the meeting, there were also interactive polls that took place through QR codes with results displayed in real time to get inputs from the participants. As a follow-up to the meeting, a more in-depth online community survey was launched and stayed open until January 31st. The survey received 441 responses and showed a high level of community interest in the Lear. I'll go over a few key highlights from that survey. So when asked what types of activities would you most like to see at this site, the majority selected public talks and performances, followed closely by music events and then art exhibitions. This question asked survey takers to rank the following options in order of what best describes their vision for the Lear. And respondents chose performing arts space, closely followed by Center for Artistic Exhibition and Expression. Community rental facility and event space was the third most selected option, just above museum or interpretive center. And then we also asked survey respondents how they would like to stay involved. The majority said they would like to receive updates. 101 respondents said they would like to be part of an advisory committee. 56 said they would like to help with fundraising, and 22 said they were interested in submitting a proposal. Under this section, survey respondents were asked how important each of the following aspects for the future of the Lear was to them. This is in this format because it was a 1 through 5 ranking for each of these options, and so out of that, these were ranked in this order. The highest was close to 5, and the lowest was at a 3 point something. So these are listed in order of the highest priority from that survey. Supporting local arts and culture was top, followed by preserving the building's historic architectural character, and then creating a vibrant public gathering space. As directed by council, the results of the community meeting went to the Historical Resources Commission for them to discuss and come up with recommendations to forward to council. The HRC recommendations are as follows on this slide, and I will go into more detail on these in the next slides. So the first recommendation was to prioritize building stabilization. This includes the stabilization and repair recommendations from the historic structure report, which includes sealing the outer membrane of the building, which is not weatherproof, roof repair, window repair, removing ivy on the building, as well as the new fencing and lighting for security. And the estimated cost for that is around $1 million. The second recommendation from the HRC is to conduct a feasibility study. The HRC specifically recommends that this study include market analysis, potential operational models, potential funding sources, and models for completing either of the conceptual options in the HSR. Economic and financial feasibility and sustainability based on the market analysis and operational models would also be included, and a list of comparable projects from other communities. This would give a more complete picture of what it might take to rehabilitate the building and create something that would generate use and provide a service to the community. And the estimated cost for that is anywhere from $77,000 to $122,000. The next recommendation is funding. The HRC recommends setting up a mechanism for community and private fundraising to happen. They also recommend that council allocates funding for stabilization, including potential redevelopment agency support. And I will break down the estimated costs on this slide in a later slide, but it says $1 million to $24 million, which is a large range. And then finally, the HRC recommends establishing some sort of steering committee for the Lear, whether that's a subcommittee of the Historical Resources Commission or a new ad hoc committee or board that can help guide the future of the Lear. And then, of course, because of the strong community interest, they also recommend continuing larger community meetings periodically that can be a mechanism for updating the community and receiving feedback. And the estimated cost for those varies from $7,000 to $14,000. Okay, this slide shows an approximate cost for certain improvements to the property. So this is where those numbers on the fundraising or funding slide came from. At the very bottom in green, you have building stabilization at approximately $1.6 million. That $1.6 million includes the exterior improvements that were part of the previously approved ARPA funding that did not materialize and had to be reallocated. And so the HRC recommendation does not include the concrete and railing and landscaping, which is why the cost for the stabilization was approximately $1 million. Most of these cost estimates come from the historic structure report and the conceptual options presented there, including the building stabilization, the flat floor flexible event space, and the performing arts venue with theater seating. And then we also included those exterior improvements, as I mentioned. These are estimates based on the 2024 cost estimates provided by ARG in the HSR and by the designers on the exterior improvements. And so we expect that these costs could shift, potentially be higher, as things are a bit unpredictable. To recap those recommendations, the Historical Resource Commission recommends the following that are on this slide as a path forward based on the community input that was received. And the recommended motion is on the slide before you.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, thank you, good job. All right, Councilwoman Dewar, I'd like you to start in a little bit with your background and.
Sure.
And your.
Mayor, would you like to take public comment on this before
Oh, yeah.
deliberation?
I think that's
Sorry, yeah, go right ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Our first public commenter today is Joe McCarthy, followed by Carol Coleman, followed by Demetris Dalton. I apologize.
Good afternoon. I had written good morning.
Good, well,
Good afternoon,
we can do
Madam-
good night, whatever you want to do. It's kind of like having breakfast for dinner.
Right.
It's all good.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Joe McCarthy. My wife, Ann Price McCarthy, and I proudly call Reno home, and the promenade is where we live. It's our home, our neighborhood, and our community. Each morning when we looked out our bedroom window, we see the incredible Truckee River, Riverside Drive, and the vacant Lear Theater. We think that the Lear Theater's potential, not just as a beautiful historic monument landmark, but as the future heart of a local cultural community, a worthy complement to the already robust arts scene in Reno. In the 1990s, I served as executive director of the Brewery Arts Center. We led the cultural reuse of the Carson Brewing Company building, at the time little more than a home for pigeons. We turned that vacant two-story gem on the National Historic Register into a thriving arts hub, an art gallery, and a lovely ballroom. Later, we raised the funds to purchase, design, and renovate the neighboring St. Teresa's Church, turning it into a multi-use performance hall that hosts concerts, theater, lectures, and community events. I then served for 11 years as Carson City's Economic Development and Redevelopment Director. We successfully rehabbed numerous empty commercial buildings in the downtown core, using targeted redevelopment incentive programs to get it done. Redevelopment transformed the main street of Carson City from a crowded pass-through to a lovely downtown destination. Such redevelopment tools, used judiciously, would work for the Lear Theater revival also, a public investment that would drive economic growth and repay the investment multi-times over. I believe we have a wonderful opportunity here in Reno with the cultural adaptation and reuse of the Lear Theater. With unified city and community support, a sensible reuse strategy, a strong professional fundraising leadership, the Lear would become a space alive with art classes, community lectures, school programs, art exhibits, music and dance performances, authors' readings, book signings, and cultural gatherings along the historic Riverwalk. The Lear is more than restoration. It's economic acceleration through culture. When you activate the Lear, the nearby businesses will thrive, foot traffic will increase, and Riverside Drive will become a dynamic cultural corridor. I got one more paragraph. Do I have time?
Go right ahead. Yes,
Yeah.
please do it.
Yeah. I urge you to view the Lear not just as a building to save, but as a catalyst to help grow Reno's future. One that connects heritage, creativity, prosperity, where Renoites will gather proudly to celebrate what's actually possible.
Amen.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you.
I love it. You did a wonderful job in Carson. I did not know that. I would love to sit and take you to coffee.
Thank you. I was in the right place at the right time.
It's
really
great.
It was a lot of good work by good, solid leaders and great public officials who got behind all the work we did. So you got an opportunity here. Let's go for it.
Thank you so much.
Carol Coleman, followed by Demetris Dalton, followed by Patricia Gallimore.
All right, Carol.
I think he's a hard act to follow. My name is Carol Coleman, and I love this place. I'm a transplant. I came from, of course.
Don't say it. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, the state I won't say, and Arizona and Colorado and Connecticut and New Hampshire and Vermont. So I've been a lot of places. We moved here 27 years ago when we retired. I think I'm the oldest person in the room. I'm a 25-year member of the Historic Reno Preservation Society and have been their president. I am also a Nevada Historical Society docent and have been their president. And I'm still a newcomers, where I do a Learn About Nevada group, and I've been their president. We have such culture and history in this town and in the Lear. We have a beautiful architectural gem in the Lear. As you know, the history of it, Church of Christ Science, then on, Paul Revere Williams was the architect. Now you own the Lear, just for a few years, right? 2 or 3 years. I hope we keep it that way with a public and private partnership. There was great public support shown at the meeting on January 20th, and the description of the condition is just disheartening. I didn't realize that the work done and not finished on the north and west side was so coming apart. That's the thing we need to fix most. We need to sustain that building. It's $1 million or it's $2 million, but we need to keep that resource. That stabilization is really important. Then I would like to see a committee, a steering committee, where all of the people who want to help to figure out what to do with the Lear and how to bring in funding for the Lear. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Demetris Dalton, followed by Patricia Gallimore, followed by Mariko Gill.
Hi, Demetris.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Demetris Dalton. I am a volunteer for Our Story, Inc. And I would like to say really quick, we will be celebrating 30 years in existence this year. So please check out ourstoryinc.com to find out how we're celebrating.
Okay.
In regards to the Lear, my first time experiencing the Lear, I remember a place you could walk up to. It was landscaped. The stairs were good, the foyer was good, the original pews, seating was still there. The stage looked awesome. The basement was usable. When I first saw it, what happened? What happened? Physically, it has been physically abused, in my opinion. This is my personal opinion. And the comparison now to what I saw when I first saw it is jarring. Its value has been lost in a tug of red tape and planning processes. The Lear has endured plenty of studies, plenty of surveys, committees, advisors. I think that at this point, with the City of Reno's management, we should just take all funding, in my world, take all funding and start working on the physical aspect of the building right away, simply because of what was stated earlier, its condition. The Lear Theater is a place in this community. It has earned its place as a legitimate building, standing the course of time, despite our management of it. It's legitimate for Reno, for Midtown, for the Riverwalk District. It's not just because of why it was first built, which was historic in and of itself, or who the designer was. But it also represents this area's willingness to think outside the box, to be a trailblazer, to create opportunities for those who would not get them or have them. Let's give this building a real chance. Let's omit the committees and the planning and the which we have seen. We see it's a physical evidence that that did not work. It needs help now. It needs funding right now, right where it stands. So I just ask that the council consider that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Patricia Gallimore, followed by Alicia Barber, followed by Tom Clark.
Well, it's good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Patricia Gallimore. I am the president for the Reno Sparks NAACP. On behalf of the Reno Sparks NAACP and myself as a private citizen, I'm speaking about the Lear Theater. I remember maybe in the early 2000s, my daughter sung there with Nevada Opera, youth opera. And it was just as Demetrius, as Dee was saying, it was a beautiful place. So once again, I don't know what's happened. While much has been said about the failed efforts to remodel this building in the early 2000s, the reality is those aborted attempts failed to strip the building of its soul. The building does have the soul. Despite decades of neglect and misguided plans, the Lear Theater remains today exactly what it was in 1939, the most majestic and culturally significant building in the city of Reno. As it stands today, the Lear is a testament of the genius of Paul Revere Williams. Its neoclassic lines and dignified presence on the Truckee River are a rare glimpse of architectural perfection in a city that too often settles to dispose of things of that nature. We advocate now as the NAACP for this to perhaps to become a cultural center, change the name to Paul Revere Williams, and form a community alliance, something that will continue the efforts. The NAACP views the current indecision regarding the Lear with deep dismay. In Europe, a structure of this pedigree designed by a pioneer like Williams would be treated as a sacred trust, protected for centuries, but that's not what we're doing here in Reno. Sometimes we treat our landmarks like temporary props, ready to be cleared away for the next generic development. The Lear Theater is not a generic development. It is historical. We must stop talking about the Lear as a problem to be solved or a ruin to be restored. It's already a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. We've all said that to this afternoon. The fact that previous remodeling efforts failed in many ways, it's a blessing. It's left the original 1939 bones of the Williams vision intact. Our duty now is not to improve it, but to protect it from a wrecking ball. The Reno, we must decide whether we are a city that values its heritage or we are a city that puts its history in the trash. The NACP stands for the former. We demand that the Lear Theater be recognized as it stands today as an irreplaceable landmark that must be preserved with the same reverence that the world gives other great works. Thank you so much for listening this afternoon.
Beautiful words. Thank you so much.
Alicia Barber, followed by Tom Clark, followed by Bradley Carlson.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Will you, before you start, will you just put on the record how many people attended the workshop? Do you remember what the number was? It was 135?
125 in person?
Okay.
No, it was 175 altogether, I believe it was 130.
It was 125
In person and 55 online. So 175 altogether.
Yeah, impressive. Thank you for your guidance. All right, take it away.
Thank you. My name's Dr. Alicia Barber. I'm a public historian and adjunct professor of historic preservation at UNR. I was thrilled to help put together the community meeting in January about the Lear, and thank you so much for allowing me to volunteer to help your team do that. We had a great little team. The turnout and enthusiasm, I think, exceeded all of our expectations. It was truly magical. In my brief comments today, because I've sent you more extensive comments, I just want to go back to the reason that the city acquired this building from Art Town in the first place, which was to help facilitate its preservation and reuse. Our town placed the building in the city's hands rather than a private developer because they trusted the city to help move it toward those goals. And I advocated for two things from the very beginning. The first was commissioning a historic structure report to specifically outline what is required to stabilize the building while meeting all the requirements of the State Historic Preservation Office and the City Historic Register, and that's been done. The second was convening a community meeting so we could get a tangible sense of the public interest and their ideas and how they want to help, and then share with everyone what the report said, the condition of the building, just to get all the facts on the table so everybody could really be aware from a position of sort of common understanding, which we did in January. And one major question that's facing all of us now is how do we channel all of this community interest and support and eagerness to help into action? How can the city capitalize on all of this interest to help carry the load and make sure that the city staff isn't overburdened by this as we continue to make progress on that primary goal, which was to help facilitate the preservation and reuse of the building? Is it a subcommittee? Is it a working group? Is it an advisory board? I don't know. There's a lot of options and they're important, but I urge you not to get too hung up on that today, because none of it matters if the building isn't stabilized and secured, as you've been hearing from other people here. Of all the recommendations that you have from the Historical Commission, and I support them all, stabilization is the top priority. And I know you're not outlining money today. This isn't a budget workshop, but agreeing in concept to support allocating the funds that are required to stabilize it, funding that is specifically intended to address blight and help raise property values in the redevelopment areas for this building and everything around it, would ensure the building is better protected as we move forward, whatever it becomes, whoever manages it. And that would kick off a very straightforward work plan that your city staff can accomplish. Carrie Koski knows what to do to make that happen. You have a design for fencing that's already been approved by the SHPO. That was a big hurdle, but it's done. The other tasks are very clear from the report, and your public works staff can accomplish those. So she can get you all the numbers you need, right, and put out a bid request. So let's not relinquish the city's guardianship of this building prematurely just because we haven't figured everything else out yet. There's time to do that, but we need to protect the building first. So let's get it secured. You know the community wants to help in any way we can. You just have to give us the mechanism to do that, and we are here for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alicia. Okay.
Tom Clark, followed by Bradley Carlson, followed by Mariko
Tom.
Gill.
How's my
Thank you, Madam Mayor,
future
members of
little
the council.
mini mayor? How's she?
Speaking of my daughter, she's wonderful. She is a freshman at San Jose State.
Oh, my
And
goodness.
is killing it. So thank you for asking. She'll be
Well,
pleased to
I'm
know
so
that is one of the
proud of
first
her.
little mini mayors that.
Yeah, she's
that
my
she's
first
evolved to
mini
that.
mayor. When I don't know how old was she, 6, 7? I don't know, she was
Something like
about
that.
7 years old or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, well,
was great.
good to see you. Take it away.
Thank you. My name is Tom Clark. I'm here on behalf of the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce. And I also have the honor of serving as the chairman of the Pioneer Center for the Performing Arts on their board of directors. And I'm the past chair of the Nevada Preservation Foundation. It's like, if I was the legislature, this would be a me too. Everybody that spoke before me has basically nailed it. From the chamber's perspective, what we would really like to see is a visitor center or just an activity place. Bookend what we have with the McKinley at one end of the river with the Lear at the other. Do as Dr. Barber has stated, let's get it stabilized and make it a place where it may not be a theater, but it can definitely be a community activated zone and an area for people to get together and celebrate not just the namesake of the building, but the architecture behind it and all of the cultural stuff that has come along when it was active. Like the Pioneer, everybody seems to have a memory of the Lear, right? I have one of those. My wife and I are constantly arguing about how we first met. We know it was 1998. We know it was the SES for Kids campaign. I was working for R&R Partners, managing the campaign, and she was the education reporter. She swears that I met her at a school board meeting. That's not exciting. I'm the romantic. We met on the steps of the Lear Theater. I remember it vividly prior to the big Blue Ribbon Commission meeting to announce the campaign. And she says, no, that wasn't the case. But let's do what we can to preserve this space, to do the right thing for this facility, for its historical side, for its cultural side. The Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce is ready, willing, and able to step up. And I'll just do lastly, just like my plug for the 2026, 2027 Broadway Comes to Reno Theater package at the Pioneer. Let's get everyone in a room where it happens, and not throw away our shot. Thank you, Madam
I
Mayor.
love that. I did not know that you had such deep roots in performing arts. I'm impressed. I bet you can belt out a tune. Good job. Okay, ready? I'm ready. All right, come on up.
Bradley Carlson, followed by Mariko Gill.
For the record, Bradley Carlson, Madam Mayor.
I
City
did know that
Council.
about you, about your love for the arts, so.
Yeah, and what you might not have known is I used to volunteer as a supernumerary with Ted Puffer with Nevada Opera back in the days of the A-frame, and I've been on stage twice at Pioneers, so I do support that.
Oh, that's
Anyway,
so cool.
aside.
All right, great.
I'm, as you probably, most of you probably already know, I'm a commissioner on the Historical Resources Commission. Past chair, I'm terming out this month, so I hung around too long. I'm also a member of and a tour guide with the Historical Resource, or the Historic Reno Preservation Society, and give a tour along the Riverwalk. And this is, of course, one of the features along that walk. A lot of good comments that have made. I support all the comments, and especially following Dr. Barber. I encourage you to listen and take her comments into consideration. I think what we need, there have been a lot of proposals for this building and a lot of great ideas and a lot of spirit and a lot of passion for it. Moving forward, what we need is a thoughtful, deliberate, purposeful process to come with a framework that will provide success in moving forward. We don't want to see demolition by neglect, which we've seen in the city before. So I think we need to keep attention on it. Prioritize, as just been mentioned too, is security and stabilization are the top priority. I'm of course supporting the proposed motion and the recommendations of the Historical Resources Commission, so I won't go into a lot of detail on those, but by all means, that's a top priority. I wholeheartedly support doing a feasibility study. With my background in hotels and hospitality design, this is so important with new projects, just to prove that it's viable and worth moving forward and has a chance of success. A lot of great ideas and dreams, but without really knowing that feasibility behind it, that's very important. So I absolutely get behind that. Funding, don't look at, I wouldn't look at this project as being revenue generating. I think it's more of a community spirit and soul generating thing. And in that, I would look for establishing a fundraising appeal and process and accounts or whatever it needs to make that happen. I think, there have been, with the fundraising is important and just looking for a model that works for that. And I support the citizen-based committee advisory groups to keep that communication going and holding community meetings. Thank you.
Our final commenter today is Mariko Gill.
I just want to say something before my time actually start, man. You know, moving here to Northern Nevada, man, really changed my life. And here's how it changed my life, because when I got to this city, I really did not know, coming from the South, like from Mississippi, right? I didn't understand how much African-American history was here embedded in this community, right? And what Reno really stood for. And I just really, when I went to this meeting, it really hurt me to see that my history was being demolished. And I just want to come up with a solution. I think today that this city council really can adapt, right, and actually move forward with that. And so again, my name is Mariko Gill. I'm the third vice president for the Reno Sparks NACP. The city now owns the Lear Center, right? You took ownership of the art from Art Town when they could no longer care for it. You allocated $1 million in federal ARPA funds to stabilize it. You commissioned a historic structural report. Then the ARPA money was gone because no contractor would bid on the work. Those funds were repurposed for other city priorities. There are no ARPA dollars left for this building. This was not a contract problem. This was a capacity problem. Historic preservation projects require specialized partnerships that most cities cannot execute through traditional procurement. You had now this is another thing that really, you guys really need to pay attention to what I'm finna say. You had legal authority under ARPA to partner with a nonprofit organization. You chose not to. Cities across the country use ARPA funds exactly that way. Charleston County did it. Puerto Rico did it. Reno did not. Real partners exist right now in Northern Nevada who know how to execute projects like this. They understand how to structure these deals. They know how to access federal historic tax credits worth 20 to 40% of project costs. They know how to unlock funding that the city cannot access alone. These partners are not idea on paper. They are real organizations with track records. They just need three things from this council. And this is the one that you guys can pass today. First, pass a resolution that promises Paul Revere Williams' name will stay on the building forever. Not a plaque, not an actual name of the not the actual name of a building. Paul Revere Williams designed this building in 1939 in a country that treated black people as second-class citizens. He became the first black architect to earn the highest honor in his profession. His name tells the truth about our history. Second, create a community advisory committee with a guaranteed seat for the Reno Sparks NACP before you make any final decisions about this building. And the reason I'm saying that because you guys have to know the history. The NACP national office out of DC gave this man an honor, gave him a plaque for this work that he did in our communities, right? Paul Revere Williams is part of the Black American history. People he built it for deserve a voice. Third, direct your city staff to engage institution partners capable of accessing federal historic tax credits and other funding mechanisms this building qualifies for. You cannot execute this project alone. The failed ARPA allocations prove that. You already own the building. You already have the report. You already proved the traditional approaches does not work. I know who these partners are. I have spent considerable time understanding what it takes to make a project like this succeed. I am prepared to connect the right people to make this happen. The question is whether the city council is ready to do something different. Will you put Paul Revere Williams' name on this building forever? Will you give the community a voice? Will you work with partners who can actually execute this? And I just want to say thank you guys. And the only reason I'm bringing this to you guys, like I told you guys last time, I've been in a community where it's been hit with historic things. I've been a part of Hurricane Katrina. I've been a part of BP oil spill. I had the opportunity to work with city council. I had the opportunity to work with state leaders. I'm here to actually help on behalf of the Reno Spark NACP for us to come together as a collective, right, and see how do we help. And now I have that, right? I have those resources to help this body, right? And from what I'm seeing, and not just this issue, it's a lot of issues here in this city. And so now we have to come together as a collective body to see how we can work and not just be a back-end engine to other things that's happening here. So that's what I'm here for. Thank you guys again.
Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment registered. For the record, we did receive 20 comments that were neutral or concerned in nature. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council. Additionally, we did have one live public commenter, Mr. Mark Taxer, who did not wish to speak but also expressed concerns.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you to all the commenters, folks that came out or folks that wrote in about the importance of the Lear to our community. You know, we currently are in the process, the city, of acquiring the Lear, and that decision was made by council in 2021. It was effectuated in 2023, so these are council actions. We also took an action to allocate $1 million, as been noted, to begin the exterior renovation. Very important. If you want to fight blight, you have to be part of the community. As I get started, I just want to first thank two people, and that is Councilmember Reese, sitting to my right, for his immediate contribution of $5,000 of his council donations to help us put on the community town meeting. Without that and the assurance that we could provide food, secure space, we didn't know what we'd have to do, we moved forward confidently. The other is a very recent addition to the team, and that is Carrie Koski. I have recently found out that Megan Berner's team has now reporting to Carrie Koski, so there's been a restructuring of arts and culture and historical resources to Public Works. Why? Because often, whether it's a mural, or whether it's a sculpture, or whether it's restoring a building, it requires some kind of construction. And who better than our construction leads, led by Carrie? So I actually have even greater confidence than I ever have before about the future and where we're going. Why did the city make the decision to acquire the Lear? First and foremost, for preservation. Numerous groups had advocated for preservation. A number of nonprofits were formed. Things were handed off from one to the other. Finally, it ended in the lap of Arttown. Arttown wanted to do it. They wanted to use the facility, but I have to acknowledge, and this is why I wanted to acknowledge Carrie, is that Arttown's board, which I served on for 5 years, is not filled with people that do construction. It is filled with people that program art and look at the city's culture, work on a 30-day festival. They're not building things. They're using one of the 3 facilities that was acquired. But other than that, they just didn't have the bandwidth to do it all, and the right kind of people, even volunteers. What is preservation? And Madam Mayor, I have a few things to say to set the scene, if I may.
Yes.
May overcome my time.
Please, go ahead.
Why is preservation important? And we've heard it before, but I think it's important to understand why the council cared, why the community cares. One, it maintains our identity. I recently saw some stuff on social media about who is Reno and what makes us special and why does it even matter and why are we not Anytown, USA? It is these things that are unique and special to Reno that help define Reno and Renoites. It's a tangible link to the past for education. It's a very important economic development catalyst. I think it's very important to understand that whether it's heritage tourism, which attracts investment, or increasing property values, which are being depleted by the current status of the Lear, especially its exterior, it's an opportunity to see what was done in the past in terms of superior building materials, in terms of the artistry that's actually impossible to replicate today. Think about the post office. Are we building that building today? Some of the old courthouses, in not just our community, all communities. And the Lear is an example right there with them all. The social and cultural values were just mentioned. The point about Paul Revere Williams being the first Black architect inducted into the AIA, it's not just the building. It's what caused the building to be built. It's who participated in that building and what it stands for, and recognition of those contributions to who we are. And then finally, reusing, this is a truism, reusing an existing building is the most sustainable way to go. Now, I want to just clarify a couple things that I heard at our phenomenally attended meeting that was at January 10th. What have we done at the city? We've only owned this building just about exactly 3 years. It took about 10 months to get out on the street with the structural analysis assessment. It's not a study. It might be called a report, but it's actually what engineers do before they begin a project. It's like an inspection. We have also sponsored, but not spent, the $1 million that was authored by ARPA. And we have promoted this through this community meeting. We've begun the community conversation. So cities are one of the best ways to preserve historic buildings. There was a comment about people's memories of the Lear. I have a very recent one, and that was I got to attend the TEDx talks, the first ones in Reno, in that building very recently. It was about 8 years ago. The building was in use. The place was packed. It is not something that can never be used. And something that's been brought up many times is that the city has a history of acquiring historic structures. We have, of course, McKinley, an old school. We have the South Side School, both of which are being fully used today. We have the train station. Each of these properties has had money expended by the city without the drama or level of discussion that I've seen surrounding the Lear. So, for example, anywhere from $1 to $3 million has been spent on these facilities. We don't get into a drama and hand-wringing. We just understand it's our responsibility as the sponsor and the guardian of these buildings to make sure that they are not leaking water and that they do stay intact. And one other thing I just want to point out. Historic structures take time to renovate. This is not go in and do it. There is a SHPO, State Historic Preservation Office. There is a community conversation. There are ideas. There are plans. There is fundraising. All of this takes time. If we are not patient and understand that doing this kind of building versus, let's say, the Moana Pool, a new build on an old place, is a very different process. So I just think it's one of the important things as we move forward with this conversation today to understand why we bought it, the role of preservation in our community identity, and also to just quickly clear up a few misnomers. There has been a conversation, did SHPO approve the exterior improvements? That's the fencing, the landscaping, the concrete work, the security. Yes, they did. That is not in question. We 100% got it approved. We wouldn't have moved forward with the ARPA money without that. The structural assessment clearly says the building is in fair to poor conditions. Fair some places, poor others. It's not falling down. Why the huge showing of support at this meeting? I have to say in my 12 years, I've only seen one other meeting equal or exceed the attendance of this community conversation about the Lear. There's huge support. And why is it? I think people are very fearful of what happened, let's say, to the Mapes. But we have two examples of buildings. We have the Mapes, but we also have the Riverside. One was torn down. One diagonal across was restored. You know, it's very important to understand why that happened. And the Mapes was in the city's hand. To my knowledge, Riverside was not. Riverside had a unique partnership with a Midwest Arts Alliance that helped create affordable housing in a historic building. The Mapes was torn down. And what's important about this is not necessarily that it's torn down, but it left a hole in many people's heart. You hear it still today. This happened over 20 years ago. People are still talking about it. It's incredible how if we don't take the steps needed, it really tears at the fabric of our community. So I do have, Madam Mayor, some recommendations based on what we've heard from Megan and the community, but I want to hold on those, and I want to be informed by what my colleagues say and what we've just heard from the public. But what I don't want to do is relitigate that something wasn't approved, or we've had this for generations, which we have not. or that dozens of studies have been done. We have done one engineering structural analysis. That's the only study we at the city have done. We've had one community meeting. We haven't had dozens of meetings. So it's really important to not get caught up in, I guess, hype or something else, but let's stick to the facts. And in my opinion, and I'll give it later, just the concept of being patient, letting the process work, but also actively moving forward. So that's, where I'm thinking, and I really appreciate the people that commented today. And again, to Councilmember Reese, because without him, we would not have had this community meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Stewart, you're far too kind. I want to say a couple of things. First, it's always incredible to talk about the Paul Revere Williams Cultural Center, the Lear Theater. I think it is an important part of our shared history, but it's also a story about our future, right? Our river is a place where we have a lot going on there. Its existence there along the Truckee River, as you see some renovations going on along the flood project there on Riverside, there really is a special opportunity for this particular time to talk about the future. And like Ms. Dewar, I also don't think we gain much by continuing to litigate the past about it. I think one of the things I appreciate about Dr. Barber's comments today was really like, hey, here were the things we said you needed to do. You went out and did the first two. Now we're getting to the next step, right? So we're just setting them up, knocking them down. For my part, I agree with many of the things that Ms. Stewart said. I wanted to ask a question, and I don't know if it's a Ms. Berner thing or a Ms. Kosky thing, but it's about the differences between what I see in the presentation in terms of options to like plug and play for cost. Because as I see it, there's a range, and maybe I have hopefully done my math right. Either we have a upper end range of recommendations, which is 1.736, and a lower end of 1.136. The difference being the dollars there of $600,000 related to different types of stabilization. So do I have that correctly from the slide deck that you provided?
So you're referring to the building stabilization slide, the slide.
Well,
with
I
the,
see, what I did is I took all the costs that you've estimated and I looked at the 1.6, but it has two carve-outs for concrete and railing and landscaping, that if we parted
Yes.
those out, you'd have the lower number.
Yes,
And then I took the
that's
higher
correct.
end number for the other things that have been recommended, but they're estimated costs. So there was like a steering committee, which I know the Madam Mayor has been very much in favor of, and also the feasibility study. So I'm taking the higher end of those ranges. Okay. So for my part, I think that we have, and I know that today will not be a budgetary discussion. It's not that, I know your slide posits the cost. It's really like an update and post, what we did at this summit. For my part, I think we should go all in. We should have the entirety of the range, all of the things that are identified there, which means we should do the full 1.6 on the buildings preservation, and we should also do the upper range on the costs that are needed to do the I guess it's a feasibility study, which has a range, and then also the committee stand-up. So now the question becomes, we have some budget challenges, both at the city and as a region, related to how growth is going on here. I think there's funds sufficient to pay for the entire 1.736 in the redevelopment agency budget, even if we only for 1 year come below the recommendations of the redevelopment agency about what funds we should carry forward. There's money there. And at the end of the day, I also think you have a colleague to my right and a colleague to my left who have been working on this project for 12 and 14 years, and we're just getting to the point where the redevelopment agencies have funds. I would love for us to make these commitments today as an acknowledgement that their time is limited on the body, but their impact will be profound and beyond their term. So that's my recommendation. Again, I'm jumping out in front, not to steal any thunder from Ms. Dewar, but because Ms. Dewar has laid the table, I'm telling you what my thoughts are, and we should go all the way. And it's time. It's been long since time to do it. We don't really have the time to wait. For my part, the last time I was in it was with the mayor. We were ghost hunting on Halloween a few years back in the thing with a TV crew. Scariest night of my life, but a future can be had. That's my recommendations. It will be my recommendation
That will
later.
be his forever memory of the Lear Theater. I actually had a really cool experience. I was walking in DC, and there was a gentleman that looked at someone I was with and said, "Wow, you're so pretty. Where are you guys from?" Not to me. They didn't say it to me, but they said it to someone I was with. And I said, "Oh, we're from Reno," because, I'm loud and proud. And I said, "Have you been there?" I always ask people, "We're from Reno. Have you ever been there?" Because I love to hear what their stories are and how they sort of perceive Reno. And he said, "No, I've never been there." But he said, "You have something there that is so special." And he said, "You have a building there that was designed by a gentleman by the name of Paul Revere Williams." And he said, you won't know this. You won't know this. Well, lo and behold, he didn't know I was the mayor of Reno. And then we got into talking. I said, "Of course I know who that is." And I said, it's so rare. And he gave me a lot of history and background. Well, he ended up being this big historian of architecture and very, very rare opportunities. And it happened to be the Lear. And so I just thought that was so cool, and it was sort of I always believe there's things happen for a reason. The other thing I would say, I really want a strict timeline on this. Because I'm afraid whenever I leave that this could get reversed. I'm going to be very honest with you. This is just one of those things that I think is so special to the community. I would also say it's not fair for the residents to live among the blight that's happening there as well on that street. It just, we've got to, and we've been saying it, but we also have to have support, internally. That is really important. I want to say thank you to Jackie for listening and understanding that the council has felt really passionate about it. I appreciate you very, very much, because it's something we've tried to do for a long time, and just sometimes when there's not the political will inside, it's very hard to get it on the outside, just so everyone knows. And so I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for coming today and being here with us and supporting us. But I want to also recognize Jackie under her leadership. You're making it happen. So I want to say thank you. So again, I want timelines, really strict timelines. I did not know that Carrie, super fortunate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Carrie is a doer here. She's a supporter here. And how many years have you been here? 22. Not to mention, she just gives people random rides that hang out here and takes them home because she is one of the kindest people. There was an elderly woman that was sort of stranded here, and Carrie was so sweet, and she took her home. No one knew it, but someone outed you. We found out about it, but that's the kind of person Carrie is. And I think it's important to have someone with massive heart leading sort of this charge. And then Megan, for sure, with her background in everything arts and culture. And so I know you love it too. So I'm excited. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. But I just wanted to recognize Jackie. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay. Thank you to my passionate colleagues for how much you care about this project. First, I'm going to start with Miss Carol, is it Goodman? Or Coleman. My mom is a newcomer as well, and I just asked her if she knows you, Leslie Smith, and she says you're fabulous. So thank you for being here today. Whenever I hear newcomers, I'm like, ooh, I need to find out if she knows her. Okay, I'm going to start my comments by acknowledging that the Lear is special and has historical significance that many people in our community, including everybody here in this chamber, cares about. It's not a question today whether the building matters and is important. It clearly matters and is important. The question before us is narrower and more important. Is it the right role for the city of Reno, given our existing obligations, limited resources, and adopted priorities? So I'm going to make my first point. It's not a financially responsible expansion of the city's role. The staff report makes clear that no funds are currently allocated for the Lear property, which is a city property, and that any future action would create additional financial impacts that we can't afford, depending on what this council's direction is. The city is already committed to ongoing purchase payments through FY28, so it's not a matter of starting fresh. It's a question of whether we deepen an existing financial obligation on this project. A responsible city council should be very careful before directing additional studies, funding pathways, stabilization work, or staffing attention to a project that doesn't have a clear and sustainable financing plan. My second point, the city would be taking on long-term liabilities, not just a one-time decision. The historic structure report found the building to be in fair or poor condition overall, and staff notes there are near-term stabilization needs with no budgeted funds currently available. This property also carries preservation covenants through 2060, which means any rehabilitation or alteration is subject to significant restrictions and review requirements. So this is not simply a matter of preserving a building or showing good faith in our community. It's a matter of deciding whether the city of Reno wants to remain tied to a long-term set of legal, financial, and operational responsibilities for a highly constrained property. In my view, it's not the best of the city of Reno's capacity at this time. My third point is the council's job is to stay focused on our core municipal priorities, and everything is very tough to fund right now. Our core responsibilities are very tough to fund right now. Reno's strategic priorities require us to focus on fiscal sustainability, public safety, housing and homelessness, infrastructure, community development, and effective governance. The city's budget framework also makes clear that budgeting is how we turn those priorities into action. That means we have to distinguish between projects the city may appreciate and projects the city is truly responsible for leading. Community enthusiasm does not eliminate the need for council discipline. If nonprofit partners, which it sounds like there are many, private advocates or community groups want to organize around this property, it's your right, and we think it's worthwhile. But it does not automatically mean the city should finance, structure, administer, or advance the project as a part of our own work program. So in closing, for me, it comes down to the role and clarity of our city's stewardship, and we can respect the Lear's history. If we want to rename it, I'm in full support, without committing the city to a larger restoration project that carries significant cost, uncertainty, and long-term obligations.
Right.
For that reason, I do not support expanding the city's role in this project beyond its basic legal and property responsibilities. And with that said, I would support taking it out to the community for an RFP for any and all of the community partners that are interested in coming forward with their financing and their project plan.
Okay, thank you so much. One of the things that I do think, and I didn't see in your slide, to Ms. Anderson's point, is I think we've always felt really strong about an RFP out there. There are several nonprofits that really have the financial ability and understand historic resources. I think we felt really strong about that. I also think that it's hard to entertain whenever we get solicited and we haven't invited the entire public to be able to be part of that process. That we went through that and it was really difficult. And because you want to find the best partners, the ones that are really funded, that understand historical preservation, and that way the city can weigh in and council members can weigh in for the best partners possible when it comes to those RFPs. So I didn't see it in there, or was that part of the conversation as well, bringing in?
The conversation included who should manage it, and both the city received high rank as well as nonprofits.
Yeah.
And that was the perception in the survey.
Okay, all right.
Privatizing it in terms of a money-making sort of facility was not well supported.
Okay, go ahead. All right, go ahead. Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the punchline first and then work down from there. I absolutely support an RFP for this project going out to the community. It's not because I don't like the Lear. It's not because I don't care about the Lear. It's exactly the opposite. It's because I do care about the Lear. It's because I do care about the community. And based on our history in this project, I think it is better off in the hands of somebody private that can work faster, more nimble, and actually raise the money to do this. I respectfully and vehemently disagree with using RDA money on this building. The RDA funds, we need to be strategic and disciplined with those funds. Just because we have money, it doesn't mean we start picking things, and it has to be strategic in the redevelopment areas. The Lear Theater is there's a lot of emotions around it, but I'm looking at it from a business perspective, and like my colleague said, we can't fund the things that we absolutely have to fund right now. So I think we need to take a look at what our necessities are as a city, what our responsibilities are, and then ask our private partners to come to the table and help us with this. And it sounds like they're really willing to do that. And I look at the success of the community meeting that you had. That was a private, we had a private person come in and help us do that. And it was one of the most successful meetings that Councilwoman Dorr said she's ever seen. Let's take that approach and let the Lear be what it needs to be in the future, what it can be. Let somebody love it. The other thing that I have concerns with is when we start looking at what we could do with the different strategies, I don't understand how we can't look at plumbing to stabilize it. When we got the structural report, there's standing water in there. We don't know if that's from the plumbing. We don't know if that's from the roof. We don't know where it's coming from. So I think the plumbing definitely has to be addressed, and that's in the next tier. When we look at the lighting, we have to address the electrical with that. That's in the next tier. So it has to be a holistic approach. I think this is something that is going to continue to grow in scope and depth to stabilize it, and we need to give it the full attention that somebody with the expertise can. It's kind of corny, but you remember those sayings where it says, if you love something, set it free. Well, I definitely love the Lear Theater. I have memories there with Renata Newman, with my kids, with fundraising. Let's let it go to somebody that can actually care for it and love it the way it needs to be done. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar? Oh, okay. All right, Vice Mayor.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. And I don't want to bury the hatchet, but I definitely think that moving forward in a way that we will support the Lear Theater and making sure that we're using the appropriate avenues is the best way to go about being good stewards of this building. I think I have two concerns. One is the way that this item is stylized now and our bringing in the redevelopment agency when it's two different boards that we're looking at it through, and having this not be on that redevelopment agency board agenda causes me some concern, talking about it now through that. And so I want to stay away from talking about the finance of that in terms of the recommendation and what was presented in your slideshow. And I'm also concerned about the way that the survey results came in that left out some of the cultural history and relevance that we've been hearing about from some of our community members. And obviously, we all know who the architect of this building was and the historical value that places on this building. And so I think I share in the sentiments with the rest of the council that this building is important and we want to make sure that we're good stewards of it. I just don't know if right now committing to some of the things that are presented in the way that they are is the best and financial use of the city and the redevelopment agency.
Okay. I'm a little confused because I thought this was under, Megan, the RDA.
This is not under the RDA. I mean, so the Lear, Megan Berner, Arts and Culture Manager for the record, the Lear is in RDA 1, but this item is not under the RDA agenda. This is a council item.
Okay. That's what you were talking about, Miguel. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Okay. I understand that. I want to be clear too, because I think there's some confusion. I'm hearing comments about, oh, we can't afford this, we can't afford that. Everyone can afford what they want when they want. That's what I've learned about being up here. When you want something, you can afford it. I've seen it happen. There's an $80 million swimming pool that sits on Moana because when you want it, you can get it. So I'm just going to be really clear about that. And so, you guys okay over here? You okay? You okay? Yeah. Oh, I thought you said something. Sorry. So I just want to, so where is this poor Megan? She's like, oh my gosh. So tell me exactly, because then I'm not clear. Is this coming from, this is coming from the general fund?
So there's no proposed allocation for funding
Okay.
here. This is a conversation. You all asked us to bring to you the HRC recommendations after this community happened, and so that's here. This motion leaves it fairly open for those next steps.
Okay. I got it. I think Vice Mayor makes a really, really good point in the sense of where does it live, how does it belong, and then it becomes unclear. I think that's why you're hearing some of these comments of like, how do we get there? What is this for? I really think RDA money is just for projects like this that are blighted and that fit into the scope. And that's another thing to look at is sort of the RDA budget. And to be honest with you, I looked at that and there was a lot on that list that I don't feel like the council has had those conversations to like, what is the priority? A lot of it was staff priority, which is fine, but I think we didn't weigh in quite yet. And so I think there's some unanswered questions of like, how do you fund this and how do you get there? And I think there's some good questions too. So there's, right to be concerned. I think RDA, I know my colleague and I have a different opinion, but I think this is where it would be able to live is under the RDA, especially the blight factor in that neighborhood, at least the outside, because the outside should be beautiful. I know Ashley worked really hard on the fence. She got approval for the fence, which is really tough to do, I hear, with SHPO. I really believe that outside needs to be just beautiful so people can enjoy everything. You can do events outside too, but I also want to make sure we give it every shot we possibly can to make it survive and thrive. It's our history, and it's Black history significance. This city should stand up right now and say we absolutely need to do everything we can to preserve that. I mean, we have gotten rid of so many historical landmarks in this city, and this one is not worth saving? I don't know. That's crazy to me, because this one is a big one, folks. It's a big one. I was born and raised in this city, and it's got massive, massive heart and soul and preservation, absolutely. Because I'd like to know the last time, when did we do something like this, Pat? When was the last time that we did something that was of major preservation for the Black community?
I was getting ready to say our story. And that's another thing. We got to go way up here to see our story. We got to go way up there when.
So I would just say sometimes things are priceless, not about the money. They're priceless. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Poor Megan's out of town. I'm like, Megan, she's just delivering it. It's not, you're just the only one standing there that I get to look at. So don't take it personal.
I know you're not
because I
directing
know
this at
Megan
me.
will walk out of here and she's very sweet, but I'm not directing at you. You just happen to be right in front of me. So please know that. Megan's amazing. Matter of fact, I served on arts and culture with Megan back in the day. Remember Megan? Megan was my only friend on that board. Do you remember? Anyway, okay. So I just want to reiterate that, but thank you. Okay, go ahead. Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much. For my part, I want to be able to say a couple of things about both what is in front of us today, which is a presentation about the Lear community meeting, and connecting it to what is being recommended. We will absolutely have to come back. I think it's at the end of April and the beginning of May where we're talking about the budget for both the city and the redevelopment agency, two different things. And so in some ways, this is what happens in elected life. You have 7 people, all who do have an absolute heart and love for the Lear, and you can have both the heart for the Lear and different ways which you think you can go about saving it or preserving it, right? It's okay to have a difference of opinions. I don't fault my colleagues for not necessarily agreeing with the position I've taken. My point is that while we don't necessarily have money in the general fund, I do think there will be funds in the redevelopment agency. And yes, the redevelopment agency, as Madam Mayor said, is about acknowledging blight and economic development. And I think a building of historic significance that is currently sitting on Riverside is a blight. Therefore, it meets the definition of what RDA is supposed to do. And it will have economic impact when it meets its next iteration, right? And so I agree that we're trying to get back back to basics, whatever that means. I agree that we are trying to be fiscally responsible. The fiscally responsible thing is to not let a thing you own deteriorate, right? And so for me, it is being very strategic with whatever funds we do, and it will be back in front of us for how that funds are done. I'm just saying from the list that you've identified today and Ms. Koski has identified and the Historic Resource Commission has recommended, I think we should go all in on it, right? I also think you can also hold the agreement or principle that an RFP may be the route we ultimately settle on. But I'll give you this analogy. I think that when you're selling your house, sometimes your realtor says, hey, you really ought to fix up the bathroom before we list this house, right? So I think before we go out for an RFP, we should have it that it's waterproof, right? No one wants to come along and pick up your disaster. What they want to do is come along and say, hey, we see that it is, we'll call it weatherproof, which should be a basic fundamental requirement of buildings and things we own. It doesn't have standing water in the basement. It doesn't have, things falling down. And then they can put their vision behind it. So it's sort of a prerequisite to, I think, having a successful RFP. And again, there will be debates about whether an RFP is the right thing, whether a government should own it, whether a nonprofit should own it, whether it should be sold for private enterprise. Those are legitimate conversations that we in elected life should be having. For my part, I believe it's good that the city owns it. I think we can control its outcome, and a key component of the redevelopment agency is that we do the things we want in the RDA to get to the outcomes we desire in those areas. It's not unlike why we did the Nevada GSR Arena, right? We wanted to change the trajectory of that area. We wanted to create the conditions that we wanted to see come out of it. Same thing with this. So for my part, we can do a combination of these things, permutation, and we should do everything we can to preserve this important building.
All right, Councilwoman Durr.
Yeah, sure. I didn't know, did Megan Ebert, did you have any comments? No. Okay, thank you. I guess for my second round is just that to set an expectation that we, the city, will not be paying for this whole project, whatever it ends up costing. And I'll use an analogy with the Moana Pool since it's been brought up several times. We could not move forward with the Moana Pool until Sierra Nevada Aquatics, a nonprofit, spent 10 years raising a funding mechanism from the Pennington Fund that was substantial, that showed a community commitment to that project. Then we could do the next bit, which included bonding, and then we could pay it off over time. So that is an example of a public-private partnership. I never saw this going any other way. I think we do what we can to be a steward of the building, and I loved Councilmember Reese's analogy. You put it in words better than I ever could, which was that when you want to highlight something, potentially lease it, sell it, I do it myself, you improve the property to the point that's at least stable, that it is not leaking, that it looks good. What do we always hear? Curb appeal, right? And curb appeal can be accomplished very inexpensively as compared to renovating an entire building. The problem, and I support an RFP, I just think it's too early right now. The problem with doing an RFP right in this moment is that you are likely to get a range, let's say 10 proposals, everything from a this to a that to another thing. We heard a welcome center, we've heard performing arts, we've heard community space, we've heard museum, we've heard a lot of things. And it leaves it up to the council to have to sort through 10 different ideas on how to use this building. The building can support certain things and not support other things. That would be the point of either, if you want to call it a feasibility study or a viability study. And the council doesn't usually just put something out for RFP. We usually condition it. We would like to see affordable housing in this space, and give us your proposal with, this in mind. And we provide guidance on what we'd like to see in a particular place. That's generally how we do it. We don't just say, everyone come. We did it one time when I was on council. We said, everyone come on something called Civic Plaza, which is across from the bowling stadium where the downtown partnership is. We got 3 very diverse proposals. One was a sports facility with a hotel. That's the one we ultimately picked, but guess what? It went, even though they had money, security, they had done this before, they had built a hotel, they were in the sports arena, this project could not come to fruition, no matter how much we wanted it to. They just didn't have it all together. We did vote for it, but it didn't result in any actual project. So I feel like until we actually have guidance on the RFP, what the building can be used for, being aware of the covenants, because those covenants go with any use of the building, then we're not going to be prepared. So I would love to see a motion, whether I make it or someone else makes it, and Mr. Reese would probably be my choice, as for the staff to put together a proposed funding package that would include the things that Historic Resources recommended. This million, the 600,000, the basically all-in concept that Mr. Reese mentioned. How could we get there? We don't even know what a proposal would look like. It might be composed of RDA money, could be room tax money, which is for arts and culture, could be council donations, although those would be very small in comparison to the others. There could be something else we don't know about. I would love to see that presented at our May 6th budget proposal so that we can actually have an idea of what we're even talking about. I think we should right away set up a donation fund. In other words, we already partner with the Community Foundation. We would just set up a separate donation fund that's earmarked for the Lear. And we need to keep communicating with the community. I think, again, it's a little premature to set up an advisory council, a subcommittee. All of this is very challenging right now, given our staffing. I would just like to see maybe 2 or 3 times a year a public meeting like we conducted where we reveal what our next steps are, what we've decided at council, and where we're going. And if that is, we're going to fund this get ready step, okay. If it's to go out for RFP and that's the will of the council, that gets explained to the community. Keep them in the loop so they know what's going on. So those would be my 3 steps. A funding package that staff would put together, set up a donation fund, and keep communicating with the community. Even if ultimately this project is in third-party hands, the money would be there. It would be collected for a purpose. Only thing I don't know is I don't believe the fundraising will be that successful unless we have a clear vision. People want to donate to something that they know what it is. So those would be my ideas at this time, this juncture.
I want to say thank you for the analogy, because I sat in the RDA meeting and Ms. Turney brought up, because I thought, well, why do we need to invest in the bathrooms at the Amtrak station, which is historical? And I said, we don't really even have a tenant yet. Why are we doing this? And she brought up that same point.
Concept.
And so, so it's going to cost $250,000 for bathrooms, but going back to your point, that it makes sense, and that was her sort of.
It's like a tenant improvement, if you will.
Exactly.
An essential.
And so I'm glad you brought that up, because she made a lot of sense whenever we were talking about that. Same exact analogy basically is what she used. So I thought it was very good. All right, Councilwoman Taylor.
I was thinking about the RFP process a little bit, and I wanted to have a little dialogue with Councilwoman Dewar. I think that we put out an RFP for the CAC building, and then we got a whole bunch of stuff back. So I think your example was good, but I think that this council has seen one more recently. And I think our team was pretty instrumental in putting the guardrails on that RFP. So I think we have the capabilities to do that. And I'll probably, you said you wanted to make a motion. I'd be happy to make a motion for an RFP, again, fully transparent from the very beginning.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay.
Hold on. Sorry, I apologize.
Oh, I have one more comment, and I just wanted to Ms. Taylor's point. With the CAC site, we ended up having to demolish the building first, and that was part of it, right? So the point was, we prepped the site so that we could make sure that they could go and get in there quickly and do their thing. And
I think it was part of the RFP. They put that in there,
They paid for it back, but
Yeah.
we actually did the demolition as a separate agreement to do it. And so I think the analogy is a good one, and you're right, it is more recent, but it also speaks to why we should make sure that at least the Lear is waterproof, right, before we send it out.
Well, and why did we buy it was to preserve it. Not to, to keep it intact and preserved, not to maybe remodel it into something else, add another wing. I don't know, but I mean, the core of it was to preserve it and not to demo it.
Well, there were strong proposals too to actually keep part of it and turn the rest into housing.
I mean,
There was
it just
I know.
didn't work.
I
for me.
remember.
I know. They
I
wanted
remember.
to build apartments on Bicentennial
Mhm.
Park.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
this isn't what we really
and then
do.
there were then they wanted to demolish it and build. So
know.
there was a lot of reasons, and it was tough.
Yeah. So anyway, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion that staff put together a proposed funding package, which would include the interior and exterior and the other recommendations that they've included, that the HRC included, to use Mr. Reese's term, all in. If that includes a 15% contingency, so be it. I want to be honest. Number 2 is to set up a donation fund opportunity. That can be at the city. We don't have to do it with the community foundation because donations, as I understand it, to the city are also tax deductible. We can set up a separate fund here. We've done it before. We have, for example, Relief Reno is a fund here. Number 3, keep communicating with the community, and I don't want to get overly prescriptive about that. So.
Hold on a second. I just want to clarify, Madam Clerk, I thought Councilwoman Taylor made the motion. Did you?
No, Madam Mayor, I said I would make a motion for an RFP
Okay, I
after.
just wanna make sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead. So
That was it.
that was
It's
it?
3
Okay.
pieces.
So I have a
could-
motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion
No.
passed.
No.
Okay, wait. Go ahead, put that on, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Taylor?
No.
Dewar?
Yes.
Martinez? Ebert?
No.
Reese?
Yes.
Anderson?
No.
Shevey?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3.
No, it fails.
Oh, motion, there's 3 noes. Oh, there were 4, who was the 4th no?
No,
Ms.
it
Ebert.
There was
failed.
3. There were 4
We're doing a
no's.
roll call.
So Councilman, or Vice Mayor,
Yes.
I'm going to throw it back to you, and you're going to try to give us a motion and see where we go, because it failed.
Okay. I'll,
Do you mind if can I try and make a motion?
Megan Ebert, I'm
Hold on a
Berner.
second, hold on.
It sounds like she might,
Let's just get the
I'm
vote
not making
first.
yeah.
okay, I didn't know if she wanted to add some context. Okay, never
No,
mind.
thank you.
Could you clarify for us, Madam Clerk?
Okay, we'll do it one more time. Councilmember Taylor?
No.
Dewar?
Yes.
Martinez?
No.
Ebert?
No.
Reese?
Yes.
Anderson?
No.
Shevey?
Yes.
Sorry, motion fails 4-3.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to try another motion.
I'm going to send it to
Oh,
Vice
okay.
Mayor.
Sure, yeah, I'll move to accept the survey results and ask staff to look at an RFP process for the Lear Theater encompassing all the direction that has been provided from the council.
I'll second.
Discussion?
Okay, I have a motion and a second discussion.
Well, I'll just say I'm disappointed by the earlier vote, but I respect my colleagues' choices. My concern is that our Historic Resource Commission, who is the expert in these areas, has said an RFP process is premature. It locks out those folks who might otherwise be participating in it, and it sort of portends the failure of the system. That being said, if the will of the body is to do an RFP, we will still have the same conversation because let's just say 4 people make a proposal, whatever those proposal limits are, we will have the ability to opine as to whether or not we prefer proposal 1 versus proposal 4. So I think it's not the end of the discussion about what should happen with the Lear. I do think that a proposal, an RFP process is an incredibly expensive undertaking to figure out how to both launch the process and make sure that you're doing it in such a way as to attract the kind of response that you want. And that's the concern I have with the RFP process at this time. Not that I'm not in favor of it. I do think there is a moment in time where it will come to us and we will need to make an RFP process happen, but that it's premature.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I too agree. I said, and Mayor said, and Councilmember Reese said that we see an RFP process in the future. It's just that we have been through this. You got to remember, I served on the Art Town Lear Committee for 5 years. We did this exact thing. We asked for RFPs from the whole community. We well advertised it. We got 3 proposals. None of them met the bar for an adequate proposal with adequate funding, with the adequate sustainability of the team that was making the proposal. We had to reject all. And I would hate to, I understand you weren't there, you didn't live through it, I did. And that is why we moved forward with transferring the building to the city. Because just asking the community, come and give us a proposal does not, and they were all over the place at the Art Town as well. So I don't want to repeat the process from the past unless we're changing something. And I don't see what we are changing. And so that's why I cannot support it at this time. If we know what the building can be used for, and we know what it's going to take, we have a structural report just to get there, 13.5 million just to get the building to code before you start doing anything. And if one of the proposals comes in to tear down half the building, save the front porch, but put a whole different thing in the back or something, that is not honoring our history. It's just not, and it's not honoring our community and the 175 people that came out. They've got to matter to all of us. We have to honor that process. We asked our staff to go do this and get community feedback, who spent hours with us, not 3 minutes, hours and hours with us. The 440 people that answered a survey who said what they'd like to do. They didn't say go out for RFP. Been there, done that. What we have to do is do something different, and the something different is to get the space at least, not all the way up to code, just so that it's protected, so that we can at least have the conversation with RFP respondents about what they would do with this building. So, guys, I have to say, I just think it's a good idea at the wrong time.
All right, Councilman Ebert, your light's on. Did Councilwoman Ebert?
I said I was just waiting to vote.
Okay, I can. Okay. All right. Okay, so I had a motion from Councilman or Vice Mayor Martinez, correct? Did you second? Okay, so we have a motion, second. That was discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
No.
Nope.
Motion passes 4-3.
Okay. All right. Oh, it's.
Mauricio, you got to understand, we just have rules in the chambers, and so I know you're passionate. No, we're not
Well,
we're
we'll
not
bring
kicking
it-
you out.
Don't worry, we'll bring it back. We're gonna all work together and we're gonna make it happen, so. Right. Councilwoman?
No.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item C2, which is a presentation and a discussion for the 4th of July parade.
Yay. We need some
Was that yay for me?
happiness. We need some happiness.
All right.
That was tough on my soul. Sorry, Nathan.
That's okay.
Sometimes you just need a little bit of a reset.
Megan
on.
was up here a long time, so.
I know, poor thing. She did a great job. Great job. Okay. I just want to make sure. By the way, thanks, Megan and Carrie. Appreciate you. Thank you. I'm trying to figure out where we are on the agenda.
C2. Item C2.
Because I feel bad.
We have item
D1,
D.
you guys have been here forever. Can we just, can
This
can
is
I?
them. This is them, right?
It
4th of
is,
July?
but D1?
That's next.
Okay, I kind of, I feel like D1. Is that okay? Now?
Okay, we're going to
Let's
open
do
up
that really
item
quick.
D1, David 1.
So we can all celebrate together.
Madam Clerk, I have a disclosure.
Yes, please go right ahead. We're going to go D1 and then we're going to get back to Nathan. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, fellow city council members and city staff, I'm a partner at the law firm of Reese Ringvelto PLLC, and my law firm represents IAF Local 731 on legal matters unrelated to this item specifically and not in this city. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office pursuant to NRS 281A0654 and 5. I have a commitment to private capacity as a law firm as my employer in IAF Local 731 based upon the law firm's continuing business relationship with IAFF Local 731. I also have a pecuniary interest in the client fees IAFF Local 731 pays the firm. Consequently, in the independence of judgment, a reasonable person in my situation could be materially affected in taking action and voting upon items related to IAF Local 731 in order to avoid conflict of interest, any appearance of impropriety, and comply with the Nevada ethics law. I will step out of the room for the duration of this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Mayor, we had item C2 scheduled, so we're getting the employee associated with item D1.
Oh,
He'll
sorry.
be here shortly.
I was
That's
jumping
okay.
ahead of you. I'm sorry.
It's okay, we can do it. I just want to let you know it's going to be a sec. It's coming down.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if you want to open the public hearing while we wait.
I do. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I now would like to open the public hearing. Has proper notice been given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice has been given on this item. No correspondence was received, but we do have a public commenter if you'd like to start there.
I love it.
All right, George Eddie Lorton.
All right, Mr. Lorton, you're up.
You,
I know. You got to get up and walk around when you sit there that long.
Yeah, swear to God. Hi, George Eddie Lorton for the record. And I'm glad to see the city attorney and the fire department came to a conclusion without all the infighting. So if everybody seems to be happy, if there's an agreement reached, I say, sounds good to me. So that was it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. No, I'm fine with making a motion if you guys are fine with that. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion.
Second.
I have a second.
To support staff recommendation.
Yes. I should have clarified that, sorry. To support staff's recommendation. I am sorry, you guys, I did not get any sleep. I've had some animal issues at my house, my dogs, I know. So anyway, okay, so I have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, there you go. See? Congratulations. Okay, now.
All right, Madam Mayor, now we're going to go back to item C2.
C2. Okay, let's go.
All right. We'll get through these as quickly as possible. Nathan Elliott, Parks and Recreation Director for the record, here today to talk about and get council direction for the level of support the city should provide for a 4th of July parade. Alignment with strategic plan, infrastructure, climate change, and environmental sustainability, arts, parks, and historical resources, so quality of life primarily. As of last week, a permit was submitted for a 4th of July parade by a private organizing group. The proposed details include that the 4th Street.
Don't you leave, hold on, sorry, keep going. Don't you two leave. Okay.
Include a 4th.
We're going to celebrate in a minute. Okay, go ahead.
Sure. Include a 4th Street route that would start at Vine and head east and proposed ending at University. The time would be approximately 10 a.m. parade start time. Staging could potentially be overnight and in a parking lot, but then would start early in the morning for the primary staging. Street closures would include 4th Street for the length of it, and then also short closures at 3rd and 5th on the north and southern side. Cost, the preliminary estimate for the basic typical support for an event is $30,000. Typically, those are reimbursed by the organizers for any privately operated events. So just some key considerations and some options for levels of support that council has the option to choose from. Our typical space for events is a support-only role. We help organize logistics, we help the permitting process, and then the organizer provides any cost reimbursement to the city for things like police, M&O, which is maintenance and ops for street closures and things like that. Option 2 is that a co-led sponsorship model, which is where utilizing city funds or the special event sponsorship funds, the city could choose to offset some of those costs for permitting, public safety, things that would go into those normal $30,000 costs. And above that, if there's other costs that the city wants to support. And then finally, a full city ownership for an event similar to the Veterans Parade, in that the city would create and execute the 4th of July parade with city personnel and resources, including the planning, recruitment of participants and things like that. And then we also need to identify if option 2 or 3 is one of those options that council wants to choose, where the preferred funding source would be. And if we want to pursue that as a part of the FY 2027 budget, we'd need to move quickly to identify that. Just again, some considerations, column opportunities. July 4th is obviously very busy downtown. There's currently 7 permitted events and activities. We expect more to continue to come in. Among those include the fireworks and dancing on the river, which have street closures for on Virginia between Mill and 5th Street, or 4th Street, sorry. And so we'll have to identify ways for first responders to cover all of the areas, and then also to have the proper equipment to use, like barricades and things like that for the additional street closures. And then, of course, with it being on a holiday, there's increased costs for all of the options. So here's a map of just kind of the street closures in the area for that day. I think one of the challenges here is an intersection at 4th Street in Virginia would have a north-south and an east-west closure. So that's a challenge. But our team, wanting to start with how rather than no, has figured out an opportunity to do that closure and to be as effective as possible in reopening streets at the conclusion of the parade. And then there's just a small street closure on Evans for a typical ACES event. So what makes parades a little bit different? I know it's not anybody's first parade or rodeo, but the staging and destaging is a logistical challenge and an opportunity to get everything lined up on time and ready to go for the space. Sound is needed to announce the parade up and down the street. Participants, not only just to come watch, but also to be in the parade as a float or as an entry, and then needing volunteers and staff to help support and keep the area safe. Public safety and traffic control is a little bit different as opposed to a normal event where everybody comes in, parks, sets up their stuff. The event actually moves around people. So people come and sit down and don't move, and then everybody comes by them. So that's just some of the challenges or some of the differences in a parade versus, and that impacts the costs. So. Next, just identifying some general ideas for the funding source: general fund, room tax fund, council discretionary funds, or a combination approach. It's coming very quickly. It's a little under, 3 months? And so getting sponsorships is a possibility as well, so that could go on there as another option too. So at this point, just want to open it up for questions, discussion, and any commentary.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Nathan, I was thinking about, you're like the person that gets up here and it's always like the fun stuff, the good stuff.
That's how it felt earlier, for sure.
Yeah. Well, I felt so bad for you.
Oh, no, don't worry about me.
I thought it was going to be like some artificial intelligence guru, and it was you. And
Just me.
And he likes to be in the job of people love to see Nathan, and they're happy about what Nathan does. And so I think that was a little.
From time to time.
It was a little tough. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I think you, and he did it with a smile. He's like standing up here smiling. Thank you so much.
And Madam Mayor, before we go into deliberation, we do have 2 public commenters.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Let's bring it on.
Okay, George Eddie Lorton, followed by Andres Torres.
Hi. For the record, my name's George Eddie Lorton, and we did have a productive meeting about the parade, and the staging area has been handled. The Jays Resort gave permission, so that would be wonderful with vendors there and stuff like that as such, and whatever you need help on from any avenue. Brought some great people to the table that can help with that on some sort of parade committee that takes a burden off staff. And staff was wonderful too, by the way. We appreciate it. So I also want to let you know that Phil from the Automobile Museum's on board. He'll supply cars, as well as the Chamber of Commerce. They're involved in the 250th anniversary parade also. So we're going to have, I know Honor Flight really well. We'll have lots of veterans. There's going to be a giant amount of people that'll be involved in this thing. It was a good route, too, to where the parade wasn't too long, just long enough. And with the other blockages, it worked going horizontally and vertical. So it ended up, imagine 4th on 4th Street. So, yes, I do support the idea, but I hope you do, too. So I think it's great for our country, great for our city. It won't be too big of a burden. So however you need help, there's a lot of people that would love to, and I'd appreciate it. And thanks for the consideration. Thank you.
Andres Torres.
This is the dancing king.
Please. I have to make a
The
disclosure.
one I want to run for office.
One day. I have to make a disclosure. These are my personal opinions and not the Department of War nor the United States Marine Corps.
Okay.
My name is Andres Torres. I am in my 21st year in the United States Marine Corps. I absolutely love this country, my family, the idea of being an American, which is, it doesn't matter where you're from. You can be an American here. You can start with nothing and become everything you've ever wanted. Dancing on the River was started with the idea that we bring people together, regardless of where you're from, and regardless of the money, because the Dancing on the River is always going to be free. I am so fortunate to have amazing leaders around me. Thank you so much to Eddie for bringing up the idea of a parade. Last time we met, one of the things that I immediately said is like, whoa, 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 we ain't got no time for this. I've reached out to several of the stakeholders. Brighton, who did the parade a few years ago, as well as Eddie, and kind of learned, I'm like, what is the idea? What are we trying to do here? Dancing on the River for this year was to celebrate 250 years. Why don't we do it bigger? Why don't we take the Dancing on the River footprint and do the parade right there? Not only would it make us have a better event, but we would be able to use the existing permitting process, sanitation, vendors, everything. And honestly, in today's financially austere times, this is the thing that I'm really pushing for. Will it bring a lot of, it's gonna hurt. I'm not gonna lie to you. Right now, events are already hurting. I've really struggled with trying to, honestly, the economy's not great, and sponsors are really holding on to their dollars. I've personally supported Dancing on the River because it is important to me. What I feel is what would be best is that we come together, build a bigger event, and truly make 250 years special. Thank you.
Thank you. That's cool. Thanks.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
All right. I love that. Okay.
Sorry, but we did receive one comment in favor of this item.
Okay. All right. Any, Councilwoman Ebert, your light's on.
Oh.
No? Okay. Nothing else?
No.
Okay.
Then I do.
Thank you, Nathan.
I do have a question then, if the presentation's
I
done.
also did want to know, I did get a call this morning from a donor, a pretty large donor. I don't know what that entails and what it looks like, but they want to step up and help. I know that the funds have been the real issue. I think everyone wants to celebrate like nobody's business this year. I mean, we only get this opportunity once, right? But I did get a phone call this morning that was very nice. And there's actually a couple of other groups that have specific funds for 250. I did not know that, but anyway, and that happened this morning. So I'm just saying, I think there are people that want to help and figure it out. And so I don't know what that looks like exactly, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask about, and thank you for the presentation, by the way, and thanks for still speaking to me after this morning. I wanted to get a little more specific about the route. Where does the parade actually start and where does it actually end?
Sure. So if you look at the far left of the screen where it says, and it's hard to read, but staging, enter on Washington, turn on 4th. That's where the parade would, that's where the parade would start and then head east. And
Okay,
so those
then it
other,
stops where?
University would be where the closure stops. So somewhere before University. On the, just east of, Virginia is the one that's running north and south, so the next street over. Oh, do I have a laser on here? Yeah, so if you follow the street east, it dead ends, that's University.
Okay.
Going to the right on your screen. That's the
Yeah.
Virginia closure. So this is the closures. So proposed closures for downtown with the 4th Street. So these are all the closures. The route starts on the left of your screen there and follows all the way east. The other intersecting spaces are closures because you have to close the street so people can't intersect the route at
Okay.
3rd and 5th.
I'm going to have more questions on that.
Sure.
I need to get a better map.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say that I do support this. I think that there's a lot of going on, or a lot of things going on in the country. There's a lot of division. And I think this is a great opportunity to celebrate our country, and I don't think that that should be anything political. I know I'm personally really excited about what's happening with NASA and Artemis. Like, there's also really incredible things that our country is doing, things to be excited about. And I want to take any opportunity we can to come together. And I appreciate Mr. Lurton's determination to get this accomplished, and also the inclusion of, everyone. So I appreciate that. We just need to see more of that with everybody. So thank you for that. And I am happy to be an American, and I do want to celebrate the good parts of it. And 250 years is a big deal. So thank you.
The other thing I was thinking, because of the J Resort, obviously it's new. They really want to lean into events. They're doing so much around there. I think it will be really also maybe a good opportunity to see how the flow is, sort of like a pilot in that sense, right? The flow around there and what it looks like. Because I think, sometimes Virginia Street's really challenging for many reasons. There could be many reasons. So did you come up with that?
The map?
Yeah.
Or the idea?
It was your idea?
No.
Oh.
You asked me if I came up with the route idea?
Yeah,
No,
I was like,
we worked
genius.
with the crack team over here, and then also PD was involved in the conversation, and our
I
streets
think it's
team,
really
so.
genius. I like it. Good idea.
We took the regular one and we just went like that.
Is that what? Okay, go right ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thanks. I have just a couple questions. I think for the attorneys or maybe the city manager, there was something said about how some of us are in campaigning season and we can't use our discretionary funds. But I've said for my discretionary funds, I'm giving them back to the city as just general principle, not to do with just this parade. So is it possible for us to give discretionary funds for city services still?
I think you can still give them city services, yes.
So if everybody here could give discretionary funds to support one of the options
Yeah, and we'll double check on it before you do it. and
for
make
city
sure you're good.
services.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have option one, which is $30,000. That's for permitting and public safety logistics. Option two, a co-sponsorship. Doesn't really say variable
Yeah, so to
financial.
explain that a little bit better, so at 30,000 is kind of your basement estimate.
Yeah.
And then in between that, the private group still organizes the parade, and they'll have other costs like sound and things like that that wouldn't come through the city. They would be at their cost, at the organizer's cost. And so that's where council could determine how it wants to support.
Okay.
And so just variable anywhere to whatever their cost ends up being.
I guess
Does that
while
make
we're,
sense?
I guess while we're still in discussion, I mean, going back to the last 5 conversations that we've had, we don't really have the money to support something like this. I think out of the funding mechanisms that we have, this is a nice to have. It's not a necessity, and I love parades. We're going to do one, I think, on Veterans Day. We have that parade, which will still be within the 250 years. But there is an opportunity for us to use discretionary funds, should we want to do that wouldn't impact, for city services, that wouldn't impact the general fund or the special event budget. What about the planning for this? Because we're getting pretty close. How does that look?
Yeah, I think
Are we
that-
too late, is what I'm asking?
Well, I think I guess as the director of Parks and Rec that oversees special events, that's kind of my heartburn is we could do this, but what do we not do instead? And what do we not plan for the summer? And so that's that commitment, if it's that option 3 where it's full city ownership and we're leading the planning, it's, a quarter of a position, a full-time position, so 500 to 600 hours of planning. And what else do we not do in that time? And where are we not responsive?
So I guess just for, discussion purposes, I definitely, support a parade. We're going to be doing one in November that might make more sense as part of the 250 celebration. But consistency is, I guess, my brand. I'm not super excited about spending any other city resources on it. We just don't have it.
Well, I just want to be clear, like if whatever level, we're still going to help with the permit process.
Sure.
Right, and they could still have, a private organizer could still operate a parade.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks. I think this is, I love where your heart is and I appreciate where your heart is on this. Whatever we decide to do, I will support. I want to just build on what Kathleen just brought up, is about, we have a Veterans Day Parade on 11/11 at 11/11. That's already budgeted, already planned, and we're working on it already. Is there a reason, and this is a real question, Mr. Lorton, is that, because we're 250 years old for the entire year. So is there a way that we can put this celebration into our Veterans Day Parade in the special way that you would like? And that's one event. We're not taking our Parks and Rec staff off of 500 hours worth of work for the 4th of July in the shorter timing frame. And it's already planned and it's already in our budget. Is that something that you would consider? Can you see that idea taking shape?
Thanks for the question, but I was kind of stuck on the 4th of July because that is the official birthday.
Okay.
So I didn't want to change Christmas because it's cold. I would just like to stick to that. And, you know, like Hillary said earlier, they put one together in 10 days. So it's not as much when you have a lot of volunteers to where, you know, there's good people that will be involved to any level you would like that will cut back from staff time. And so, you know, they're in as much as you want them to be, or if it's all city staff, it's up to them, or I just want to have a partnership to where it happens, and I'm kind of stuck on that day, and I'm sorry, but we did agree on doing it at 10 o'clock instead of later, because, you know, it made sense that people want to be at home barbecuing, but I appreciate that.
Okay, well, I've heard the word want come up a few times today.
It's up to you as a council.
What we want, or what you want, or what we want as individuals is less important than what we can afford and what we can do well.
Yeah.
So if the date, you wanting that date, is more important than having an event that we can all get around and help you fund and help you, you know, execute, that's your decision. But we do have an event on 11/11 for veterans that we could celebrate this in a much bigger way than you even have planned. If we could just take a little bit more time on this.
Yeah, that's a Veterans Day parade. This is a 4th of July parade, so it's different to me.
Oh, I thought
but
it was a 250-year-old or year anniversary parade.
Yeah, nice. Well, I mean, it's up to the council, not me. It was just a suggestion, and I'm supporting it. So it's up to the council.
I'm not trying to push back on you. I'm asking you to consider the bigger event that is already budgeted. That's all.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Lorton, can you state your name for the record?
Huh?
Can you restate your name for the record?
Okay.
George Eddie Lorton for Reno Mayor. I thought
Thank
someone
you.
over there
So
was talking to me.
why don't we, I'll just throw out a motion because I know that we've got to get moving on. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. If we were to move forward, is this something that we could team up with Sparks and Washoe County? In other words, is Sparks already having a separate 4th of July event, or?
They are not.
No, they're.
Okay. Well, I mean, Sparks often participates in the Veterans Day Parade. You know, it's for everyone in our community, and I just wondered, if we move forward, what I'd like to see is us solicit donations from all of our downtown casinos, you know, the start, the finish, wherever. And I'd like to see us solicit from Washoe County and Sparks to be part of this, because it is a broad-based community celebration of freedom and our country. And I think inclusiveness is the key word here. It shouldn't just be City of Reno going to do something and then it succeeds or fails. I'm not comfortable with that. I would like to see it broader, you know, for everyone. And that's just my thinking. And I understand we plotted a route in Reno, but Sparks has never had a problem coming to the Veterans Day Parade, you know, and the route is all just down Virginia Street. So that's, you know, I think that we should, if we move forward, completely blast a request for donations and participation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For my part, I think Ms. Ebert makes a fair point about just sort of the excitement around American idealism and exceptionalism. The Artemis is a good example of that. I do think it's a worthwhile endeavor. I don't know enough about which of these options is being proposed because I've heard different things. I've heard someone is going to pay for it, not us. I've heard But at the end of the day, we have an obligation to produce a parade that is one that honors the country's birthday, its history, that sort of thing. So I don't want to undersell it. I also, I think Brighton Dennison, who's in the audience, told us that he put on the parade before. It's very hard because there are other things. So I'm sort of trying to understand from your perspective, how do we put on a parade that honors the birthday but does not cost us every penny of it? Do you see what I'm saying? It's sort of a balancing question.
That's what I was thinking, option two. You can do sponsorship. We both do it together. We go out there, like I said, I had a funder. There's also a 250 state board. There's other players in this space, but we needed to move forward to say, yes, we want to do it. And that's when this funder called me this morning. Not worth it to have a conversation if we weren't going to move forward. And so I think that just clarifies so people can get together and get sponsorship. And there's been a few casinos that have said they would want to. I think if we did it together, it would probably show that we have enough support to support each other in this community and just do it.
Well, I think our community loves the parades. I'm not saying that means they're coming out on this one, because I don't know what people are doing on the 4th of July. Some go to the lake and some go to Virginia City, I think one of the commenters said. I don't think they're going to change course because we're doing that. But I do think there's something very wholesome and patriotic about celebrating it on July 4th, and so I will be supportive.
And I would say there are still a lot of people that do live in the motels downtown that they don't get to do anything. There's a lot of them that don't. And so downtown is an ideal place. Now there's a lot of residents that live down there as well, and they can walk there. Much safer than drinking and driving. So there's a lot to be said about the location and vitality of downtown and doing it together. Okay, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, so I agree with Councilmember Dewar about trying to get Washoe County and Sparks involved, and I don't know, to Councilmember Reese's point, like what exactly we can do in today's motion. Is it possible to say yes, and we need to bring it back after we've talked to those other groups to figure out exactly more about the financial piece? Because I know Mayor Sheevy's also mentioned that somebody's going to be giving a donation. So there's a lot of kind of financial unknowns. So I'm curious if we could say yes with the caveat that it has to come back for council to, nail down the financial implications.
Yeah, and just again to clarify, I mean, option one is already happening. We're already supporting this group as almost like all but 2 events are operated in the way that is currently option one, all but 2.
Okay.
So really all the decision point is does it fully become a city event? Or does it become some level of
private
option
event?
1 and 2? And then, would it be Eddie and the group going to these donors and these sponsors and trying to bring money in to support the event like most events do? Or would it be something that you would like to direct the city to fully take ownership and work in more of a leadership role?
Okay. Well, I mean, I know the city has sponsored the Western Lights Festival 2 years in a row, and this kind of does the same thing with bringing people downtown, and it brings them down during business hours. So I think that's good for Reno. But I think it would be good to Mayor Sheevy's point to get the casinos also involved. So I'm hopeful that we can get Sparks, Washoe County, casinos, and City of Reno to all chip in, and so it won't be such a huge financial impact to any one group.
I just important to say that could happen in either option and should
Okay.
happen in either option,
Okay,
whether
great.
Eddie goes or I go or we go together.
Okay, so we
yeah.
won't be locked in. If we
Because
say
we're
yes, we
we're
can-
going to permit a parade at some level.
Okay,
So, yes,
okay,
that's
good.
going to happen. And so
Good.
if they want to do a parade, they can do a parade.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is that, I'm sorry, what is that option? They can do a parade?
Yeah, that's
It's all of them, but option 1 is like any standard event where they would fully reimburse the city its costs and they can have the parade.
Okay,
'Cause there's a permit
so that's
already.
option 1.
Yes.
Okay, I guess that's what I would be
Yeah, the
supportive of.
standard, yes.
I need some clarification.
Happy
Thank
to
you.
support option one.
Like, I appreciate it that it's on 4th Street, that's a 4th of July and 4th Street. I think that's cute. I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but yeah, good job. But also, I'm looking on the map and it ends a little bit before the brewery district. Is that intentional, or can we have it end a little bit closer?
So there's some real public safety challenges there with the firehouse. So yeah,
okay,
we did talk
okay.
about that because that'd be a great spot.
I know,
Yeah,
right? Have
yeah.
it kind of end there and then people
They
can
wanted
hang
a fire
out.
department,
Yeah,
you know,
I
like,
yeah.
That's
okay.
why our
Classic.
firemen are in the house.
Yeah,
we love them.
yeah.
You're not going anywhere. Yeah, come on up. I do want to bring someone else up here. This is really important to me. Go ahead.
If we reach out and can't get
Sorry,
enough
I've had 3
donations.
hours of sleep. I'm
Sorry
like-
about that. I
Go
know I
ahead.
was falling asleep too.
Go ahead.
But if we have a shortage, we can't get the donations from people, I will take care of the shortfalls. So then we could just go forward, not hold it up. Takes time to plan. So if we have a shortage, I'll cover that. Okay?
We'll
Thank
figure
you.
it out. Don't worry, I have confidence in us. Listen, I know how much you guys all raise for campaigns. I'm pretty sure you all are very good at it. We can make it happen. Good fundraisers, right? One person I do want to call up here, and he's going to get all red. Brighton Dennison, please come up. Let me tell you something about this gentleman. He is one of the most talented people I know in this city, and when you see a lot of the events, it's this guy behind the scenes. I'm a little concerned, I want to tell you this, without your help, and I want to put my discretionary funds to pull you in, because it was this gentleman that actually was the one that brought together the parade originally back in the day when we really wanted to do it. And he had to do all this heavy lifting for a very, very long time and didn't have a lot of help. And so I just, Brighton, I want to know, can you help us? And I want to make sure that we, obviously bring you on board, but I would put my money towards where you think is best served, because there's no one that knows special events like you do. It's so funny because people see these great events, but they don't know who's the driver behind them and how they get there and how all these people that they have to activate. I think it's going to be really hard if we don't have you. And, there were so many people. There was a lot of people that were unhappy when we didn't have the parade that you were going to put on. A lot. I know which ones come into my office, and that was a big one. So I would need to have your commitment and, your support, because I think it's very hard to do without you. So you tell me.
Thank you, Mayor. Brighton Dennison, for the record. I am available to help. I would like to make myself available to help. I've told Mr. Lorton, anybody that's called, I'm here to answer questions. So.
Okay, you're amazing. And speaking of which, it's not on the agenda, but I want to put it on the next agenda, and I'll have Jackie do that and help us. But I want you to come and present your vision for activating locomotion. So that will, Jackie knows that I would love to have that on the next agenda, because I think it's exciting. But you're wonderful. We're grateful. Without people like you, we wouldn't have a lot of events. I mean, we have Rachel here, but we also need other people that help us, and you come top of mind. So you know that. When Eddie first called me and I said there's one person that comes to mind, and he's the only one that can pull it off, and that's you. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so my thought is doing a motion where it's sort of a hybrid, where it's the city and sponsorship. Does that sound good? Are we in support of that? Option 2. So that's option 2.
Madam Mayor, would
Yes.
you just clarify, when you say the city, are you talking about, we've talked about contingency funds, and that concerns me because I don't have any. So I want to
Yeah.
make sure that we
Yeah.
are talking about, we understand what the city's role is here and how we're going to be supporting. Just for my own guilt of not having contingency funds.
Exactly. So there's a few things. We do also have an events fund as well, and so I want to see what exactly does that look like, and then who has. The other thing I want people to be aware of, and maybe this is for Carl, this will be July 4th. Exactly. So
The, right, next fiscal year, too. And I know exactly where there is enough money to do all of this. So, because we start to look ahead and the things that we pay attention to. So we kind of already know a little bit out into the future. I can't tell you exactly because I don't know what exact sponsorship looks like. It's a little hard. Some people have been like, I'll put in 5,000, and you've got Ann from the chamber, and she's on the committee and the 250 committee, and there's all these different places that people have said they wanted to help, but it's hard to put it all together unless we had sort of the go-ahead from the city, so it's hard to say. So that's why I'm saying option 2, and you heard Mr. Lorton that he would pick up whatever we didn't raise.
Okay, so we're looking for private sponsors and city support?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And also, just to clarify again, that city attorneys will be looking into whether or not discretionary funds can be used. Okay.
And Nathan, you're okay with the city support part of it?
Well,
Or
I think that's
if-
some clarity, like whose name is on the permit, who has the liability as the primary, insurance holder and things like, so I think there are some lines we'll need to draw out. But we are going to support one way or the other through our normal process. So that I probably need a little more clarity than option 2 as co-led and co-funded. We probably need a level of support for, is this going to be operated through the private organizer? And we're just going to help support with logistics and things like that versus, but not go recruit.
Yeah, and that's,
100
I guess
floats,
that's
yeah.
that's what I'm supporting. That's what I would like to support, and I'm not sure what my colleagues think about that.
For me, option 2 is just, do you want to support financially to hire our amazing, intrepid organizer here to help support the private sector? And we just continue to do our normal level of support through logistics.
Okay.
That would probably be the best, in my opinion. And then you determine the level of financial support.
So your recommendation is option 2 or option 1?
Recommendation, my preference would be option 1. And
Okay.
then you determine what level of financial support as essentially sponsors.
Okay, I support option 1.
The only thing I do think is because we don't know what all of that might look like with the various sponsors, to be safe, I think we should go with option 3, actually. So that's what I'm going to go out with. So that we know that we don't have a choice. We have to raise it. So, but I do think the city should absolutely participate. We didn't think ahead, and I'm grateful that you did. I think we should have thought a little bit more ahead about how we're going to celebrate, and it's a really good opportunity to do that. And so, that's what I think. Option 3. That's what we'll do. Or I'll just throw out a motion, and you guys can support or not, and we'll go.
Is that committing us to, sorry, so we have a first, second discussion. Is that committing us to $105,000? Okay, I can't support that. Thank you.
Okay.
I can't either.
Okay, good.
I'm definitely in support of option 1.
Okay, thank you. All right. Miguel. All right. So all those in favor say aye.
I just want to say too that I think that we will be able to find people to support that. Option 3 doesn't mean that we can't get help, right?
Right.
And that way it kind of takes
That's what we're
out
gonna do.
the political kind of, is this a campaign thing? If it's the city's event, kind of gets rid of that perception as well.
Well, it'll be after the primary too. So there are a lot of candidates that can join us, and everyone should. And I think it's a really good time to make it not political. Walk together. I mean, if I have to hold Eddie's hand, Eddie and I have had a beef for many years, I'll do it. Right?
Well, that's what I'd like to see.
Actually, Eddie's gotten a lot nicer, I will tell you. Something's happened to you, and you actually have calmed down. I don't know.
We'll be involved as much as little, I don't care, whatever. Otherwise, take it over and we'll make sure we get.
All right, okay, so we have a motion. All those in favor say
Can
aye.
I make some discussion really quick? I wanted to support this at option 1, but we have 40 positions that we've frozen or not filling. We've cut our budget by $16 million. We have police officers that we haven't been able to fill. I want to support you. I'll give discretionary funds if I'm allowed to. I cannot responsibly allocate city services for a parade at this time, and I want to, but it's not responsible, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Do we have a fund for events?
Yeah, we do. We have an events fund, but there's also a 250 fund. There's a lot of different places.
Okay.
And so we'll do whatever we can to raise it.
So this isn't necessarily coming out of like the pot for salaries or anything, right? Like we have a.
Yeah,
fund
it's
for
coming out of the
events.
general, it'll come out of the, we don't have a separate $100,000
Yeah, but
someplace.
I don't understand the distinction between it's okay to pay for the Western Lights Festival, but it's not okay to pay for this.
Because it came out of RDA money. We had special events money for it.
Well, that's
It didn't
what I was
come
just
out of the,
asking,
no,
if
it didn't
was
come out of the
okay.
general
All right,
fund.
events,
All right. You guys want on the Lear, it's okay. Fine. Everyone's got a difference of opinion.
I just want to clarify that the money is coming from the general fund, of which we're cutting positions,
Okay.
including essential services.
That's exactly why I asked if it was coming from a special events.
All
fund.
right. Listen, this is about our country. This is about coming together. This is much bigger than that. Listen, we have a massive multi-million dollar budget and $100,000, and we're going to go out there and raise it. Doesn't mean you can't go out there and raise it. Doesn't mean you can't go get sponsorship. It's not going to cost the city $100,000. I can guarantee you that.
Then why
We're
are we
gonna be
choosing option 3?
responsible.
Why are we choosing option 3 when option 1 does the exact same thing
Well, I
and
just-
allows
I threw
us to
out
get
the motion, and you
sponsorships?
guys don't have to support it, so hold on a minute. It's fine. Okay.
And Madam Mayor,
Go
I
ahead.
just want to be clear. I thought we have events that are also sponsored by the room tax.
We do.
And that, a big portion of that goes to arts and culture, of which a parade is.
We couldn't put anything together until we got in the room and until we make a motion to say how much is the city going to commit. And that could be time, it could be money, and we can't raise anything until we have clarity. That's why
Right.
we're here.
Right. So I just wanted to say, it's not necessarily all general fund.
No, it's not.
The room tax is not general fund. RDA is not general fund, if that's how we've paid for events before. So it would be a very small amount from any one of those budgets, plus any sponsorships. And I don't think we're going to rely on Nathan and Mr. Lorton to go find all the funding. I mean, I'm certainly going to make a pitch. I'm certainly sure you are for sponsorship. So, and then Mr. Lorton's offered to pay for the whole thing if we can't
Yeah.
come up with a dime. So I can't even imagine
Right.
that will
So
happen.
I have, all right, thanks. All right, so I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. All right, motion.
Sorry, what was Councilmember
Yeah,
Ebert's
what is
motion?
it?
Yes.
Can I do a roll call?
Yes.
Taylor?
please.
No.
Dorr?
Yes.
Martinez?
No.
Ebert?
Yes.
Reese? Yes. Anderson?
No.
Shevey?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, I have to have you guys get up.
Yeah.
I need you to get some fresh air so we can all come back and be revitalized and energized. I need it for sure, so.
Thanks, Mayor.
Reconvening at 3:27, and at this time, Councilmember Dorr and Mayor Shevey are absent. We are on item C3.
Thanks so much, Mr. Flansburgh.
Good afternoon. I woke up this morning without a voice. I think I've been talking about sewer rates so long that my voice is gone. So I'm going to be talking at an octave lower today. We have a presentation for you. For the record, John Flansburgh, Regional Infrastructure Administrator. In alignment with our fiscal sustainability and infrastructure, climate change, and environmental sustainability, our goals are to maintain the solvency of the sewer fund. We want to ensure that we have compliance with the environmental regulations and maintain our infrastructure in good conditions. Our operations are 24/7, 365 days a year. We operate like any other utility. It's a fee for service. It is not a tax. All of the revenue coming into the sewer fund goes directly for sewer fund expenses and can only be used for those purposes. Our sewer user fees are those fees paid by our residents and businesses. They're paid on a quarterly basis. And the connection fees are a one-time payment for developers based on capacity to the treatment facility that they'll be going to. Our water systems, all of these are important. Every single water system, stormwater goes into the rivers, which becomes our drinking water source. Our drinking water then goes to wastewater treatment plants where it is treated. We create recycled water that we use for irrigation, but we also have to treat the water to be able to go back into the river for downstream users. How did we get here today? Well, it was 364 days ago when we met, and I first brought the user rate findings to council. If you recall, we were looking and asking for an 8% plus 8% back-to-back for fiscal year 26 and 27. In that meeting, council directed us to do public outreach, which we did for a 60-day period of time. We then came back, shortly after that, we came and just presented some of the challenges and things that we have with the sewer utility. We talked about challenges, not of the water out so much, but the water in, but the water out, and what we have to do at each of these different sewer sheds. Tom Wharf, our main wastewater treatment plant, treating the water and sending it back to the river. Reno Stead plant up in North Valleys, and our South Truckee Meadows plant for the region that is actually owned and operated by Washoe County. From the public outreach period, our consultant, Dow, created sewer rate options. We have in the audience today Luke Tipton. Luke is with Dow. He is our consultant on the rate study. Those options we then presented to council in October. And as you recall, we had presented an option of $4 per month for per year for 3 years. And then we had some questions that came up at that meeting, and there was concerns about not fully knowing yet what the advanced purified water facility project was going to cost, the guaranteed maximum price. We also had concerns because our sewer connection fee sufficiency analysis had not been completed, and just want to know how those were going to fit into the overall analysis. The sewer connection fee analysis has been completed, and we're here to follow up as we have more certainty, which was requested by council from the last time. And we have some very good news. We had recommended going a fee recommendation of $4 per month annually for 3 years. We actually, through the process of the connection fee study and looking at how the costs were allocated, specifically for the advanced purified water facility, we now come back to you with a recommendation of $3 per month, and we want to talk about how we got there. And then just in awareness, after nearly a doubling of the connection fees in January 2023, we were not seeking additional increase beyond the annual consumer price index inflation for connection fees. Decisions before council today. We are seeking direction to proceed with the sewer user rate increase. We're also seeking direction on proposed changes to the sewer rebate program. I want to just go through a little bit because it's important to understand when we look at planning out there, we're not looking short term. We're not looking at 5 years. We're looking at 20 years. When we do the financial analysis, we really look out 10 years. But we really want to understand where things are going to go. If we can, the better we are in our long-term projections, the less times we have to do a rate increase. The last time we had to do an actual rate increase was in 2011 for 4 years that ended in 2015. We haven't had one for over 10 years, other than the annual CPI inflation to maintain our buying power. That is important. That's the reason we put the work in. So we have fewer of these changes coming. At our Truckee Meadows plant, our largest facility, Reno has a little over 25 million gallons of capacity available. Our existing capacity, we're using about 19, so we have a little over 6 remaining. Just to make the math easy, that's 36,000 equivalent residential units or homes. We have been growing at somewhere between 1,100 and 1,200 homes per year. That's a good long 30-year horizon. In North Valleys, we have 2 million gallons of capacity. We built the treatment plant option to get us to 4, and we have the advanced purified water project to get us the rest, to be able to utilize the 4 million gallons capacity we have available. What you're looking at here is the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency. When they look at the projected growth for North Valleys, they're looking at about 200 homes a year. So it's important. So we want to use that information, so we put that into our analysis. We also went back and looked to see how many homes were built in 2019 to 2025. And if we adjust the multifamily homes to single-family homes, we end up with a historical average of about 380 homes per year, and that's on the orange line. When we were looking in North Valleys around 2017, 18, talking to the different home builders out there, they were thinking about more closer, the growth we would see would be around 500 homes per year. We want to go ahead and put that on the graph here just to show what that looks like on the top blue line. But even if you were to use the aggressive 500 homes per year, we're looking at nearly 20 years. If you look at the more realistic 380 homes per year, we're looking at closer to 25 years of growth in North Valleys. And that was important as we were doing the connection fee study. So what changed? When we were looking at advanced purified water, we were looking at water in. We were looking at the green. So sewer inflow into the plant, we had 2 million gallons. We were going to be adding 2 million gallons. So we were splitting the cost of advanced purified water 50-50, 50 between the existing users, so we could remove water that was going to Swan Lake, and 50% to our new development that would be coming online. And that's how we had originally set that project. This was years and years ago. As we started looking at the project and seeing where the benefits actually lied, it really comes back to what we talked about last year when we talked about the overview. It's the water out piece. We characterize the water out piece in this graphic as the purple pipe. We use purple pipe for our irrigation use. So we have irrigation reuse that goes on in North Valleys during April through October. And so we reduce the amount that goes out to Swan Lake during that period of time, almost to nothing to Swan Lake. But the rest of the year, we are discharging to Swan Lake, and that's the blue effluent outflow going to Swan Lake. The Advanced Purified Water project will take that wintertime flows, which is really what we're trying to solve. We're trying to have a wintertime water storage, and removes that, and it takes it up to American Flat. We treat the water to potable water standards, and we store it in the aquifer. And that's the real benefit that we get out of Advanced Purified Water. But that benefit that the existing users have up there, and with the purple pipe system in place, it really isn't a 50-50 cost allocation. It's 30-70. So we changed our model on the user fee side, which is why I wanted to bring this up today, to reduce it from 50% of the overall cost to 30% of the overall cost, because that really more equitably lines up to where the benefit actually is. So in the original model in the blue in the middle, on our capacity, we were going from 2 million gallons to 6 million gallons. As we looked at that growth rates and looked at 25 years plus of growth, when we look at a 20-year horizon, really going to 4 million gallons is a more reasonable horizon for us to be planning for at this time. And when we made the change to the Advanced Purified Water cost share, as I mentioned, 50-50 to 30-70. So when we came back last October, we said, well, let's really talk about what we're paying for. We've got a sewer system in our house, and we're paying about $2 a day. And when you flush the toilet, it's about 2 cents. When you take a 10-minute shower, it's about 30 cents. If you wash the dishes in the dishwasher, it's 10 cents. If you wash them by hand, it's closer to 25. Laundry's about 21 cents a load. So that's really what we're talking about here. We're talking about a service in your home about $2 a day. Why do we need the rate increase? As we mentioned, our inflation during COVID really got us to about 21% increase in costs, and that's the blue bars. The construction costs went up to 41.4%. So nearly a 20 to 21% increase in construction costs over and above the inflation that we had in our model. We have a very large capital improvement program, and I'll show you the cost for that. Our treatment costs went up exorbitantly, like all things that all of us are buying as consumers. Our chemical costs are way out there. The chlorine cost for chlorine right now, bleach, which is one of our main disinfectants. When I talked to you last year, it was 3 times, had gone up 3x, 300%. It's probably closer to 400% today. So we're still seeing chlorine going up at an increased rate. But between electricity and insurance and chemicals, we had seen our operating costs at treatment plants up by 54%. And then we have a very large, as I mentioned, capital improvement program in the user fee, and we have a couple years of large programs, 66.2 in the current year and 85.4 million next year. When you look at the 10-year investment going forward, 10 years of capital improvement programs, and you look at the collection system and the lift stations, and you add in the Tum Wharf improvements for the work that we need to do there, that equates to 80% of the overall investment that we're doing. 80% in the collection system, lift stations, and Tum Wharf improvements. That's really where the money's being spent. I had brought this slide before just to show the stark difference. In 2015 on the left, all the black pipe in the middle, and then you look at how much of that black pipe, the 60-year-old plus pipe, is now the light icy blue, we'll call it, 0 to 19 years. So a lot of work has been done in that area to renew those pipes. Of course, the pipes on the left that were yellow and red in the 50 to 55-year range are, of course, turning black, and so we still have more work to be done. But we have made a significant dent, and we plan to continue that work. So, to bring us to an end on the justification, because of the increased construction capital costs, the treatment operation costs, changing the APWF, that's how we got to $3 per month per year, annually for 3 years. And without an increase, our sewer fund would become insolvent in FY32. So what does that look like to the consumer? I want to be very clear that that $3 per year for 3 years includes CPI. So it's not like we're asking for $3 over and above CPI. We're asking for $3 total. We do that because it's easier, I think, for people to grasp what that impact is to their budgets. For a single-family home, it's $3. For a multifamily home, it's $2.55. The teal green shows you what CPI would be at 3% per year, and the orange yellowish bars show you what the actual rate increase that we need over and above that. And then we would be looking to go back to inflationary increases in FY30 and beyond. What does that look like cumulatively? In FY27, you have the $3 cumulatively. In FY28, it's $6, and in FY29, it's $9 based over where we were or where we are today. And that gives you the dollar amounts. And again, the teal color is the CPI increase that it would happen anyway based on our what we currently do on an annual basis, and the orange yellowish color is just that rate increase cumulative over those 3 years. Looking at both single-family and multifamily rates, currently we're at $59.73. That's we'll call it $60 a month. That's where the $2 per month comes in on your home. Multifamily is $49, and this is how it would grow over the next 3 years on a monthly basis. We also show that in a quarterly basis because that's how people pay their bills. So currently in the teal green bar, you have $49 per month for multifamily, or $149.40 per quarter. That $149 per 40 includes the $2.40 admin fee. That's the actual bill that you would receive. In single family, it's the $59.73 and the $181.59, and that would go up by $3 or $9 a quarter the next year, $9 the following year, $9 again the year after. There were some questions that came up involving, we talk a lot about residential, and we do that because the residential fees, even the base rate for a business commercial is actually the same as a single family rate. And so that would be what they would end up paying. But we do have some very large commercial industrial. So what does that look like for them? So I'm going to put this on the overhead. If we can switch to the overhead presentation. I know the clerk's office loves it when we do this. So if you look at this, commercial's done a little bit different in some of these large areas. We actually have the type of commercial that it is. If it is for instance, a commercial industrial laundry, that is currently $14.07 per 1,000 gallons of water use. So every 1,000 gallons of water use. The reason for that is because you have some high concentrations of detergents that come into the line, and so it's the concentration of the waste that you're taking away. $9.32 per thousand is kind of the base rate for your various fees. And then, fast food at $12.86. So as you can see, if we just use one of the $9.32 on the line, we'll say small hotel with restaurant, it goes from $9.32 to $9.79, from $9.79 to $10.26, and from $10.26 to $10.72. Same percentage type increase that we're looking for in the residential, just translated further for what the rate increase would look like commercial. But I wanted to be clear that there is a base industrial commercial rate that is paid. It's the same as single family. But then for additional water use or for the high water users, it's a cost per thousand. That's how they would pay their bills.
I'm sorry, can you say that part again? Did you say industrial pays the same?
So the
as-
base rate for commercial
For commercial.
industrial
Uh-huh.
would be the $9.32, but depending on what kind of industrial or commercial business that it is, we break out pizza parlor up here.
Yeah.
Fats, oils, and greases are not good for our sewer system. And so we also have a system in place where there's pre-treatment that they have to go through to be able to discharge in our sewer. But these are the types of things that we are looking at. And then we have certain users, what we call significant industrial users
Yeah.
that are actually by a permit. And we have individuals that go out and do testing more often on their
So
effluent
just
waste.
real quick then, am I seeing this correctly that a doctor, dentist, vet only pays, what, $8.38 currently? Or no,
Yeah,
it would be eight,
Per 1,000
Yeah.
gallons, it would be on top of the base charge. If it was more than a certain number of gallons, they would pay that over and above. So depending on what the industry is, they pay that per 1,000 gallons. And it really comes down to the type of waste that we're seeing going into the system.
okay, so that's metered?
It comes off of their water bills.
Okay.
And that's another important, thank you for that question,
Yeah.
because that's a very important distinction. We bill residential ahead, so in July, when we send out a bill for residential, that is for July, August, and September. When we send a July bill and for industrial commercial, that is based on the water usage that they would have had in April, May, and June. So we bill commercial, industrial in arrears. We're billing ahead for residential.
Okay, thank you for that clarification on the difference between the billings. Thank you.
All right, back to the presentation. All right. I also want to be very clear that one other thing that we're asking council to do here is to reset the timing of our rate increases to July 1st. We have been doing them on October 1st. All of our other fees happen on July 1st. Even our sewer connection fees go up by CPI on July 1st. We would like to reset that to go to July 1st as opposed to October 1st so that we are able to put all of these fees in our fee schedule and handle it during budget like we do everything else. Previously, when we had met, we were looking at a possible January 1st start on this, but we were asked to hold off and to get some more information and bring it back. We have. It's important for us to move forward, so we are asking for a July 1st. We would like to receive direction to have a July 1st reset on our sewer user rates as well. I want to be clear about that. Finally, on our sewer rebate program, we had reached out to the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee and others, and there was some concern. Our current program, we accept if you are eligible for State of Nevada's Energy Assistance Program, if you have Social Security disability income, if you have supplemental Social Security income or a Veterans Administration disability, those are all criteria that would make you eligible for our program. We looked at adding supplemental nutrition assistance program eligibility as an additional qualification criteria and are proposing that is a proposed program change. Also looking at potentially increasing the budget from $50,000 to $200,000. We have used the $50,000 in the last 3 years, and we are looking at making the application available 2 times a year, January and July. We had received input that it would like to have it more often than that, but there's a cost to do that. And so working with our finance department, the change we'd like to see first would maybe just going to 2 times a year. So with that, in all the discussion, what we're seeking today is approval to move forward with the $3 per month annually for 3 years for single-family home rate and similar percentage increases for all the other sewer user fees, with direction for staff to return with an ordinance introduction and to implement those new fees beginning on July 1st, 2026. And then we are also seeking direction from you on any proposed program changes you would like to see us input into our current finance policy on the sewer rebate program. And that is my presentation.
Madam Mayor. Oh, thank you. John, I just want to congratulate you and your team, which I know is very small on this, for working so hard and diligently on getting us to a conclusion point. It's very hard for any elected official to raise rates on anything. And we've heard some pushback about the waste management fee, franchise fee increase. We've heard pushback at other jurisdictional bodies we serve on. But you have persisted, and you have not lost faith, and you know it's something we need to do. And then I've got to compliment Trina, too, because you went to the point of gathering the information on the AWP, the Advanced Purified, or APW, Advanced Purified Water Project. And I was surprised, I think to me, I don't know of others, but that it virtually was the same as predicted. Not usual or expectation in this environment. So the two of you have stayed the course. You figured out a way to reevaluate and come up with a lower fee and still meet the program goals. And I just have to congratulate you for that. I really, really do. The second thing I want to congratulate you is the sewer rebate program. Years ago, I identified that the day somebody realizes that they're broke or poor might be in April. But the sewer rebate program didn't open until December, or whatever the date was. And that meant they had to somehow eke it through for another 6 or 8 months before they could even have an opening to ask for a sewer rebate. I had asked for the sewer rebate to go year-round. Like, I didn't think there's anything special on a certain day. If someone needs a rebate, just like if NV Energy doesn't say, you can apply for a lifetime or lifeline energy rate one day, one time, or 1 quarter a year, or 1 month a year. When you need it, you get to apply. I'd love to still see that, but I understand you proposing quarterly, I think.
Twice a year to start out with. Working with our finance department and just the costs involved in that, and then see if we can expand it from that.
I understand, but I do think it could be somewhat automated. Click these boxes if you have SNAP, or you have this, or you have that, and somebody's reviewing it. And it isn't a big workload because maybe only 5 people are applying a month kind of thing instead of 50 people applying all at one time. So I would love to see it at least expanded to quarterly if we're not accepting them any day of the year. That would be my one request consideration. But, if you think we have to start with 2 days a year, I mean, that's better than 1 day a year. So thank you.
Vicky's coming to.
Thank you for the work, and I am supportive of where you've ended up. Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. It was quite a lift. Vicky has some information
Okay.
with that program if you'd like.
Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. I just wanted to kind of comment on the program. The program does run through my department. We have the sewer billing folks that work in our department. And we currently run it July and August, so it runs those 2 months of the year. During that time, we pretty much have not a single person, but it takes an entire dedicated person pretty much to run that during that time. For 2 months, yes. And so I do. Last year we got 328 applications during those 2-month periods. We have 80,000 connections. We have 328 out of those, and that was over a 2-month period. Yes, and.
Instead of for 2 months, we handled it for 12 months.
We could, but again, we're going to have to pretty much dedicate a full-time person to do that because they're going to stagger in, and we don't have a counter where people come to. We have to man a counter downstairs to do that and then wait for the stagger to come in. And really what I want to focus on is really most of the applications we get are at the beginning of the period. We got 140 of those within the first 14 days, and then we get a few toward the end. Most of them come in at the very beginning of the period.
That it's been stacked up for the whole year. They've been waiting for this to open.
I mean, to do it for a year round, it's going to cost us about $100,000 in staff time.
Well, I guess I would ask
versus
you
like 17 to do it 2 months.
I guess I would ask you to look at it because some of this probably could be automated. Like, I don't think you need a person staffing a
Again,
special
you
booth.
do. You have to have a person staffing it because you have to verify the benefits. They have to bring in their SNAP benefits. And with this program that he's offering here, SNAP would increase the amount of people that are going to be
Yes.
available for the program.
Right.
So it's going to increase the workload significantly, and we don't know what that's going to be. I just know that currently it costs about $17,000 for us to run this program each year. To run it annually, it'll be about $100, if that's
Hey,
what.
Director Van Buren, Councilmember
Yeah.
Taylor, we're going to move on and come back to you.
thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. John, thanks for the presentation. I want to start off by saying I'm supportive of raising rates, but I do want to ask a couple questions, and you're going to have to bear with me because this is complicated stuff for me. The user, okay, so we started out at $4. Now we were able to get to $3. How we were able to do that, using my words, is we decreased the capacity for a more realistic model of, instead of 6, going to 4. And then we split the cost share from 50/50 to 30/70. And that's based on water out. Is
Right.
that what I'm understanding?
It is. Primarily, it's the water out perspective versus water in. And the change of from 6 million MGD to 4 million, that didn't have anything on the user rate. That didn't cause anything on the user rate side. 'Cause
Okay.
we would not have had any of the costs from 4 to 6 that would have occurred in user fees. It was only this first setup that had some.
So when we're looking at the sewer fund, do we have separate accounts for user fees and connection fees and where they're going? So we can track where the user fee collections are going and where the connection fees are going? So when people say growth needs to pay for growth, we can actually go back and say, well, yes, this is what we have taken in from connection?
Absolutely. So we have a 40,000 account. I know it's details. That is user fee. We have a 40,001 account that is separate for the connection fees.
Okay. And then I have to ask about APWF. On the slide 18, let me clear, we need to raise rates. It's responsible to raise rates with or without APWF based on our CIP, our capital improvement program.
That is correct.
And that's in slide 18.
When we did the analysis of just removing APWF completely, we were still spending $9 million a year more than we were bringing in without even having that project. So we still needed a rate increase. In this slide here, you're seeing, obviously, the reuse line item is mostly the advanced purified water. There's some
That was my
there's some other
question. So
projects as well.
are we talking about APWF, it's in that line item of reuse? Is that where we're seeing that
User fee
cost?
side is in there, yes.
Okay. And we'll see APWF, the GMP, it's, I think, in the later months.
Yes, we will.
Okay. Are we going to have to raise connection fees in?
We are not recommending raising connection fees, either for the Tumwater service area or the Reno Stead service area. I do have a presentation tomorrow at AGC in their Public Works meeting. I will be working with BAND also, or other industry groups to also describe that, because there is a little nuance that they should understand.
Okay.
But I do want them to be involved in that. But at this moment, I don't have any action items for council for connection fees. We have enough money coming in for connection fees for those, both those plants.
And then the last thing, and the reason why I'm asking is because I want to do this once. This, like Councilwoman Dewar said, this is a challenge to raise fees for anything. Do you mind if I ask one quick question, Mr. Vice Mayor? The rebate program, which I'm absolutely supportive of, and I appreciate what you're doing, but the money for that comes from the sewer fund, right?
It does.
So if we're increasing it from $50,000 to $200,000, we had roughly 300 applications for that, doing the quick math on that. And what my sewer bill is, we're adding about 4 times the amount of volume that are going to be coming in for that program. So
We don't know what the volume is going to be, to be clear. So
Yeah,
we-
you're going to be increasing it a lot,
And
so.
we could set that budget at anything. We just were looking, we thought maybe 200,000 to start, but we could take direction for any number that you want.
Well, I mean, I'm supportive of seeing where it comes in, but I understand the need to keep it sort of at 2 times a year because of the amount of time that's going to go into managing that program. And,
Full transparency, it will add, it adds some cost to the sewer user fee side. It does. We don't have any magic money.
and we don't what?
We don't have any magic money.
We don't have any magic money?
No, we do not.
Oh, that's the quote of the day for me. Thanks. And I'll just close with thanks for reminding me to pay my sewer bill. When I was looking through this last night, I went, damn it, I didn't pay my sewer bill. So I went on there and paid it. Thank you.
Councilmember Ebert?
Yeah. Councilmember Taylor just kind of got some of my questions answered, but I did have, maybe I'm just not understanding some things. Is this just to fund general maintenance of the sewer capacity and infrastructure, or is this also to help fund the advanced water purification plant?
So the user fee is used for replacement and repair projects. It's used for all the operations. The one exception is advanced purified water, and that was direction from council many, many years ago as they were looking at the water out and going to Swan Lake. They wanted a different place for that water to go, and so that's what advanced purified water does for us. So there is a cost component of that project.
Okay.
It was 50% of half the cost of the
Okay.
Reno portion, but based on our water out perspective and the reallocation, it's now 30% of the Reno cost.
Okay, okay. So, but a portion of this fee increase is going towards the building of that, the advanced water purification
It does.
facility? Okay, okay. I really appreciate all the work that you've put into this. I'm sorry your voice is gone. You've probably been talking to all of us so much. But I'm really grateful for the efforts you put into lowering the fees $1 per month. And I just want to kind of echo what Councilmember Dewar was saying about the ability to sign up for the rebates more frequently, like maybe quarterly or something, or if you can have a link listed on the bill and on the City of Reno website that has more information, so people can, apply more regularly. And I don't know like what the actual process is. I mean, if it's just somebody that needs to sign off on their SNAP benefits, I think Councilmember Dew is right in that it would be more spread out. So I'm not exactly sure like what the amount of time is spent on getting somebody set up. And I'm not saying it isn't a long process, but I just, maybe you can help me understand what amount of time is spent on the employee side with one application.
Sure, thank you. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. Just real quickly, they have to bring in their documents to qualify SNAP or, what are the other ones that you had? Disability, some of these others. We don't take a copy of those documents because they have their personal information on it. But we do have to verify that their address is correct on there, that the information they're submitting is valid and is valid with their name, address, and information as far as on the account. Are they a renter? Are they a tenant? It takes a significant amount of time just to verify for each person who's submitting. It's not as simple as you can go online and just click, yes, I get SNAP benefits. Well, anyone could do that. We have to actually have a process where it's validated, and we don't keep that information on their personal side.
Well, I mean, I get that, but like, if it was more spread out, like when I have to go to the DMV for things, I have to bring certain paperwork. When I had to get my ID that verified everything about me since I was born, I had to have my paperwork with me, and they signed off on it. but like, I'm not really understanding, like, what is the verification process and why is it taking a long time?
Well, I'm not saying it's a hard process because they do bring it in, but it does take up staff time that they're doing something else. And we don't have a dedicated counter. We're on the 12th floor. We have to actually bring a staff person downstairs to wait when these people come in, or we kind of have to rotate through it. So it is a big lift to manage it, even the 2 months that we already do it.
Is there a reason why we don't have the second floor team work on this where people pay like traffic tickets and things like that? Like, why
And
is it on the
everyone's
12th floor?
kind of working with less, you know, as a staff, every department really has less.
Well, that's why I asked that,
so.
because it seems to make sense to consolidate things to save money. So rather than having two places to do something, to me, it would make sense to have it all in one spot, maybe cross-train the people that work there, so when people come in, they can sign off on the paperwork versus having somebody stand there and wait in case somebody comes in and take them to the 12th floor. Like, that to me sounds like a big waste of time, I'll just be frank. So just curious, you know, if that's something we could do
We have
to
certainly
cut back.
talked about it, yes.
Okay.
We've certainly talked about consolidating some of that. But again, you're going to hear from the clerk's office, you know, she has several frozen positions in her department. I have some down positions in my department. Every department really is operating with less. So when you're asking someone else, like the clerk's office, to start doing this verification, we had even looked at doing that, it becomes a very heavy lift no matter who's doing it.
So who on the 12th floor, it's a whole new person that you just hire on a temp basis?
No, we just take it on during those 2 months.
When
and
you
it-
say
it's-
we, who's we? Finance?
Our billing department, yes. I
Okay.
have 7 people that work in that department, but
Okay.
they take all the phone calls, they do all the billing, they do all of that. So during that 2-month period, it is a heavy lift for us, and to do it all year, it would be nearly impossible to do it all year and not have people really get burned out.
Councilmember Dewar, do you have? We'll come back to you, Councilmember Ebert, for your next one.
This was the other part I wanted to bring up when I didn't want to interrupt you, but what I didn't understand in today's age, I'm often asked to apply for things and to upload my documents, not to go someplace, not to have that person meet me, but like to upload a copy of my license or my SNAP benefit, if that's what it is. You know, to verify the address, to verify that I actually have this, so that they could do it and they could fit it around other workloads. I just think there's ways to streamline your process, not have a person dedicated sitting downstairs. They could do it at their desk. They don't have to be downstairs.
I would like to adjust that a little
Yeah.
bit, because we've looked at this from a lot of different directions, you know. A lot of the customers that you have that apply for this don't even have a computer.
Gotcha.
Or they don't have access to things. And so,
Okay.
yes, that would work for a few, but I would say the majority of the people that you have in this program need someone to
hold
walk
their
them
hand.
through the
I
process.
understand.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have any other questions or comments? This time, Councilmember Ebert, yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to, again, thank you for all your work on this. I am just going to say now, I'm not going to be able to support this. I know you've done a ton of work to bring the cost down. I am really struggling with my community right now. I'm sure you guys are aware of the cost of gas going up significantly. I have a lot of pressure in my community right now with people struggling just to drive to work. And I'm sure you guys know the majority of my residents commute out of North Valleys to come into here. So people are, talk about doing more with less. People in my community are having a very hard time. So I am going to have to be a no vote, but I just want you to know that I appreciate all the work. These are just circumstances that we're living in right now, and I anticipate it'll pass regardless. But based off of the feedback I've received from my residents that are having very difficult times right now, I'm not going to be able to be a yes, but I so appreciate the work and the changing things around and reducing the cost. So thank you for that. And also, thank you for coming to the Senior Advisory Board and taking that feedback and making adjustments based off what they said. I thought that was fantastic, and I want you to know that was very much appreciated. So thank you for that as well.
thank you for the candid comments, and we have a big team. I mean, Kayla has done a lot of work, especially working with grants and lowering our costs that way on our projects. Trina, of course, with all of her work and her team, and so that has been very important, as well as our consultant. We understand the cost of rising fuel because several of the chemicals we use at the treatment plants are methanol-based, and those costs get transferred right there. And we're just trying to make sure that we can continue to operate the sewer facility and do the treatment and meet all the regulations that we need to meet and not be insolvent.
Yeah, and I appreciate looking for grants, because I know there's different programs, like for some residents that needed to get off of septic onto sewer. There was some grant opportunities there, and I hope that we, continue looking for those opportunities to help. So thank you, everyone, for your work.
Councilmember Reese.
Thank you so much. I wanted to go back to the slide in your presentation a little bit earlier, which was about it's sort of the fiscal analysis that at a certain time, if we do not raise the rates, we will be insolvent in the sewer fund. So what is that date?
So that date is FY32. It's better than the 28 that we were at, but it still is there. It means we're still spending down with some of these large capital programs that we have that we need to accomplish. We have to renew. Tum Wharf is one of the largest expenses that we have. We have the clarifier basins, the round ones, the round basins, and then you have the rectangular basins where we aerate. We need to get in and rehab one of those like every year on a rotation basis. So there's just costs that we need to be able to get done, or we're going to have something that's not working for us, and that's going to.
Well, and I appreciate the care that you've given to it, because when you were in front of us a year ago, there was sort of a general sticker shock about the cost of the AWP project, Advanced Purified Water, APW project. And also, Ms. Taylor makes a good point, which is that, it is hard to pass along any kind of increases, whether it be in rate structures for waste management, whether it be our fee structure. I suppose the point for me in this slide and why I am supportive is because I acknowledge that everyone is feeling the pain of rising gas prices. We're feeling the cost of groceries rising. Wages are not keeping pace with inflation, but people still expect to be able to flush the toilet, right? And so in an identifiable fund where we have to use it for direct purposes, if we don't make the rate increase, then we can't keep up with the needs of the sewer system. It's also true, and there was a great slide that you showed a couple times, and it may have been the very first slide here too, about how you have used the funds in the sewer fund to improve pipe in older areas. And so it's like a time lapse. Yeah, this is a good one for that too. Again, I don't think anyone up here relishes the idea of raising fees, but that's what leadership requires. It's that we have to make sure the fund is solvent. And so I also think too that when you showed us the 2028 number, it was alarming, and I think Ms. Taylor highlights expertly, I think, the changes in the way that you've balanced the longer-term planning event horizon with the cost. I think she sort of sheepishly said she had to dumb it down for some of us. I think she hit it spot on, which was the correct way to look at it. That, I think, is a change from the original presentation a year ago, and that's why I think if just given a bit more time, I'm happy that it germinated. You figured out some things. The risk, of course, is always that costs escalate during that period. And so grateful to you for the work, and certainly understand that it's an obligation that we have, a sacred obligation to make sure that people can flush the toilet and the sewer system works.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Reese. I'd also like to chime in and just talk about how appreciative I am of the work that you've done to get us to the $3 a month annually. I know it's probably not a surprise that I'm very sensitive to the user rates fee increases, and the fact that there is a big need within the sewer system to make sure that we're meeting our obligations, not just for folks to be able to flush the toilet and for things to get processed, but meeting our TROA agreement and allowing us to not be at risk. I'm curious if you can add more details onto that and how this fund becoming is insolvent would affect our ability to meet TROA?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. You know, when the primarily thing around TROA, I mean, there's two things about TROA. One is that it's really about having upstream storage that we're able to use during drought time to keep the health of the river in place. The thing that I'm most concerned about is having a failure at the Truckee Meadows plant where we can't treat the water to the standards we need to treat it to, and it's discharged into the Truckee River. There's always a user downstream. And the concern I have is that we would not meet our obligations as far as that goes, and the harm that we could potentially do to the things we love, which is you know, the water quality, the Truckee River, the fishing, the outdoor activities that we all have. And so we don't ever want to violate that trust. And so we need to make sure that we are on top of the improvements that need to be made out there so we can keep meeting our obligations.
And thank you for clarifying that. Just so I understand correctly, by the third year, these user rate fees will have increased to $9 by the end of the 3 years per month.
Yep, it includes the, and then it would just go up from inflation after that, like we have been doing to just maintain that buying power. It's kind of like we hit that one graph that I have that shows the increase in the construction costs. It's like COVID hit, things were uncertain for a while, and then all of a sudden we saw these increases. And then things settled down a little bit, but it's like we hit a new plateau, and we're just trying to get ourselves up to that new plateau so we can continue doing the work that we're doing. And we've reduced, I mean, other things in our programs, but these are the essential things.
And I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but this isn't like a slush fund that the city can use for other things, right? This has to go to
It is
sewer.
only for
and
the
will stay
sewer.
there.
Only for the sewer.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that was the case and got that on the record.
If I get so lucky to get a motion and I bring back the ordinance introduction, there's actually two things that have to be passed. And one of them is the declaration that these monies are only for the intended purpose and all that language that goes with it.
Okay. Before my time is up, I think there were some impacts to businesses, and just curious if there has to be a business impact study or anything like that.
That's a great question. No, we are not, we do not have to perform a business impact statement on this because about 70% of the costs that we have are actually residential, because that's where a lot of the sewage use comes from. The businesses are more like about 30% of that. And so it's less than 50. So when it's less than 50 and it's a uniform cost and no one's being singled out, and we're strictly going up by a certain percentage, or in this case, a specified dollar amount, and all businesses and residents are affected equally, we do not have to do the business impact statement. We do have to do a business impact statement if we ever raise sewer connection fees, because that is a certain segment and it affects businesses more, because they're the ones that pay those fees on the front end.
Okay. Thank you. That helps clarify some of the questions that I had. I don't know if anybody has any other questions. If not, I guess we'll look for a motion. If anybody's ready to put one. Unless, Madam Mayor, you have any other comments or questions? No, I do not. Okay. Yeah, Councilwoman Taylor.
I'll make the motion. I just want to make a quick comment. I think the slide where you talked about CPI increase and then the actual rate increase was super helpful because, again, nobody wants to raise rates, but we also have a responsibility to maintain our infrastructure and make sure that we are supplying essential services to our constituents. So that was really helpful to me because something Vice Mayor was saying that it's $9 towards the end, but a big part of that is CPI going forward for the next 3 years. So with that, I move to approve the sewer use fee increase of $3 per month annually for 3 years to the single-family home rate and similar percentage increase to the other sewer user fees and direct staff to return with an ordinance introduction and implement the new fees beginning July 1, 2026.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. 5-2, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Felsberg.
Can I update us on the agenda? Yes. Okay, Mayor, thank you. I wanted to make sure the body was aware that we're going to pull C4 and push that to next meeting. Also, because we have a couple of individuals in the room, I think for item G5, can I recommend that we go ahead and move to G5?
All right, perfect.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're on item G5, which is the appointment to the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority Board of Trustees. We do have one public commenter in the audience, Nika Allen.
Clerk, okay, you do have public comment, correct? Okay, perfect. Hello.
Hi. I have heard wonderful things about you. I don't know you, but I am hearing wonderful things about you. So I can't wait to get to know you. So the floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Good evening, I basically have
Yeah,
to say now. I've been here
good
for 6
evening.
hours with you all. Thank you so much. My name is Nika Allen. Madam Mayor, council members, Nika Allen. I'm here today to introduce myself to you. I know you don't know me, and I really want to express my interest in joining and serving on the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority Board. I am a Reno Tahoe resident and an aviation executive, and I care deeply about the role that this airport plays in shaping our region. As someone who lives here and regularly travels through Reno, I know the role the airport plays in our community. And this is a pivotal moment for RNO. Our airport is about to undergo the most significant transformation in its history, with new concourses and the ground transportation center underway, a leadership transition following the recent departure of the president and CEO. Decisions being made now will truly shape how RNO operates, grows, and continues to represent Northern Nevada. I've spent 10 years as an airport executive working through exactly these types of moments, serving in leadership roles at medium hub commercial airports, including as director of aviation, and now leading private sector airport management and advisory work across some of the busiest airports in our country. That work gives me visibility into what's working across airports globally and how to bring those insights into a market like Reno. I've led complex capital programs through major change, ensuring growth is implemented strategically without compromising operations or the guest experience, and managing impacts thoughtfully in partnership with the community. And it is so clear that you all take that role very seriously. So thank you for that. It's been a good spirited debate these last 6 hours, and I appreciate listening to all the content. And so I am committed to helping RNO get this right as well. Because airports really are more than just infrastructure. We've talked a lot about infrastructure today, but they're the first hello and the last goodbye. How someone experiences an airport often becomes how they interpret a city. RNO plays a critical role in supporting tourism, economic development, and the identity of the communities it serves. That experience is shaped by everything, from the food and the retail to the hospitality people feel when they arrive, and by all the interactions they have with the people who work at the airport every day. My favorite moments in airports aren't just operational, they're human. Watching families reunite after time apart, or saying goodbye with hugs and tears. Those moments are what make airports so special. Reno is an exciting point in its evolution, and RNO has an opportunity to reflect that through thoughtful design, strong operations, and a commitment to excellence in both the guest and employee experience. I understand the role of this board, the importance of selecting the right leadership, and guiding RNO through its next phase. And I would bring a thoughtful, engaged approach that ensures you have visibility into key developments and that your constituents' perspectives are heard. I'm personally invested in this region, and I would be honored to help guide RNO through this defining moment. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I impressed. Where have you worked? Which airport?
I was the assistant director at the Port of Oakland International Airport in the Bay Area. And then now it's called San Francisco Oakland, or Oakland San Francisco. And then also I was the director of aviation working for a mayor in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I was the youngest director of aviation in the country, and then came up to this part of the world.
What are you doing here in Reno?
I love it here.
Where have you been?
I love it here. So I really wanted to just start getting involved,
here.
and I saw this opening. And
we have a CEO search going on. Why
Know
are
that.
you not going to apply?
I know that. I do love my job right now, and I feel like I could be really helpful in this capacity. So.
Okay, well, I think you're amazing. So thank you so much. And I will make sure that I get a hold of you. Okay. Okay.
We do, Denise Meyer.
Denise Myers, I love it. The women showed up.
And
Hi.
Denise Meyer for the record, and I think most all of you know me.
Yes, hi Denise.
And I agree with you. She should be the CEO.
Right. I love it. I love it.
I'm just here to campaign for myself. I got to talk to Miguel. Most of you don't know that I worked at this airport for almost 12, 15 years. I started in '88 with Delta Airlines, and I moved
remember
up.
we talked about that.
Yeah, and I moved up in my career to be safety and compliance, and I have a master's in safety and health. So I have the experience with the airport. My husband hates when I talk about airports or when I get near one because that's my Disneyland.
Wait, I thought your garden was.
Well, yeah. Nowadays it is. I don't ever have time for it.
Okay, right?
Yeah, but it's coming along. I've already spent like 15 hours pulling weeds in the last couple of weeks. But anyway, the board, I'm so excited for the expansion of the airport because we have needed it for so long. Reno has, I was just telling her that when I first started at at the airport, Delta had the same exact number of flights that we do today. American Airlines had 20. It's down to, I don't even know what it has today. So this expansion is so important to us to bring in tourism, to bring in revenue for all of us, and for people love to come to Reno, but you can't get there from here. Yeah. And that's why I would really like to be on the board and be part of the expansion. So just my few words.
The catchment area.
But
oh my goodness.
mainly for the safety and compliance. So and she knows that too, what is involved in being the safety for the public.
Love it.
So, thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our final public commenter is Jim Cunha via Zoom.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Since I couldn't attend the meeting in person, I wanted to introduce myself on Zoom. But I'm Jim Cunha. I hope my application submitted for appointment documents how I see the importance and respect and value of citizen volunteers to give back to the communities where they live. I welcome the opportunity to serve on the board. And for me, my professional and business experience are intertwined with my volunteer experiences. In fact, they complemented each other to helping me to add value to my clients over the years and to the communities which I live. Now that I'm a resident in Reno, I want to get involved and share my 50 years of experience in governance, financial oversight, and board leadership to help steward the region's most important and valuable public asset. I would be honored to serve. Thank you for your consideration.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. So
I apologize for the record. We did receive correspondence on this item as 5 comments in favor of various other applicants.
Okay, thank you so much. It's always impressive to see this many applicants. I mean, I went through a lot of them. I tried to call back a lot of people. It's very hard to do when you have this many. And I wish I had a seat for everyone, because it shows how many people want to be engaged. And it's really interesting. The last time it was just, I mean, a few, it wasn't very many, and now everyone has gotten so engaged, and I love that. And I think a lot of it, too, is based on what's happening there. It's very, very exciting. It is monumental for our region. This expansion is going to be absolutely monumental for what they're doing over there. I also am going to recommend putting together a City of Reno oversight committee during this expansion to help walk them through sort of what the city of Reno and our stakeholders want to see, because I think they're at a time where they need a lot of insight. And so I've heard the same thing from our gaming partners, our business partners, economic development partners, but people like you in the community. They're feeling very disconnected. I have felt disconnected, and I think it's time during this expansion that we put a separate committee together. And so I will have our staff bring something back, but it will just be in the duration of while they're doing the major expansion. And I would also say I would take my first, obviously, you would be a great chair and you'd be a great vice chair, right? So from this, anyone that wants to serve, I would ask them to apply. They're usually about a committee of 9 to 12. There's a lot of amazing people on here. Matter of fact, I know many of them. And so it's so hard, like Dr. Ariel and Mr. Urbis is, he serves on a couple of our boards. And Caleb Cage, thank him for his service in our community. And Tracy Chase was our city attorney at one time. So it's just incredible to see this kind of love for our airport. I think you are spot on. It is the front door to our city. It is our first impressions. Sometimes it's our last impression, whether it's for our visitors or our community members. However, at this time, I don't think it's a surprise that I have been very concerned, and I really tried to look for things that I think that they need right now on that board when it comes to board governance. That was really important to me, is that there's transparency in their board governance. And so I tried to look for people specifically, and one of the gentlemen that it would be my recommendation. He has a bachelor's and master's degree in business from UNR. He earned a law degree from McGeorge School of Law. He has 39 years of service in the U.S. Air Force as a pilot and U.S. Air Force Strategic Planning Director at the Pentagon. He flew 31 combat missions in Operation Desert Storm and has 3,500 flying hours. His medals are very impressive. Distinguished Service Medal, Distinguished Flying Cross, Air Medal with 3 oak leaf clusters. And those of you that serve will know how very, very rare those are. He was a National Security Fellow at John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. He has extensive experience flying, obviously, through Reno Tahoe, flying in and out, and missions in and out Reno Tahoe International Airport. He also, I said, he has a law degree, and so that my recommendation would be Major General Ron Bath.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carries.
And Madam Mayor, we're appointing 2 today, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, this next gentleman is a Reno resident for 21 years, a third-generation Reno High grad. Go Huskies. Bachelor's degree in urban planning from the University of Utah. And for his senior project, he developed a transit master plan for the 2002 Salt Lake City Olympics, still serves the Salt Lake Airport today. He studied history and philosophy at England's Cambridge University. That sounds cool. He has his law degree from George Washington University, has practiced land use, environmental, and real estate law in Reno for 20 years. And he's a partner with Womble, Bond, and Dixon with deep expertise. This is where I thought this was super important. Deep expertise in open meeting and public records law, land use, construction, and redevelopment law. And this gentleman, Mr. Gordon, was recognized by Best Lawyers in America in 2025. His background will also help with the development efforts at the Reno Stead and Reno Tahoe International Airport as well. Because remember, people forget we have Stead, right? And also, so for land use and for open meeting law, OML law, and governance. So I would like to recommend Mr. Garrett Gordon.
Madam Mayor, can I just have a discussion on that? I know that he has a lot of great qualifications, it sounds like, but he's also in front of council representing developers pretty regularly. I'm worried that there might be a conflict there due to the relationship with developers and his frequency in front of council for votes. I would just like to maybe make a suggestion that we consider appointing Paul Klein. He's currently on the RDA, and the Reno Tahoe Airport is, in part of the RDA, and I am very aware of the Stead Airport and the redesign happening out there, so I definitely am very concerned about what happens in that area, and I'm very interested in who specifically is on that board. So this is not in any way a negative comment about Mr. Gordon, but I do have some concerns just with, again, maybe some ethical concerns.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
I still have a minute and 52 seconds.
No, I just want to
Point of
say, you just
order.
said ethical concerns, so I want to make sure, are there some that we should know about?
Well, yeah, I think it's concerning that the representation of developments, and he is in front of council to get votes on developments, for him to be in that position on a board where there's developments happening in the Stead Airport. So I have concerns about that. And again, I just wanted to say we have somebody that's on the RDA. I think it makes sense to have a person that's on the RDA on this board as well, considering what's happening at the Reno Tahoe Airport, that they should be working in conjunction. So thank you for allowing me to have my 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. And big fan of Mr. Klein. He is the chair of the RDA. Big fan.
That's why he was my recommendation.
Okay. I also want to remind everyone that you would have to disclose if you have any conflicts on any boards. But that's also another reason why I have complete confidence in his ability from open meeting law standpoint, because that's what we work in these circles as government. You need to have someone that has experience in government. And that's where I see that they could use a lot of help with their OML. And I think that's, just so you know, that's why I made the recommendation I did.
Are they having issues with their open meeting law?
Yeah. So I have letters I'm happy to share with you, and then we can meet with them. That's another thing. On this oversight committee, we used to have the, and just for Ms. Bryant to understand, we used to have the CEO come every year to give us a presentation, and it's been about 3.5, no, now it's going to be about 4 years since that has happened. I think with the expansion, it's really important that the community gets to ask questions, and I think there's been sort of this disconnect. I'm working with their interim CEO, very nice. It's, but I feel like there is this disconnect that we need to come together as a community. And, it's just so important. It's one of our biggest economic drivers. And quite honestly, I want to make sure that we're doing this together and that we're partners and that it's not fragmented and that they are continuing on. The good news here's the good news, is that I sent them a letter. I asked for board governance, an outside firm to come in and evaluate their board governance, and I think that that's important. We had 3 people exit, and that's another thing that I want to bring up to this body. With those 3 people that left, I also would like to find out from our city attorneys, I will put it in an email, to have alternates. Because I've never seen that many exit, and now, I mean, I shouldn't say that. People come and go on boards all the time. That's very common. So instead of going through this again, I would like to have alternates. If we lose people, then you get one to come up. So, I don't know.
Madam Mayor, I think too, as I understand it, because these are resignations that happened in mid-course, the first appointment for Major General Bath was for the June 2027 term ending. And then this appointment would be for the June 2029
Yeah.
term. Is my understanding
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, so that would be my motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Mayor, I appreciate the conversation on this. I think just the fact that similar comments to what Councilmember Ebert said, I'm going to be supportive of your recommendation for this board, but the perception or the optics of impropriety are something that are concerning to me just based on the frequency in which the appointee is in front of us. But I'm going to be supportive of where you're at and just wanted to make sure I put that concern out there.
Okay. And I appreciate that. And again, he has to disclose. I vote against him all the time. You guys know that. But I also know his ability to actually be probably one of the top experts in board governance. I think it will help them. I think it will bring in much-needed collaboration with the city. And so I appreciate your comments and completely understand. So, okay, so I motioned for Mr. Gordon.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay. Moving right along, Madam Clerk, where are we going?
Madam Mayor, if you'd like, we can just knock out the rest of the board appointments since we're already in that mode.
Sure, I'm going to send it to Councilman Martinez, or Vice Mayor Martinez.
Okay, we're on item G1, which is the appointment to the Ward 3 Neighborhood Advisory Board.
Yeah, for the Ward 3 Neighborhood Advisory Board, I'd like to move Mr. Corey Munson from alternate to a regular member and appoint Veronica Sharma as well. We have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Item G2
Item G2, I
is
believe
the
this is.
appointment to the Financial Advisory Board.
Thanks so much, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Anderson.
Yes, based on the Financial Advisory Board's recommendations, I would like to appoint Ms. Shelby Harvey for
Second.
that spot.
We got a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thanks so much.
Item G3, appointment of one regular member and two alternates to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission.
I'll move to appoint Jacob Williams as the member.
Second.
Is it multiple appointments? Are we taking them one at a time?
Madam Clerk, what is the will of the body? It's a member and then two alternates?
That's the way it's agendized, yes.
Well, my motion is for Mr. Williams. I don't have an opinion on the others.
If we don't designate, do they just, whoever's available will fit in, or how does that work?
Yeah,
Yeah? Okay, did you second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passes. Thank you so much.
So do we assume that the others are all on a alternate list? And they can-
That's how it's always been done before. They're all on an alternate. Whoever can make it can go.
Gotcha. So instead of two alternates, we pretty much have four, maybe? Okay.
Thank you. We'll
All right,
move on to
item
G4.
G4 is the appointment
No, it's
of one trustee to the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility Board of Trustees.
yeah.
Well, isn't it from the board to Tumwa?
Yes, to the Western
I
Regional
mean,
Water
to
Commission.
Western Regional.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think the recommendation was Councilmember Bybee, right?
Second.
We got a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. I think we were done with appointments.
All
Madam
right,
Clerk.
moving on to item C5.
Are we waiving C4, or did you already do that?
I did, yes. We're going to push that to the next meeting.
Okay.
All right, hello. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time of day it is. Madam Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager Bryant. I'm Mickey Huntsman, City Clerk for the record, and I'm joined today with Lauren Morris, our Chief Deputy City Clerk, and Anthony Sullivan, our Record System Manager. They will be doing a vast majority of the presentation. I want to get people up on the podium that is not me to start working on presentation skills. So as our quarterly updates continue to happen, you can expect them to be from either the other two leaders in my office or other various staff members. Today, we're going to walk through our fiscal year 2026 quarter 2 and quarter 3 update, which was requested by City Council in my annual review last August. And we'll be highlighting some key performance measures, organizational progress, and where we're working to maintain service levels while also increasing operational demands. So before we get into the details, I want to ground this presentation in how our work aligns with the City of Reno strategic plan, particularly in the governance and organizational effectiveness prioritization. That priority is centered on transparency, accountability, and delivering services in a way that is consistent and reliable. Our work supports that every day, and as the legislative administrator for council and the organization, the city clerk's office is responsible for ensuring that council actions are not just approved, but accurately executed and preserved as a part of the city's official record. Because we sit at the center of that process, even small delays or gaps can ripple outward, affecting timeliness, operations, and ultimately public trust. And as expectations for access and responsiveness continue to grow, maintaining that level of consistency depends on how well our processes and capacities keep pace. So I'm going to hand it over to Lauren.
Good afternoon, Lauren Morris, Chief Deputy City Clerk for the record. I'm going to talk a little bit about our core services in our office. The clerk's office powers the work of the City Council by processing and recording all council actions and ensuring that the information is readily available to city staff as well as members of the public. This includes the preparation of council and subcommittee meeting minutes and the routing of contracts, agreements, ordinances, and resolutions for signature following council approval. Bills don't get paid and paychecks don't get cut without the work of our central cashiering team. This team is responsible for all the money that makes up the city's revenues, such as utility payments and business license fees. We also apply revenue collected from off-site locations like the Reno Municipal Court and parks and recreation facilities into the city's financial system. The clerk's office is responsible for the administration of regular and special municipal elections. These are held in conjunction with statewide general elections under contract with Washoe County. The filing periods for this year's election have just wrapped up, and we're looking forward to continuing our partnerships with the Registrar of Voters and the City of Sparks heading into the remainder of the election season. According to the Reno City Charter and NRS 239.121, the city clerk is the city's custodian of records. This means we are authorized care, custody, and control of any documents, instruments, papers, books, pamphlets, or any other records or writings of a local governmental entity. There is no record too big or too small for our oversight. Every contract or agreement for both the City of Reno and the Redevelopment Agency, every email or text message sent from a city-issued device, every parking ticket payment processed, has to be cataloged, potentially reproduced, and destroyed in accordance with state law by our office. The scope of that responsibility presents both opportunities and challenges. I'm now going to turn it over to one of our records team members to tell you a little bit more.
Good afternoon. Anthony Sullivan, Record System Manager for the record. At its core, records management is data management. How records are created, stored, and maintained determines what we're able to produce. If the data going in is inconsistent or unmanaged, the data coming out will be also. Under NRS Chapter 239, All public records in the custody of government entities are presumed to be open to inspection unless otherwise declared confidential. Our responsibility is to not just responding to requests, it's ensuring those records are accurate, accessible, and properly maintained from the start. Our division manages the life cycle. We co-administer on base with IT, but the clerk's office holds legal custody and responsibility for the record, for records retention and compliance under Nevada law. That includes how records are maintained, accessed, and ultimately disposed of. We also manage GovQA, the city's public records request platform. Responding to these requests is a legal requirement, and how we respond directly impacts compliance, liability, and public trust. On average, the city receives over 20,000 requests each year.
Over the past year, the clerk's office has developed several different performance measures to be able to guide data-driven decisions and improve service delivery in our office. Key metrics include contract execution timelines and public records request turnaround times. Currently, 95% of contracts and agreements are fully executed within 10 business days of submission to our office. We also monitor timelines from council approval through final signature across all legislative documents to maintain consistency and accountability throughout the process. Our workload continues to evolve alongside these efforts. While parking citation revenue processing has transitioned to the Reno Police Department, our office does remain responsible for the appeals process. In FY26 to date, we've processed approximately 60 administrative appeals and over 1,100 parking citation appeals, reflecting sustained demand in this area. Because our office is often the first point of contact for Reno constituents, the quality of those interactions directly shape their experience with the organization. While we do track the volume and type of interactions, we don't currently have a mechanism in place to track the quality of those interactions, but this is something we are working to address. For the fun stuff, we do continue to invest in our team to support all of this work. They regularly participate in city leadership programs, and through our evaluation process, we identify and apply technical skill development through project-based work. And just as important is maintaining a strong office culture. Our team recognizes one another through Cheers for Peers, and we celebrate off-kilter holidays like National Kazoo Day, International Polar Bear Day, and Pi Day. And it builds connections throughout the organization that support both morale and retention. And we look forward to recognizing Professional Municipal Clerks Week in May with our partners at Reno Muni Court.
On physical record storage, every box we keep off-site carries a cost. They're harder to search, slower to retrieve, and the city pays every time we need to pull one. Through the combination of digitizing, disposing of records that have met retention, and general cleanup, we reduced our off-site inventory by 10% in the fiscal year 2026, from roughly 4,400 boxes down to 4,000 boxes. Our target is to match that reduction again in FY27, provided we have the resources to do so. Within On-Base, our work this year is focused on HR and the fire department. In fire, we built workflows to clean up documents which had already met retention. The employee from fire leading this project told us it would have literally taken her 2 years to complete this manually. She finished it in 3 weeks. We also rolled out an advanced capture feature in both departments. This automates document classification and keyword extraction, reducing manual input and improving searchability across the system. So far, we've seen a 50 to 90% reduction in workload on those tasks. On the public record side, requests for development services account for 11% of the total volume for Q2 and Q3. These records directly impact the timeline for builders, developers, and residents. So our turnaround time plays a role in how quickly those projects move forward. We reviewed that workflow and focused on targeted process improvements, specifically identifying and addressing key bottlenecks. Through those efforts, we reduced the average turnaround time from 6.8 days to 2.9 days, a 57% improvement and well below our 5-day standard. The takeaways, we're seeing strong returns from the systems we have been implementing, but these are still limited to individual projects. Each one requires hands-on work with departments, and at our current capacity, I can realistically only take on 1 to 2 of these per month.
We spoke a little bit about training and development within our office, but we've also had the privilege of hosting 2 high school interns from Washoe County School District. Charlotte and Tegan are both passionate about public service, and we've enjoyed our role in helping shape them into Nevada's future leaders. Charlotte provided public comment at a recent meeting seeking support for her We the People team. She began in our office in the fall semester and has volunteered to her time with us this spring as well. She's assisted our team with many projects, including the regional fee comparison study, records digitization efforts, and writing subcommittee meeting minutes, just to name a few. Tegan also recently attended a council meeting and presented a proclamation for family, careers, and community leaders of America. She joined us at the beginning of the spring semester and has been working diligently to create a digital reference of the historical record of the city's elected officials. She's carefully been verifying the accuracy of their terms in office and tracking down corresponding photographs. Our leadership team understands that, at the end of the day, our cashiers are the frontline staff of the clerk's office. Because we fostered a culture in which they know that their opinions are valued, they have absolutely no problem letting us know if they don't like a process or think that it needs an upgrade. Each of our cashiers has taken ownership of a process improvement project, including the intake of appeals, public comment, and tracking our interactions with the public and city staff. Aside from being our records manager, Anthony also serves as our in-house technical lead and has provided valuable assistance on each of these projects. We look forward to providing additional updates on these in the future.
Through our records modernization initiative, we are focused on scaling the types of improvements we've already demonstrated. We're expanding on-base automations into departments, starting with HR and fire, building on workflows that have already reduced processing time from years to weeks. We've also begun providing public records request data directly to departments, giving them visibility into their own volume and performance so they can better manage their records at the source. In parallel, we are deploying tools built in-house to streamline clerk operations and support cross-departmental work. The goal is to move from one-off improvements to a more consistent pattern-wide approach, formalizing coordination between departments, strengthening retention compliance, and creating a more stable foundation for how records are managed across the city of Reno.
With the implementation of our performance measures, our office has made some headway in the space of data-driven decision-making. However, we do still have significant work to do in this area. I'm sure we're not the only department that has had to utilize various outdated and clunky methods for tracking, such as a multitude of spreadsheets. These are also often created and maintained by an individual employee rather than the department as a whole. So when those employees transition or retire, that data is lost. We're working on a platform to centralize our data so that the information will be easily accessible to our entire team, as well as other departments. We understand the importance of having data to back up our initiatives when we ask for your support. Our team is eager to be an innovator in the municipal clerk space. However, the reality is that a little over a year ago, we had 11 full-time employees and 2 part-time employees. We now have 7 full-time employees and 2 part-time employees. While we have been able to work on a few cool projects, the majority of our time is spent ensuring we meet the bare minimum of maintaining compliance with our legally obligated duties as laid out in City Charter and NRS. Our office has one of the smallest budgets in the organization, and we have historically come in under budget each fiscal year. We're fiscally responsible with our funds and prioritize our needs over our wants. We're going to share some initiatives with you that we would like to work on in FY27, and while we do have the funds to make great strides in some of these areas, we do not have the staff.
Over the past month alone, we've had an influx of record requests for emails and text messages, tens of thousands of messages that each require manual, line-by-line review, and redaction. This work is time-intensive, legally sensitive, and doesn't pause while we're trying to modernize. 1 full-time employee is dedicated solely to these requests. Alongside that is our modernization work. The city has a backlog of documents that have met retention and need to be sorted and cleaned before we can fully automate. Each department is also at a different starting point. Getting them ready requires sitting down with them, understanding their documents' life cycles, and building the foundation before anything else can be automated, or before anything can be automated. At the same It's the same hands-on, side-by-side work I described earlier with fire and HR. The records management division is 2 people. One fully dedicated to public records requests, and that leaves one person, me, to manage on-base administration, workflow development, retention scheduling, policy work, department onboarding, and the broader modernization efforts. The wins I described earlier are happening in the margins after the reactive work is done. Most weeks there are no margins. This is not a sustainable way for us to meet our legal obligations under NRS 239, which requires the city to produce public records that are complete, accurate, and accessible. The scope of that work has not decreased with our staffing levels. If anything, the volume and complexity of records continue to grow each year. We reached out to peer agencies across the state, and their records teams are typically 4 to 5 times the size of ours.
The clerk's office operates as a legally distinct function with responsibilities defined by city charter and state law. The majority of the work is mandated, not discretionary. We're currently operating in a way that prioritizes incoming workload while known areas of non-compliance, particularly in the record space, continue to accumulate. Continuing at this level simply extends that gap. We've shared several in-progress initiatives with you today, and while we have the ideas and the will to make meaningful progress, we need the capacity to execute them. We're requesting a budget allocation increase to restore 2 frozen positions and add 2 records management technicians. The frozen positions already exist in the organizational chart and were previously budgeted. Filling them does not create a new expenditure. It simply restores capacity that has already been identified as necessary.
With those resources in place, here's what our office is working toward in FY27. We often say that we don't get to choose how and when interactions happen, but we do get to choose the outcome of those interactions. Our goal is to implement a simple, straightforward customer satisfaction tracking program so we can actually hear what our constituents think and not just guess. We'll work with our partners at the International Institute of Municipal Clerks to identify best practices from other jurisdictions. This feedback from City of Reno residents is essential for the organization to see what's working and what needs attention. Ultimately, listening well now means we can serve better tomorrow. Second, in accordance with RMC, we need to reestablish a records governance committee in partnership with the city leadership. This would create a formal structure to set policy, provide direction, and standardize how records are managed across the organization. Today, this structure does not exist, and as we continue to modernize, alignment across departments becomes critical to maintain compliance and consistency. Third, we need to develop a public-facing application that provides a single point of access for service managed by our office, such as appeals, public comment, lobbyist registration, and community surveys. These processes are currently manual and disconnected. Centralizing them would improve access, reduce administrative friction, and increase transparency. Each of these initiatives is within our reach, provided we have the team to support them.
So in closing, I just want to say thank you for your time today and the opportunity to share the work that our office has been doing. What we've outlined reflects both the progress that we've made and the reality of where we are. The City Clerk's office operates as a legally established function under the Reno City Charter with responsibilities that are further defined by Nevada revised statutes. These are not discretionary services. They are legal obligations tied directly to transparency, access, and integrity. We've built the framework for stronger performance, improved access, and more consistent service delivery. However, we're currently operating in a way that prioritizes incoming workload while known areas of non-compliance, particularly in records management, continue to accumulate. We respectfully request council support to fund the 4 identified positions. The 2 records technicians will focus on bringing current and historical records into compliance through auditing, digitization, retention application, and cross-departmental coordination. The management analyst will lead process improvement and automation efforts, ensuring work is structured and scalable across the organization. The management assistant will support the administrative functions required by our office. central cashiering, council support, and daily operations, while also implementing the customer satisfaction program introduced today. We've already demonstrated measurable efficiencies, including automation and workflow improvements, with time savings ranging from 50 to 90%. But those systems require staff to operate, maintain, and expand them. Without these positions, we'll continue to meet our minimum legal obligations while deferring compliance and modernization work. With them, we can reduce noncompliance, improve response times, and strengthen records governance, and deliver the level of transparency and service expected both by this council and by the public. We appreciate your consideration and welcome any questions.
I'm sorry, I thought Miguel was leading the charge. I apologize, Mickey. I ran out here and then I ended up with,
Ink all over your fingers.
oh, it was bad. And then, of course, I went like that.
Perfect.
And, yeah, I know, right? But I did get to hear from all the way out here, so great job, Mick. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. You know, Mickey, thank you so much for taking the time for you and your staff to give this presentation today. You know, I have made an extra effort the last 6 months or so to meet more often with you, to feel, since you are one of our only 2 employees that reports to City Council, it seemed very important that we have a better feel for your work. And I think your team here today did a great job of explaining what you do and why it's important, and how so much of it is linked to our state law, federal laws, and our local ordinances. I have been concerned because you have had to close your office a number of times. You have several staff frozen. And like any group, you have people call out sick or on vacation. You know, it's a normal part of life. What concerns me, though, is that at least recently, let's say a year ago, to my knowledge, you had 11 people in your office counting you, if I'm correct.
That's correct.
Okay. And today, how many do you have working?
Currently, today, I have 6.
6. And some of that was a transfer, I think, to the RPD, one person?
Right, so one of our frontline team members, the parking money collection, so the financial collection of the money, that position did transfer.
Yeah.
But as Lauren stated, the administerial function of that, which is the appeals portion, we've processed 1,100 parking appeals this year.
Appeals.
And so that function stayed with me, but the parking money left me.
Well, I'm very surprised by that. And then also, I know you have I mentioned a few positions frozen. I think you have a 3rd position, is that right? That
Yep.
you're supposed to be refilling, and I don't know the status.
One of our employees accepted a promotional opportunity at the Reno Municipal Court, and she left at the end of March.
Okay.
And so I've discussed that with Manager Bryant. I know, that's what I told her too. We tried to handcuff her in, but she left anyway. And Manager Bryant is approving the rehire of a new position there.
Okay, great. And then you're also asking for some additional staffing. And have you done any work, you know, even within Nevada, comparing yourselves to others, similar sized cities, or where has that led you?
So on average, what we're seeing across the state is municipalities of our size or, you know, slightly larger. Their offices usually function in like a 20 to 25 person capacity. And again, today we're at 6.
So you're saying similar sized cities that do the same thing. Are we talking oranges and oranges, or orange apples and pears? In other words, do those offices do what you do? Or there might be some slight difference, but is it mostly the same, or is it quite different?
Yeah, so the function of the clerk, fortunate and unfortunate for me, is that everybody sort of assigns tasks differently, and the allocation of responsibilities can vary. So the only function that I would say that is primarily housed in a lot of other clerks' offices that is not housed in our office is the agenda management function.
Okay.
And so legislatively, a lot of times, because I am the legislative administrator, that function does fall within my space. So some of those offices are, of the 23, are going, 20 to 25, are going to include that agenda management
So
function.
perhaps we could take 2 out, because we have Tyler and we have Callie Shy doing that job with boards and commissions and agenda management.
Yep.
So what you're saying is it's almost a close parallel, but not exactly.
Right.
But I am concerned because in my experience as an administrator myself, I've come in contact with clerks' offices throughout Nevada. And it seems that they're twice the size of your office a year ago.
Right.
And this really, I know we're short on funds, but what I'm worried about is that we've frozen positions, and you're saying you need more. And I guess what I'm really worried is that it seems to me, and I don't know this is accurate, Madam Manager, but it seems to me that the office has been hit disproportionately with these cuts relative to your size. So if you had 11 and you're at 6, but I assume one of those is going to get refilled, it sounds like.
Yeah, so we're functioning
We'll
with
call
sick
it
today,
7.
but we do have 7
We'll call it
funded
7.
positions, yes.
But that's almost like half of where you were. So I don't know, that concerns me, and I just want to make sure we're doing things equitably throughout the organization. A cut of 2 people to a small organization is much bigger than impactful than a cut to a larger department, I'd say. So hand it back to you, Madam Mayor, but those are just, I'm just vocalizing a few of my concerns.
Okay, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah. So what's the risk if we don't allocate these funds for these positions? Like what's at stake if we can't meet these legal requirements that kind of govern what the clerk's office has to do?
Yeah, I think the risk is the liability.
Yeah.
And particularly, like I said, we're meeting the bare minimums of regulations that we're looking at. The problem is that Anthony identified, the information that's going into the system is only good as the information that we're able to provide. And so the problem is that we have millions of records that are in the system that are either past retention or they may be past retention, but we don't know. We're not auditing in that space to know what is in there and what isn't in there. We're also not auditing the documents that are going into the system. So I'll use a very basic level of like a building permit the building of a house. So in theory, there's 5 documents that we should have: the application for the building permit, we should have the receipt for that they're paying for it, we should have the building plans, we should have the approval from someone, and then we should have the C of O. So let's just say hypothetically there's 5 documents that go into that system. We don't know if everything has those 5 documents because we don't have the time or the resources to go in and say, address 123 Main Street, supposed to have 5 documents, do they have 5? We don't know. And so when someone comes and submits a public records request, we're gonna give them 2 because that's what we have, but we don't know why we only have 2. We don't know what we're missing. We don't know so we're giving out what we have, but it could be an incomplete record. We just don't know. And so in that space, we're facing liability because we're trying to be transparent. We're trying to be in compliance with NRS 239. But the reality is we don't have humans and time to go out and really do that research to understand what the impact is to the organization. And what I'll say is, Manager Bryant and I sat down earlier this week to talk about this isn't a new problem. This organization has been doing it this way since forever, right? We've never had a good hold on this. And my argument to that, not that this is an argument, is, well, but now we know it's a problem today, and so we can either keep being in non-compliance and keep going forward in the space that we know exists, or we can start to take action to say, this is not tolerated and we need to start getting back into compliance and functioning in a way that works for this organization.
So when we have risk, and you mentioned NRS 239, is there like fees and fines associated with this? Or is it risk of lawsuits, or is it a combination of?
It's a combination of both.
Okay, so we could have serious financial implications that are well beyond what the cost of salaries would be. Is that accurate?
I would say so.
Okay. I will have more questions, but my time is essentially up, so if we can have a second round.
Okay. Your light's on.
I will speak.
I'm sorry, you've had a turn, right, Councilwoman? Dora?
You can't see that yours is
Oh, okay.
on.
Yeah, okay, great.
Is it on?
Mine's on,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can't see it from there. Can you turn it? There you go, perfect.
I can't turn it because then I gotta talk into it.
No, but just towards your mouth. There you go.
Okay, couple questions. I think I've been through 3 or 4 budget seasons now. We've never had this ask like this in this format before, and I'm not exactly sure what the ask is. When I met with you, I think I heard somewhere about $430,000, and I can't remember how many positions. Do you have that information that we can see? I think it's important to understand what we're being asked for. And then I'd like to understand a little bit, I understand that you are an employee and the city manager is our employee, but we've never had a budget ask outside of the budget presentation.
So, okay, what I'll do is I'll say this is where we are today. Oh.
Can you blow it up just?
But, so yeah, do you have I thought you had something where it was option 1, option 2, option 3, where you
Yeah,
had the number.
I'm just gonna show this so
Okay.
that when I go into that, then it makes a little bit more sense. So this is where So this is where we are today. The grays are the unfunded and frozen positions. This is the position that just, it was paid out of the building enterprise fund, so that transitioned back to the building division. And then these, yeah, so that's where we are today. This is what we're asking for. So refunding the 2 frozen positions and adding in the 2 program assistants. So just so that everybody kind of sees what that flow chart looks like. And then the dollar amount, and we did our very best to work with finance to understand real numbers, but it could be a variant of this, so just know that this is an estimation. But based off of the base level salaries plus benefits, this is kind of the number that we're looking at.
So I'll ask the city manager, was this presented in any of the budget information that we were looking at earlier? Or in March? I
No,
think.
this is not included in the budget.
But all the other divisions that we have had the request in, or whatever the budget process is.
Yeah.
My question is, why are we having this process now? Because I've never seen it before, that's my question. And we've never approved a budget like this for an individual division.
Understood. I think the difference today is that the manager and I work as 2 separate individuals for this body. Manager Bryant did come to me to have a conversation about the budget. And in frankness, the conversation was directed towards removing staff members or the potential of removing staff members. And my response was, I don't have any more people to remove. And if that's the conversation that is going to take place, I don't know that I'm ready to participate in it.
I'll probably have another round. It seems to me as a parent, there was a question asked of, Mom, can I go do this? And the answer was no. And so now we're here in front of council having this uncomfortable conversation because the next thing I'm going to ask about is salaries. And when we look at comparing organizations like Las Vegas, Henderson, North Las Vegas, Reno, our clerk's office, and I'm not saying that you're not worth it, is making more than any of those organizations, and they have a larger population. So where I'm sitting right now is we have a salary problem and not a people person. But I would love to hear my other colleagues and what they're having to say, because now I'm stuck making a division budget decision on a one-off conversation.
Understood. And I think the difference is, you said it yourself, is that Manager Bryant isn't my mom. This body of 7 is my mom. And
But we've never done this before. You've never, they've always been separate. It hasn't been separate in the last 3 years. It's always come to us as one package.
And I think it will still continue coming in one package. That's the way that it's going to be presented on May 6th. It's still a budget presented by the manager.
It is actually the manager's budget, the entire budget, whether it's a city attorney's office, civil service, or the city clerk's office. It's legally the manager's budget, and working with council and the various departments to get to that budget. That's the process.
I'm over my time, but I'll probably have another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was curious about the future initiatives that you outlined in FY27. That's part of the reason that I asked to see if we could get a little bit more time from when you were originally scheduled to come out and present this to us. But I'm wondering how those initiatives that you're talking about, some of the cross-departmental coordination, public accessibility, cannot be absorbed currently by some of the staff members that you have. And if you can sort of break down what a record technician is? Because I didn't see that specifically lined out in your org chart, but they might be just titled differently in that document that you presented. So if you could clarify those 2 points for me.
Totally. So these are the initiatives that we want to carry through into the upcoming years. I think the point for the records technicians is that I don't know that these initiatives are directly tied to our records technicians, but we can't approach or make any progress on initiatives without additional staff, because what we're doing today is what we have to do today. So we can't focus on any sort of additional initiatives in my office, given the current staffing capacity.
Okay.
So I don't know if that answered the question.
It did. I'm wondering if you could bring the org chart back again. When we met, you had talked about one of the positions, about the person that left to municipal court. You said that one's already in the process. Have you seen more movement in the search process for that position?
I apologize, Vice Mayor. Can you say the question again?
Yeah, I believe the position you were talking about earlier during your presentation was one of the 3
Yeah.
office assistants.
Mhm.
And I'm just curious if did you mention, I'm just making sure I heard that correctly, that position is in process of getting refilled?
So the requisition for refilling was submitted to the manager's office. I did talk with Manager Bryant earlier this week, and it was indicated that that would be approved so that rehire could happen.
Okay. And then maybe building off of, what Councilmember Taylor had said, through the budgeting process, I get most of your presentation, the way I read it and saw the materials was stylized to talk about, the updates that you had for Q2 and Q3, which was asked of you during your last evaluation. So that all makes sense to me. I think where I'm sort of figuring out how everything plays out is the budget process and the way that it's being introduced today. And so I'm curious if you've spoken with Director Van Buren about your needs in the department and if you're following some of the same procedures that the city attorney's office or some of the other departments have to follow to provide their requests through the budget process.
Yes, so I think I have had a conversation with Director Van Buren just regarding the ask to understand if there was an opportunity. If I came forward, I didn't want to come forward and say something that was totally off kilter and also surprising to her. I wanted to have a transparent conversation just the same way that I had with Manager Bryant about what that ask was and what the impacts of that ask was going to be on the organization. With regard to the process being the same for everybody, I would say that yes, with an asterisk. The city attorney's office manages their budget independently, the municipal court manages, and then they come together with the manager to discuss that. Mine falls under the manager, so I function with the manager in this budgeting process the same way that Public Works does and Finance does and maintenance and operations. So while I work for the elected body, the way that the functional budget works today is that I still go to the manager, ask for the money, ask for the resources, ask for the allocations. The manager goes through everybody's requests, and then that's the way that the budget is determined, instead of like the municipal court or the city attorney's office, which just is allocated.
We all do the same thing. All of them, we do the same thing. So when I met with Carl and John about their budget, we went through it. What do you need? What do you not need? Where can we make cuts? Same thing with the Reno Municipal Court, even though that's a judicial branch, they work very well with us. And same thing with civil service. So it's the exact same process with every entity.
I guess that's where I'm sort of having trouble. I know I'm over my time, but I think I'm trying to understand why there seems to be a perception that it is different in this department or part of the organization as opposed to the other ones. But I'll leave it at that. I know I'm way over my time, so I can come back for a second round.
Yeah. So how did we get to this situation where I know in our charter, council has 2 appointed employees, that city manager and the city clerk, and that's it essentially, is that correct? So how did we get to a point where there's a difference between the city clerk's budget and the city manager, like outside of the obvious budget constraints, like how did we get here that this is the process for the clerk's budget, that it rolls up under the city manager? Do you know?
I don't know if that's a legal question or a manager question.
No, it's just the same, it's no different than the development services or human resources. Everybody gets a budget.
Yeah, but it's a little different because the council appoints the clerk. I don't appoint the HR manager.
Correct. Same thing with the city attorney's office. Everyone is following the same rules.
I also don't appoint anybody in the
Correct.
city manager's office.
Correct.
So, like, I'm asking because we raise the clerk's pay to be equal to the city manager because the council viewed that position of equal importance because we appoint the city manager and the city clerk. So I'm trying to understand what the differentiator is between, you know, why the city manager's office has discretion over what I see in my mind, somebody that we have told through payroll that they are equal to the city manager. I don't appoint anybody in the city's attorneys. I don't appoint HR. I don't appoint anyone else, but council appoints who the city clerk is.
It does. I think ultimately it comes down to the body ultimately approves the budget.
Okay.
So I don't know the answer to your, I don't
Okay.
know the specific answer to
Okay,
your
I didn't know
question
if
of
there
how
was,
we
like,
got here.
a reason
It
why.
might be in charter. I don't know.
Okay.
I would have to look it up.
Okay. And then also too, I mean, there was some comments about why it's coming in now. I think there's probably never a good time to bring this forward, right? And we are discussing our budget. We got budget coming up. So I think that, you know, as far as timing, it is what it is. And at least it's not, you know, right after we finalize our budget. So I appreciate that. And I know that this is probably really stressful for everyone. And I don't know if anyone else on council has done like a sit along with your team in the clerk's office to just kind of see what your staff does. I know that I have, and I know that the equipment you guys have, the tools you have available to meet the requirements of public records requests and other things are not what I would think you would have available in 2026. They're very difficult. Like, yes, you can use them to get the job done, but it's very difficult, very high margin for error. And so to hear that your staff is 6 people currently and most other cities have 20 to 25, that's kind of upsetting to me. And I know there was some comments about salary, but there's people on the city of Reno payroll that make more than the president of the United States. But we're not talking about that. Like, this is about what we need to do to make sure that the city of Reno does not have more risk for not being in compliance, either through lawsuits or, you know, violations, fines, things of that nature, because that's not free either, you know? So I do completely understand where you're coming from, and I highly recommend anybody that hasn't been on council to go spend an afternoon in the clerk's office and see what they do. It's not easy work.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, thank you. My second comment was really about the public records. And I've been really concerned. I know that there is a 5-day deadline, I think, to alert the requester for information about when the information can be available. I always thought it was 5 days to give them the information.
Yeah, so-
Not 5 days to tell them when you will be giving them the information. Is that actually the way it's worded, or is that an interpretation? or-
No, so NRS says that we have 5 business days to get back to the requester, either with the copies of the records or a reasonable timeline when we can get them to them.
So I think that you've been meeting that, the 5 days, but mostly you're telling them, hey, it's going to be weeks to months before we can get you all the records that you need.
It depends on the type of records that are being requested.
Right, some are
Yeah.
simple.
Right.
But, I mean, there's the redaction process,
Right.
just like they have over at RPD.
Right.
There is the attorney-client protection on certain information. some of the information may be in paper form, not email form or electronic form, and you have to go searching for that. I mean, there's a lot to this, and we have been sued a few times. I don't know if we've been sued on record provision through your office or RPD or both. I don't know. Do you know?
I think there's been a variety of them
Okay.
over the course of time.
Okay.
Some of them have been because we're not getting them to them fast
And
enough. Some
timely.
of them have been because we're not giving them at all. So
Yes.
it just varies
Okay.
depending on what the
Well, I'm
lawsuit
just
is.
going to tell you, I think it's a big area of risk. We're already seeing lawsuits, whether it's with us or RPD, either one. And we are vulnerable in this area. It's the same, I'll give you an example. It's the same as when there's a flood and a city's been put on notice that here's some things you can do to prevent the flood, and you don't do it, then people have been successful suing us, actually. Okay, because we didn't do the thing. For millions of dollars. Millions. Not like $10 or $1,000. Millions of dollars. And so, if it's within our capacity, I think it's critical that we meet the timeframes in a reasonable manner and not tell them in 5 days it'll be 6 months. And especially when it's the media, I mean, I'm sorry, but they are trying to educate the public, and they have a right to get the information, and they're some of the ones that are suing us, So I am very concerned seeing this org chart. I don't think that we may be meeting the letter of intent in some areas you just pointed out, we're not. And one of the things that concerns me is that we got into a deep situation on our payroll system because we did not take timely action. We're now like way over our skis. We must. There's no option anymore. We don't get to pick the day that we're going to pay millions of dollars to update our payroll system. We must do it. And again, because of legal liability as well. And also honesty to our employees, making sure we're doing accurate work. So I see it in the same way. I really do. There's a law. We're supposed to meet the requirements. And in many cases, we're barely meeting them. In some cases, we're not doing them at all. I don't know if I personally would support 2 additional positions, but I certainly do think we should consider unfreezing some of these positions because I think it's really harming our overall agency. I do. And I'm not shocked, by the way, that you're coming. This is supposed to be a Q2 and Q3 report. And the thing is that I think this was an incredibly truncated budget system. The theory was, well, we have no money to spend, so why should we have a detailed analysis? We met for 1 day. Prior to this, we have met for 3 days just to understand what the divisions are doing. And then we've met for more days before we made our final decision. We're meeting for 1 day, like 4 hours. And then we're meeting again as part of a council meeting, not even a separate meeting. So I'm struggling with the overall budget. I'll just be honest with you guys. Never have I ever seen such a truncated process where we had so little input. We were exposed to the process, and then we're supposed to make a final decision, not even a tentative decision. So I'm struggling, and I'm not surprised, and I would have expected, frankly, other departments or divisions to participate in a bigger budget process in general. So there we go.
And you didn't ask, but I'm just going to say, we did reach out to the Reno Police Department Records Division as well, because they're, a vast majority of the public records requests that we process. And I know that, I would be remiss to say that they're not understaffed too. The amount of work and the capacity that they process papers, review those body-worn camera videos, and everything that they do in that records division over there, they're wholly understaffed.
Well, let me
And
just
so
mention
I would,
this.
I would be remiss. I don't oversee them, but just know that
I have found out that in Nevada, we must redact every police officer's face, but in many states, that is not a requirement, and that creates a tremendous workload at the local level in comparison to many states. So
Yes.
it's just we have imposed upon us a very rigorous process that's very expensive at the local level.
Yes.
Sorry. Can you walk us through what that's like? You get something that comes in, tell us how the process works.
The life cycle of a public records request.
Yeah.
So we have a centralized system that the public goes to and submits a public records request. The asterisk I will say is that under NRS, the public is not required to use our platform, so we have phone calls, we have people that walk up to the counter, we get letters mailed to us. We get all sorts of forms that people want the public records to be submitted and responded to. But generally speaking, we've got a repository where the records request comes into. We have Molly, one person.
Molly.
Who is assigned to basically route and work those into the system to make sure that if it touches multiple departments, that each department is flagged so that they can respond with the corresponding documents. And then within each division, there is a person that works on those public records requests as the other duties as assigned, because we don't technically, outside of Molly and Anthony, have anybody dedicated to public records in the organization. And so other duties assigned, they pull the records, they fulfill them, it goes back into our system, and then those go back out to the constituent. Everything is, like, in the PD space, everything, every single document that goes out is reviewed for confidentiality and redaction, because there's victims' names in it. There's, a lot of times, there's driver's license numbers and social security numbers and, children's faces or children's information. None of that can be released. So every single thing that goes out of this organization has to be reviewed in some capacity to make sure that we're not releasing information that we shouldn't be releasing.
Yeah. So then the city attorney always looks at it?
Not always.
Not always. You have to make that call?
Between my office and the individuals that work in those divisions, they're trained so they know kind of what the regulations or the parameters are. Every division has a city attorney assigned to them, so if there's ever questions that come up about, is this, can I release this, can I not? They'll come to us, and a lot of times we'll work with the city attorney's office to make sure that that's reviewed before going out. But what I will say is a vast majority of, like, the email and text message requests, those all go through the attorney's office. They work alongside Molly to make sure that we're not releasing information that we shouldn't be, or that we can, and this is the redactions that need to be included in it, so on and so forth.
Okay. I always thought it was weird that the other records live at PD. I don't know, I just feel like they should live in our house for transparency purposes, and they're not over there. I mean, I don't know. I just always felt that way. I don't know, you're like, oh, no more work. It's
Our
probably a lot,
operations coming
but
right
it
up.
sounds, yeah. No, I just was always, it just seems disconnected. I don't know. What I would like to, go ahead, and then I'm going to propose something.
No problem. Thank you so much for the presentation. I was very much interested in hearing my colleagues' thoughts. A couple of things. One is I love the clerk's office. The attitude there is always that first face that the public sees, and you all are very good at doing that. When I walk through across the bridge and across there, I always see activity and people sort of humming and doing the work at the counters, but always with a smile on their face. I will also say that when I went to sign to run for election, that process was like really seamless. There were all these forms and the shuffling of them. I just thought another good thing that you all have figured out how to do very well. So I wanted to give you some congratulations for that. I thought in the presentation too, there was a moment where you were talking about the history of who has served in public office and trying to connect the histories over time. That also to me is incredible, because it's been interesting because I've thought about, the mayor's role and her being, in the history of women who have led the city. And I think I went one time to the clerk's office to figure out, like, is she the second, the third, the fourth, the seventh? And they're like, well, we don't really know. And so I'm excited that you are in the position now to be able to work through that. So great stuff in the presentational materials. I didn't find any of your presentation to be shocking. I didn't think it was awkward. We're adults, and everybody at this council knows that we're dealing with a very tight budget. We're trying to understand how to deal with the contours of it. You have identified, basically, hey, we've got this org chart within our department, and there's some frozen positions, and we'd ideally like them unfrozen. I think if you're not advocating for your teams in that way, I don't know what the role is of a director level thing. The other thing, I think there was a misstatement earlier. Someone was sort of giving the false equivalency about what your salary is. I don't think that you make the same salary as our manager. I think we go out and we do salary studies to evaluate competitive response in the market, like what do clerks make and how do we make sure that we keep the best people here and that we don't just train them and they go to somewhere else like a farm team. So all that stuff is not based on some whim that we have. It's based on data and analytics. So I don't think that we're having issues there. At the end of the day, when we have to sit at this dais and approve a budget for the whole, let's just call it round numbers, $1 billion, yes, we're being tasked with moving around and understanding the needs of each department. And so when we get to that point in May, I don't know where I'll land. I think you've given me information that I now must contemplate and really think about. Does that mean today I would be prepared to do a specific thing? No, nor did I think you were asking me to do that. It was like informational and looking ahead, and now I have to go think about that. And at the end of the day, every department in the city currently and over the last 2 years has really had to focus on those hiring freezes, about making choices where we add in one area, we're having to cut in another. And so it's like one pie and we're trying to figure out how many ways to slice it up. And so I can't sit here today telling you what my overall decision would be, but I'm happy to engage in that process. And again, I think one of the questions asked by my colleagues earlier was about like what part of this has been run through finance, and I totally get it. The judiciary is its own thing, the city attorney's office is the own thing, you're your own thing, but everybody is in the same budget, and we will have to make those choices at this dais. Again, I took no awkwardness to it. I didn't think anyone was being paternalistic or begging for anything. We're just having honest discussions about what happens when your budget is in the way it is. And so we got to make priorities. We might prioritize at times and often have as having more firefighters and police officers. And now we're trying to sort of think about what are the other critical functions. And maybe someone believes like one of these positions is so critical to our success that it must be unfrozen. But that I think is something that we have to discuss going forward. Again, I took no offense to it. I thought the presentation was outstanding. Your team is fantastic. Keep doing the work.
Councilwoman Anderson, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you for this presentation and thank you for meeting with me last week. It helps me understand the role of the clerk's office because I think I've got like the veneer of what I've seen you do, but there's so much more that I don't know about. So thank you for that. I am not prepared to pontificate about the budget or make decisions today, but I would emphatically ask you to continue to work with the manager in the way that she's doing the budget. I will just say that we're all doing more with less, and unfortunately, as Gen Xers in business, we have been doing more with less our entire career, and the bad news is it's probably going to get worse. And so it is my desire to have a budget that gives you, empowers your department to, work at its highest capacity, but it's also my desire to have everybody's budget do that. And so I just would ask you to continue to work with the manager in the budget process in the way that you are, and I just want to express my appreciation to you and your team. Obviously, I didn't know everything that you did, and now I do, and I will pay more attention to that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, is your light on for a reason?
Yeah, it is, if I can have another minute. Okay. I just want to say that I distinctly remember the pitch that you gave when we gave you the salary increase, and I distinctly recall the mention of the city charter, and that the city charter only requires 2 employees, one being the city manager and the other being a city clerk. And that has just stuck with me. And that was the reason I was on board for the salary increase to have parity with the city manager, because those are the only requirements for employees at the city of Reno. And that to me said that they were equally as important for a city to run. So I just wanted to say that. But I also wanted to talk about the risk of lawsuits. I know that when there's a lawsuit settled for under $100,000, council doesn't have to give approval for it. So we wouldn't even really know about it, is my understanding. Maybe legal can advise on that. Yeah.
When we settle, we generally let council know that we settled something.
But we don't have to vote on it,
No, you don't have to
correct?
vote on it,
Okay.
correct, yes.
So if there's settlements coming in for lawsuits regarding things like this, under $100,000, we're not voting on it. It's just something that happens. And if there's a settlement that's more than $100,000, we're not necessarily budgeting for that either, but it's something we're going to have to pay if that happens, if we have a judgment against us. So I think we have an opportunity to fill positions that already exist, take the hold off, or we accept that we have an unforeseen risk for paying more money for lawsuits, either smaller ones for under 100K that we don't vote on, I don't know how many, or, larger ones, God forbid. And also there's the public perception with citizens that request records and news agencies, journalists that feel like there's an attempt to withhold information when we're not able to respond and give them the documents in a timely manner. And I don't like that because it's not the case. It's our limited ability to meet all these requests. And also, when people give you a search term to go and pull all the emails with those words in it, and you get a list back with 2,000, subject lines for emails. You're not doing that to be difficult. Like, that's the search tool you have. That's the results that you get. And it comes out on a PDF. It's not like you can delete certain lines. Like, people do not realize the sheet that they get is the same sheet you guys get. So we've really kind of stifled your ability to be faster with technology, and also now you're behind on your staff. So I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for 2 members of your staff back, considering the percentage of your staff that's gone down compared to the percentage of the rest of the city of Reno's staff. I feel like your team has definitely been the hardest hit, and we definitely have kind of, even if we don't know the exact dollar amount, we do know that there is a dollar amount associated with this risk.
Okay, go ahead. Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you. It's been interesting listening to my colleagues and the different perspectives, and I think maybe I need to sit with you guys and spend some time. I'm still in a fact-finding mission of, it seems like some of the services or that you provide have been, the functions that you provide have been removed from your office, which was, I think it was parking, boards and commissions, and then the building fund position.
We didn't have an individual that was designated to do boards and commissions.
Okay, but those functions are gone now,
Correct.
based on the things that we've done. Okay, so it looks like we're maybe reducing some of the things that aren't in charter to help you accomplish the goals, maybe. I just, the answer to Councilwoman Anderson's point is, it can't always be more, it can't be more money and more people. We're always doing more with less, so we got to definitely use technology. Is one meeting, my first question, is one meeting helpful? That's some software that I think we invested in, and I'd like to see how we can leverage technology to get you the resources that you need. We talked about other divisions, and then on the salary, since I brought it up, when we approved that salary, I don't remember, I could be wrong, but I think the org chart looked a little bit different. I don't remember there being a deputy city clerk.
There was, yeah. I've always had that position.
You've always had that position?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
That's okay.
Tell me about one meeting and how that is helping. Is that doing anything? No?
We don't manage the meeting agenda, so one meeting is a manager's office function. That's not something that lives in my office.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I was just curious. There was some stuff, some comments made a little bit earlier, and I think this is directed to the city manager. Do you believe that there, percentage-wise, has been an equitable share when it comes to staff reductions, impacts to the financials of each department? Because there's been a lot of talk based on, the equity aspect of those decisions that have been made. I'm just curious from your perspective, if you feel like it's been pretty equitable throughout the organization.
Yeah, I don't think that's the question. I think the positions were frozen to build this budget. Council approved it. Subsequent to that, 2 of the individuals moved out because the work moved out. We certainly have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 10 frozen positions in development services. Yes, 2 in the clerk's office, is not the same perhaps as 10 in development services, but it's really more about organizational need. And we have 6 frozen police officers. We cut 36 positions. That is massive over a 2-year period. 8 were a reduction in force. We are not in a place of cutting luxury. What we have cut was painful for everyone involved. No one got a cut that didn't need the positions. Everyone needs the positions that we cut. But we have a general fund problem. Unfortunately, the city clerk, just like police and fire and parks and human resources and finance, who have all had cuts, except for fire, it's a painful process. It's going to get more painful. We're going to be looking at solving for FY28 now, and we're not going to have the vacancy savings to solve for, and we're not going to have the $16 million in money that we use to balance the proposed FY27 budget. This is not getting better in the next year. It's getting worse. And we have to understand that and figure out how to work within the confines of our budget.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I just had one quick
Go
final
ahead.
comment. Thank you so much. I was just going to mention that just based on what you said and obviously understanding the budget processes, that there is just putting a fine point on what Councilmember Anderson said. I'd love if the clerk could continue to work with the city manager to look at the budget processes to see if there are opportunities there, and seeing how we can fold in any of the requests through the budget process. It sounds like there's not a lot of room, but if there's any conversations you all can have together to try to explore that a little bit more, I would be really appreciative of
Actually,
that.
I think here's what let me just propose something, because I think everyone's sort of saying the same thing. And I would just say for next budget, I won't be here, but obviously you guys will. And I think it also makes sense for Mickey to be part of that process whenever Vicky comes. So I really think what I would like to do, obviously I'd like to, I don't know if we have to take any action today, but I would like to step back, have you meet with Vicky, and then Vicky really should be presenting, maybe it's alongside of you, or you guys have to have that conversation so she can present here. So, because she has all the pieces to the puzzle. You have your piece over here, you have your piece over here, and then she's got the whole puzzle. And so I think it would also be very beneficial to hear how Vicky thinks that works in. And then we also have to have the conversation, where do you guys want to expand or where do you want to cut? That's just what I think. And so I would like to make sure that you go and sit with Vicky, have those conversations with Vicky, because I also think she's impartial. Her job is just
Here are
like,
the numbers.
yeah.
Yep.
And maybe not from the city manager side, because actually, I could see where two have, Jackie's got to be here and you got to be here. And so, but Vicky is in the middle. She's like Switzerland, but she knows what has to come together. It's just my thought. And so I'd love to have Vicky sit down with you, and then Vicky get with all of us, and then we're going to have to make some tough decisions and figure out what it is that you guys want to prioritize, especially, moving forward. So, okay, so with that, can I make a motion for you guys to approve that our clerk goes back, meets with our budget director, and then we get a report from our budget director on what she thinks is going to be doable. And if she says, no, yes, whatever, I still think everyone in their minds should think about what the priorities are going to be on the clerk's office. And I think Mickey, telling us what she believes are her priorities it's good to start here, because it sounds like I can kind of understand where you guys need to go. We understand that now. So I think that's good. We have more information, and then meet with Vicky and then go from there. And then bring it back. Everyone get in the room again. Because I also want to make sure we're not disrupting your budget. Right? Everyone's got to all fit in there.
I'll second the motion, just for discussion, but any move the council makes, no matter what it is, minus plus, disrupts Jackie's budget, and she's got to reconfigure. Right, it's a zero-sum game.
It
We're
is.
We're not adding more
And
money.
just for the record, it's the budget that I proposed, certainly, but again, with Vicki and after numerous meetings, individual and group with this body. So it's designed to reflect your priorities.
And it may have met, it may achieve that, and it may miss in some areas.
Exactly.
There might be some things we become aware of 2 months later after we had the budget presentation that changes our thought process. So that's why it's kind of stretched out over a couple months.
Because I am here a little disconnect up here, so I want everyone to be on the same page. So that's why I want clarity. I want Vicki to be able to say, okay, this can work, this can't work. I think that that's important to have Vicki weigh in. So with that,
So if I could, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
I think we're just stylized just to accept the report today and
Right.
provide.
Okay, so
those conversations can happen.
I'll
They
send
just-
an email.
Yeah.
How's that? Perfect,
I
okay.
do have a quick question. Do you, Clerk and City Manager Bryant, do you guys have regular meetings to just kind of check in and see how things are going, to make sure everybody's kind of working together and getting the things that they need?
No, but I understand that Mickey, can ask me what she needs, and I ask her what I need, and that
Okay.
works.
Okay, all right.
Well, and also I also want to think about how we all, because usually we will designate someone from council to work directly with your office, and now you got a lot of bosses. We haven't really done that. I think you have to understand when you have more than one boss, you're hearing different things, seeing different things, getting asked different things. And so this conversation makes me realize that we need to be very coordinated on how the council wants to, I think, communicate with Mickey. Because to be honest, Miguel, you could be like, hey, Mickey, you can leave at 6:30. And I'm like, no, Mickey, you can leave at 7:30. Or everyone's got a different idea. And so we used to designate someone from the council, they were the point person, and that it just kind of went through one person instead of you trying to take direction from other people. And then I want to make sure that you have communication with all the departments in the organization, because that's another one I want to understand a little bit better about how you guys communicate, with the city manager's office too, so that there is org structure and so forth. So I think that would help. So, sound good? So I'm going to make a motion to accept the report,
Second.
and then I'm going to send an email and I'll CC you on it. Sound good? As we move forward, because we're going to have this conversation again.
Well, but
Okay.
I mean, we're allowed to give council direction, even if we're not making motions, and we're telling her, we want some closer coordination. We want you each
Yeah, we
to
understand.
listen to each other a little closer, and then look for ways to meet the needs. Just like we're doing a reach to do the payroll system. You've educated all of us about how important it is. She is educating us about some of our risks in other areas. So I think.
Okay, so I have a
Similar.
motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. All right, you guys. All right, we have council comments. Thank you so much. Go home, have a drink, get dinner, or I don't know, do something fun. That's what I say. Council comments. Anything you want to comment? Nothing? Except for that's the best color green ever.
Thank you.
The best.
Thank you.
Meissner?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I had the Biggest Little Council Connect last Saturday. It was a great conversation with folks, and so thankful to staff for helping coordinate that and put that together, so we had a successful event. And then I did also want to put some thoughts on the record for item
Sure.
C1. I know we're past, but I just wanted to make some comments on that one, where I understand that we passed the RFP process and looking at that, but the reason that I decided to support going in that direction was because I didn't think we were stylized to look at funding mechanisms for the Lear Theater in the ways that were being discussed, and I felt like we didn't have we were legally exposed if we were to go down that route and allocate or provide direction to staff to start looking in that ways. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm opposed to us exploring that idea. It just means that in this manner, at this time today, I didn't think that was the best use and time of the agenda item as it was stylized. So I just want to leave it at that, and thank you all for that. Thanks. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, maybe I should make a comment. I'm trying to process what Councilmember Martinez said, and I'm just saying, are you saying that when we get to the budget and we are discussing RDA, you're open to funding potentially? I'm not asking for a decision today, but is that what you're saying, that you're open to the discussion of what we will fund under RDA, possibly up to and including Lear improvements, or what are you saying?
I guess I'm saying that, to me, that seems like the right avenue
The
to
right
have
place.
that discussion. Not today, yes, during the item that was stylized today.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure anybody had that as a takeaway, but I appreciate the clarification.
Yeah.
We're on item J1, which is closing public comment. We do not have anyone registered. And for the record, let me just get my spreadsheet back up. We received 15 comments after 4 p.m. yesterday. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are part of the record. And so now we're on item K, a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.